We're in chapter 7.
We're almost into the plagues, I guess I'm a plague kind of guy. I've been looking forward to that. We got a little bit of a stop here, Exodus 7, 1 through 13. We're gonna stop this episode right before we hit the plagues, so almost there. All right. Exodus 7, again, first 13 verses. What we're really going to camp on today is the hardening of Pharaoh's heart, which in this chapter, it's not the first time we run into that phrase, that language. It has occurred up to this point, but this is sort of, where it kicks in. So I'm going to read the first 13 verses, and there's going to be one thing I want to comment on before we get to the hardening, but that's basically where we're going to be camping out today. So this is Moses and Aaron meeting with Pharaoh. So they're before Pharaoh. First verse says, "And the Lord said to Moses, See, I have made you like God to Pharaoh, and your brother Aaron shall be your prophet. You shall speak all that I command you, and your brother Aaron shall tell Pharaoh to let the people of Israel go out of his land. But I will harden Pharaoh's heart, and though I multiply my signs and wonders in the land of Egypt, Pharaoh will not listen to you. Then I will lay my hand on Egypt and bring my hosts, my people, the children of Israel, out of the land of Egypt by great acts of judgment. The Egyptians shall know that I am the Lord when I stretch out my hand against Egypt and bring out the people of Israel from among them." Moses and Aaron did so. They did just as the Lord commanded them. Now Moses was 80 years old and Aaron 83 years old when they spoke to Pharaoh. Then the Lord said to Moses and Aaron, "When Pharaoh says to you, 'Prove yourselves by working a miracle,' then you shall say to Aaron, 'Take your staff and cast it down before Pharaoh, that it may become a serpent.'" So Moses and Aaron went to Pharaoh and did just as the Lord commanded. Aaron cast down his staff before Pharaoh and his servants, and it became a serpent. Then Pharaoh summoned the wise men and the sorcerers, and they, the magicians of Egypt, also did the same by their secret arts. For each man cast down his staff, and they became serpents, but Aaron's staff swallowed up their staffs. Still Pharaoh's heart was hardened, and he would not listen to them, as the Lord had said. So that's the first 13 verses. We've commented on a few things in there already about this confrontation. The one new thing before we get to the hardening topic is in verse 1, the Lord said to Moses, "See, I have made you like God to Pharaoh, and your brother Aaron shall be your prophet." Now, some people, I think, I'll use the word foolishly, presume this wording means that Elohim are men. In other words, they'll use this verse as a justification for the notion that, well, see, Elohim can be people, and then we take that back to Psalm 82, blah, 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 blah. Of course, we never turn to Psalm 89 where the divine council was in the skies. You don't have a bunch of men ruling the nations in the skies. Again, we forget about Psalm 89 and other passages, but again, we know the drill here on the podcast. Again, if divine council stuff is new to you, watch the videos on the podcast website where it says if you're new, start here. Go to my website, thedivinecouncil.com. And you can get up to speed there. This verse doesn't support that notion at all. That's not the point at all. Moses is not really an Elohim. The point is one of analogy. Okay, God here is making an analogy for and about Moses in relation to Pharaoh. So, let's go back to Exodus 4. To sort of get the point of the analogy. In Exodus 4, 14 through 16, we read this. Then the anger of the Lord was kindled against Moses. Moses says he doesn't want to go, to Egypt. And he said, "Is there not Aaron, your brother, the Levite? I know that he can speak well. Behold, he is coming out to meet you, and when he sees you, he will be glad in his heart. You shall speak to him and put the words in his mouth, and I will be your mouth, or with your mouth and with his mouth, and will teach you both what to do. He shall speak for you to the people, and he shall be your mouth, and you shall be as God to him." So that's the other part of this analogy. Think of it this way. There's God, and when God calls a prophet, when God picks a spokesperson, God speaks to that person, and then that person speaks to other people. So God has called Moses. Moses is the mouthpiece of God to other people. He is to speak God's words. But what we have going on here is that Moses, again, is speaking to who? Well, it depends on the passage. When Exodus 7:1 says, God says to Moses, "See, I have made you like God to Pharaoh, and your brother Aaron shall be your prophet." It's as though Moses is sort of in the God slot. And then Moses gives his word to Aaron, and Aaron speaks to Pharaoh. So in Pharaoh's perception, Moses is sort of playing the role that the deity would normally play. The deity would normally tell what the spokesman to say, and then he would say it to somebody else. Well, here what you have going on is Moses is telling, Aaron what to say, and of course Moses is getting it from God, but now we've got this one step removed because Moses doesn't, want to talk, to people, or he can't talk, or he stutters, or whatever it is. So Aaron's brought into the picture. And the whole point is one of analogy. It's not that God says, "Hey, Moses, you're an Elohim now." No, he says you're gonna play this role. You're gonna be like, in Pharaoh's eyes, you're gonna be like a deity because you're the one dispensing the revelation, as it were, to your brother Aaron. And Aaron will be your prophet, and then Aaron will do things, and say things to Pharaoh. So that's all that's going on here. It's just a point of analogy. And it was something that God telegraphed back in Exodus 4 when Moses just didn't want to go to Egypt. So God has to bring Aaron into the picture, again, as this intermediary figure, this spokesperson sort of figure. That's all that's going on here. So we don't need to, complicate it and say silly stuff. It is really, what I'm trying to say here. Now let's go down to verse 3. And verse 3 again is where we get this line about God saying, "I will harden Pharaoh's heart. And though I multiply my signs and wonders in the land of Egypt, Pharaoh will not listen to you." That's verses 3 and 4. Now, we've already, hinted at this because the phrase, about hardening, shows up in other places. And I had said, we'll get to it. And this is the point that we want to camp on the whole issue. And I'm going to be referencing an article here. I will put it in the protected folder in case some of you want to read the whole thing. Although I think with this one you can find it just freely accessible online on the internet anyway. But I'll stick it in the protected folder for newsletter subscribers. So the article is by Robert Chisholm. That's Chisholm, and it's entitled "Divine Hardening in the Old Testament." And it's Dallas Seminary's journal, Bibliotheca Sacra, 153. That's 1996. Pages 410 through 434. And the whole article is not just on the Exodus passage. It's on some other Old Testament instances where we get the same language, but we're basically going to just focus on Pharaoh here because we're doing this through Exodus. So Chisholm writes at the beginning of his article, he sort of sets the whole subject up this way. So Chisholm writes in his introduction, "The Old Testament sometimes pictures God as hardening the human heart or spirit. The plague narratives recorded in the book of Exodus attribute Pharaoh's obstinance, at least in part, to divine hardening. Deuteronomy 2:30 and Joshua 11:20 speak of divine hardening in the context of Israel's conquest of the Promised Land, and Isaiah 6:9 through 10 and 63:17 seem to indicate that God hardened his own covenant people." Just to stop here for a second, you can see there Chisholm loops in some other examples of hardening, but for our use of his article, we're going to focus obviously on the Exodus material. But we may return to Isaiah 6, 9, and 10 before we're all done, though, because I think that there's something in that passage worth mentioning, again, if I remember it. Back to Chisholm. "These passages disturb many people, for they raise questions about God's fairness and goodness. Why would God cause someone to resist his will and then hold that person accountable for the sin he prompted? In an effort to preserve human moral responsibility and to avoid the conclusion that God would override the human will or manipulate free moral agents like puppets, some argue that the objects of divine hardening first hardened themselves. Others say the biblical statements, because they reflect ancient Hebrew idiom, cannot be taken at face value. According to this latter explanation, the biblical text replaces the immediate agent, the individual, with the ultimate agent, God. God simply allowed individuals to resist his will, but the Old Testament idiom bypasses the human subject and describes what God allowed as if he actually initiated and directly caused the action. A close reading of the texts, a reading that includes being sensitive to literary features and genre considerations, allows one, however, to give the biblical references to divine hardening their full force, while preserving human moral responsibility. Divine hardening took either a direct form in which God supernaturally overrode the human will, and I'll just break in here again. To me, overrode is a bit too strong, but again, we'll just go with what Chisholm says for this point. So divine hardening took either a direct form in which God supernaturally overrode the human will, or an indirect form in which he used intermediate causes to harden the object. Whether accomplished directly or indirectly, this hardening was an element of divine judgment whereby God exhibited his justice and sovereignty. The objects of such judgment were never morally righteous or neutral, but were rebels against God's authority. Divine hardening was never arbitrarily implemented, but was in response to rejection of God's authoritative word or standards. So that's the end of Chisholm's introduction. And again, for our purposes, we're going to be sticking with what he, where he focuses on Exodus, which is most of the article. Again, if you want the article, you can either find it online, or again, if you subscribe to the newsletter, you'll find it in the protected folder. So the hardening of Pharaoh's heart, sort of runs the gamut. It actually runs the spectrum of causalities, direct and indirect, to use Chisholm's terminology. And he, in his article, breaks down the data of the book of Exodus into three categories. So I'll give you these three categories. His category A is a group of texts in which Yahweh is the subject of the verb, or some verb of hardening. Okay, and there's 10 of these. So this is 10 times you have texts in which Yahweh is the subject of some verb of hardening. So in other words, God is the agent. He is the one performing the action. So there's 10 of those. And then his category B are texts in which Pharaoh is or at least a subject of a verb of hardening. So that's 3 times. So there's 3 instances where Pharaoh is the one doing the hardening. At least, one of the subjects. There's one in Exodus 9:34 that says he and his officials hardened their hearts. So that's why we're wording it the way we are. So there's 3 of those, 3 instances. And then lastly, Chisholm has a category C in which no source or agent is specifically mentioned. And there's 6 of these. So this would be verses like, Pharaoh's heart was hard. Well, that doesn't really tell you who's doing the hardening. Is it Pharaoh or is it God or something? It just doesn't say. So there's 6 of those that are just sort of neutral. Now, Chisholm notes that Driver, in his sort of old classic commentary on the book of Exodus, suggested that in Hebrew idiom, God hardened Pharaoh. So Driver's one of these writers that sort of angles for some idiomatic language here. And what he writes here, quoting Driver, I'm actually going to quote Driver here. Driver believes that God hardened Pharaoh insofar as he, Pharaoh, hardened himself. But even supposing that the passages mean more than this, we must remember that, especially in his dealings with moral agents, God cannot be properly thought of as acting arbitrarily. He only hardens those who begin by hardening themselves. Pharaoh was a self-willed, obstinate man who persistently hardens himself against God and resists all warnings. God thus hardens him only because he first hardened himself. Now, that's the end of the Driver quote. There's a couple important things in there. There's this notion that God doesn't act arbitrarily, which of course Chisholm said as well. And then, this, again, with Driver's following the trajectory where God hardens people who had already begun to harden themselves. Now, I think this is really important and really worth consideration, but you will not find this point if you only look at verbs of hardening in the book of Exodus. That's an important distinction. I think Chisholm, I'll be honest with you, there are places in his article where he seems to latch on to that, And there are other places where he seems, I think, a bit too fixated on the hardening vocabulary. And maybe, I don't know, I don't want to say that he misses it. He doesn't miss it, but I think the way he sort of crafts his article doesn't allow people to see this as clearly as I think they ought to. So this trajectory is one we're going to follow here ultimately about Pharaoh being, like Driver says, a self-willed, obstinate man who persistently hardens himself against God. Chisholm has a footnote at this Driver quote where he says this: Driver correctly affirms that God would not arbitrarily cause someone to disobey him, and he rightly observes that Pharaoh was obstinate from the outset. It is also true that Pharaoh's obstinance prompted divine hardening. However, Chisholm writes, Driver downplays Yahweh's sovereign involvement in the drama and fails to note that hardening terminology is used primarily of Yahweh's acts, not Pharaoh's, and that the divine hardening both precedes and follows that of Pharaoh. So let me try to look at this in a bit of a different way. Again, we've seen what Driver says, and I think Driver is onto something. Chisholm, again, responded to that. I think he's trying to be fair, but again, I think that Chisholm is a little too fixated on the hardening vocabulary. So let's try to sort of capture a little bit about the chronology of the hardening, because this is going to be sort of where Chisholm tracks on, how he essentially thinks that Driver is downplaying things, downplaying God's role. So if you actually look at Chisholm's list, and again, you can look at the article. He has, again, these three categories we just talked about, and you could use those three categories to sort of reconstruct a chronology. As far as a chronology goes, you have the first occurrence of a verb of hardening in the book of Exodus, back in Exodus 4:21. So let me read that to you. The Lord said to Moses, when you go back to Egypt, see that you do before Pharaoh all the miracles that I have put in your power, but I will harden his heart so that he will not let the people go. So this is part of the burning bush episode. God tells Moses what's going to happen. God, of course, can see into the future. When Moses and Aaron are going to go, talk to Pharaoh, God is, just telling them, here's the outcome. Okay, I will harden Pharaoh's heart. Now, we get, in the chapter we're in today, Exodus 7, verse 3, we get hardening language. We get hardening language in verse 13 and verse 14, verse 22, because this, it starts to kick up here. But Moses and Aaron have actually talked to Pharaoh already, and their conversation with Pharaoh was subsequent to, obviously, the conversation Moses has with God in Exodus 4:21. And I want to try to help you understand sort of how I come down closer to Driver than I do to Chisholm, even though they're very close, actually. But I think that kind of the way that Chisholm wants to emphasize God's role, and then he looks at Driver as de-emphasizing God's role. To me, there's a fundamental question here. When God tells Moses in the burning bush episode, he says, now, look, I'm going to send you to Egypt. You're going to have a conversation with Pharaoh, and I will harden his heart. Does that mean that in that scene, when Moses and Aaron go before Pharaoh, that when Pharaoh rejects their request, it's at that moment that Pharaoh's heart becomes hard? And it's sort of a fulfillment of what God said to Moses at the burning bush episode. Is that how we're supposed to read it? Now, if you read it that way, then it's like there's Pharaoh just, kind of doing what Pharaohs do, and Moses and Aaron shows up. He says, hey, what do you guys want? And they say, well, we've met with Yahweh, and Yahweh wants you to let the Israelites go. And then boom, God steps in, touches Pharaoh's heart, and makes it a heart of stone. And Pharaoh says, forget it. Okay, I think that's really dubious. I think that Pharaoh is that guy from the not from the beginning of this, but for a long, long, long time preceding. I think Pharaoh already has a hardened heart, is already predisposed to listen to God. I think he was predisposed against listening to God before God ever even had a conversation with Moses at Sinai. I do not think we can take Exodus 4:21 as sort of a prophecy and then view its fulfillment in their first conversation, which is actually Exodus 5. Let me just read it to you here. Exodus 5:2. Afterward, Moses and Aaron went and said to Pharaoh, "Thus says the Lord, the God of Israel, let my people go, that they may hold a feast to me in the wilderness." But Pharaoh said, "Who is the Lord? Who's Yahweh, that I should obey his voice and let Israel go? I don't know Yahweh. Moreover, I will not let Israel go." I don't think that verse, Exodus 5:2, is a fulfillment or the outworking of Exodus 4:21. I think the Pharaoh we see in chapter 5 was that guy years before. So I think Pharaoh, why do I even mention this? I think, to me, it's plain that Pharaoh's heart is what it is long before God ever says to Moses, "You're going to go to Egypt and I'm going to harden Pharaoh's heart." So regardless of the chronology of the verbs, okay, the verbs of hardening, okay, and this is where Chisholm is at. He's doing this chronology thing. I think that sort of skips or doesn't pay enough attention to the kind of person that Pharaoh already was. As Pharaoh, he thinks he is the Horus incarnate. Of course he's not going to listen to Yahweh. He's been taught this since he was a kid. Okay, when you get on the throne, you're a deity. I mean, you're it. You're the one that regulates the Nile. You're the one that does this and that and the other thing. I mean, he doesn't have to wait for this conversation for God to sort of zap him with hardness. So I actually think that the hardness of Pharaoh's heart, that's where it begins. It begins with Pharaoh. I think Driver's correct here. Even though if you want to do a strict chronology of the verbs of hardening in Exodus, the first one comes from God's mouth in Exodus 4:21. Okay, but Pharaoh is already in that condition. Again, I think that is a much more coherent way to look at things, as opposed to up until the time Moses and Aaron got into the throne room and asked Pharaoh to let Israel go. At that moment, God, fulfilled his words of Exodus 4:21, and so it starts with God. I think that is a very poor reading of what's going on here. And I'm not saying Chisholm does that. I'm saying that the way Chisholm sort of articulates what he's doing with the verbs, again, and then the verbal chronology and the categories, I think that Pharaoh's condition, who he was, it's harder to see it because Chisholm doesn't really ask you to think those thoughts. He doesn't really sort of bring it to the fore as forcefully as he could. Again, that's just my opinion, even though I think the article is really quite good. I just think that we need to be reminded of who this guy was and not just get fixated on verbs and where they fall, if I could say it that way. So Chisholm actually says elsewhere, in the article, where I do think he is mentally tracking on this. But again, I don't think the article just brings it to the fore, to the forefront like it really ought to. But elsewhere in his article, he makes comments that indicate that what was in play was a lot wider, than the chronology of the verbs. There's just other things going on. So I don't think he's lost this. I just wish the article would bring it out a little bit more. So he writes this in regard to, in his section about literary analysis. He says, the narrative does not resolve the tension at this point, again, when we're having the conversations between Moses, Aaron, and Pharaoh. But one suspects that the Lord's agenda included more than just saving his people from slavery. So what Chisholm is going to do here is he's going to go into a literary analysis that I recommend you get the article and look at this, because it really is worth looking at, where he shows how these narratives, the sections of the book of Exodus with, leading up to the plagues and then with the plagues, how there's just a little bit more going on than Yahweh versus Pharaoh in this whole matter of hardening. There's a little bit more going on than just saving Israel from Egypt, just getting them out of there. It's just bigger than that. So back to Chisholm. He says, it's revealed later that when God wanted to display his power to the watching world so that all observers, including the Israelites and the Egyptians, might recognize that he is indeed Yahweh. It's Exodus 6, 7, 7, 5, 9, 16, 10, verses 1 and 2, chapter 11, verse 9, 14, 4. You get this notion that God is doing what he's doing, not just to extract Israel, not just to like win a debate or battle with Pharaoh. He's doing what he's doing, and part of that is the hardening, stringing out Pharaoh's obstinacy. God is doing that not because he wants to play Pharaoh puppet, okay? God is doing that so that the episode cumulatively becomes more dramatic, so that news, the sort of all of the events therein spread far and wide. And so his reputation, God's own reputation, will expand well beyond Egypt and well beyond the Hebrews. He's doing this for the whole world to see, in effect. That's why the Exodus narrative, as it's laid out, this becomes apparent, as Chisholm's article shows you, that Pharaoh's getting hardened and strung along just to make it bigger, just to make it more spectacular, just to, again, so that God can not only prove his case that he's bigger and badder than Pharaoh, but to do it on such a scale that people for miles and miles hear about it. It's to overly dramatize the whole thing. And we know that this actually happened, because when Joshua gets into Jericho, Rahab tells him, we heard what went on in Egypt. I mean, good grief, we know that we're not going to be able to stand up to you, and so on and so forth. So what happens in Egypt does get spread abroad. Again, that wouldn't have happened if Pharaoh would have yielded at the first plague. When he sees the Nile turn to blood, he's like, oh, okay, we're done here. You can go. No, it has to get to the level of the death of the firstborn and the parting of the Red Sea and all that stuff, so that people outside of Egypt hear what happened. And again, God is magnified through this. So again, if you want to look at Chisholm's article, if you're interested in how the narrative itself sort of builds this idea, sort of reaches this crescendo, and I read you the string of verses there that Chisholm has in that little paragraph about God wanting to display his power. That line, or some line thereof, about God wanting to be magnified, and so he strings Pharaoh out again. God basically says, well, I'm going to harden Pharaoh's heart again so that, we do something else here. That whole stringing along process gets sort of, those statements get seeded throughout the narrative, and it actually builds to a climax. It's very intelligently done, sort of to capture, this building drama. And it's all for the sake of God's, wanting to be known, as Yahweh, the God of all the earth, outside Egypt. So a quick capitulation does not accomplish that. A lengthy, drawn-out drama with a final cataclysmic capitulation and then a final deliverance at the Red Sea, that'll do the trick. News of that will travel. And so that's, again, part of this whole picture. So it's a lot wider than just trying to get Israel out of Egypt and get the people relief, and then show Pharaoh, put him in his place and all that sort of stuff. It's a little bit bigger stage than that. Now, having said all that, I would say, as we think about this, again, I've already telegraphed where I'm at on this. I think Pharaoh was just as Driver described. He's that guy. He is the rebellious, he is the hard-hearted, he is the disobedient, he is the obstinate person. He is, long before God ever has a conversation with Moses at the burning bush. The hardness is already resident in Pharaoh before God ever says to Moses, I'm going to send you to Egypt, and this is what's going to happen. You're going to do miracles there. I'm going to wield my power through you, but I'm going to harden Pharaoh's heart. And again, he doesn't just spill the beans as to why he's doing this to Moses. Again, this whole notion of stringing Pharaoh out so that his reputation can expand beyond the borders of Egypt. He doesn't, tell Moses that in one fell swoop. But the point is that God doesn't pick an innocent guy. He doesn't pick a neutral guy. He doesn't pick a guy that well, I'll listen to reason. Let me, give me a few days and I'll think about letting Israel go. No, God does not pick someone that would have made a different decision. God already knows what Pharaoh's decision is going to be because he already knows who Pharaoh is long before he ever converses with Moses at the burning bush. So I think it's really wrong-headed and frankly incoherent to say that God just sort of changed this person's heart to make it hard. He didn't. His heart was already there. And God is doing what he's doing to magnify himself beyond the borders of Egypt. So I would say we have the real questions that we need to sort of be thinking about when we read, through the hardening passages all the way back to Exodus 5. We're here in Exodus 7, and as we proceed forward. I think the real things to think about are these. So I'll just number them. Number one, is Pharaoh's response in Exodus 5:2 the outworking of God's statement in Exodus 4:21? And I've already said I don't think it is. But again, just to talk about this a little bit more. Is the response in 5, I don't know who Yahweh is. Who's that? Okay. Is Pharaoh's response the outworking of God's statement in Exodus 4:21? Is it God hardening Pharaoh in Exodus 5:21, like right on the spot? Or is that defiance something that has already taken root in Pharaoh's heart? Again, to me, this is obvious. To me, Pharaoh's already that guy. Now, here's what Chisholm says. Again, just to give Chisholm some credit here. When Moses confronted the Egyptian ruler and demanded that he allow Israel to celebrate a festival to Yahweh, Pharaoh answered, "Who is Yahweh, that I should obey him and let Israel go? I do not know Yahweh, and I will not let Israel go." Does this response mean the divine hardening had already begun? Now, see, it's a little hard to know what Chisholm means by that, already begun. Now, does he mean to ask, does this response mean that the divine hardening was beginning now? Is that what he means? Or when he says already begun, does it mean like Pharaoh's already that guy? It's actually not clear to me in Chisholm's article which one of those he means. I'm just going to read it for you and let you sort of chew on it. Again, if you want to get the article, you can. So he says, does this response mean the divine hardening had already begun? Whatever that means. Probably not, Chisholm says. 6 times after this, 9:12, Exodus 10:1, 10:20, 10:27, 11:10, 14:8, the narrative notes that Yahweh had hardened Pharaoh's heart. In 9:12, allusion is made to Exodus 4:21. 4 other times, Exodus 7:13 and 22, 8:19 and 9:35, the observation is made that Pharaoh's heart was hard, and this condition is attributed to Yahweh by alluding back to 4:21 and 7:3, and also 8:15. However, 5:2 makes no mention of God's involvement, and that's true. So it is better, Chisholm says, to view Pharaoh's action as autonomous. Again, I still don't like the wording of that. Again, what does that mean, autonomous? Okay, it means that God isn't causing it there. I get that. But I'd still like it to be clear that Pharaoh's deciding what he decides because he's just that guy. And he's been that way. His heart has been hardened, or his own opinion of himself has been so bloated for years. Again, I just wish it was stated a little bit differently. Chisholm says, furthermore, Exodus 4:21 clearly relates divine hardening to the signs Moses would perform before Pharaoh. That's true. It relates them, whatever that means. Again, it all that's happening here is it sets the scene. It doesn't track on the reality that Pharaoh has been who Pharaoh is for a very long time. Again, I hope you're just getting. I keep repeating it, but I want to repeat it for emphasis. I just don't think we can lose sight of that Pharaoh wasn't neutral. Okay, his heart is hard before Moses and Aaron ever show up, before God has ever had a conversation with Moses. This is who he is. Now, again, I think Chisholm is sort of tracking on this, but again, I wish the wording was a bit different, but there you go. I mean, you can get the article and read through it yourself. It's just if I were the journal editor, I would have said, well, can you throw something in here or change the wording here if this is what you mean as opposed to that. I just wish it was a little bit different, so it was a little bit clearer, at least to me anyway. Number two, again, things that we need to think about, is the allegedly deterministic language. This is the language where Yahweh is the one doing the hardening, okay? Is the allegedly deterministic language direct or indirect? That is Yahweh creating an emotional, psychological, and spiritual condition in Pharaoh? Or is he steering the circumstances for Pharaoh, knowing that defiance has already taken root in Pharaoh's heart? So you can have Yahweh be the agent of the verb either way. It just depends, what do you mean? And I think people, when they see God as the subject of hardening verbs, they assume the former, that God is creating an emotional, psychological, spiritual condition in Pharaoh or in a person. When we don't have to read it that way at all. God is the agent, sure, but maybe what's meant is that God is steering the circumstances so that this individual that God knows really well is going to choose to do X and not Y, because God knows what the response is going to be in this set of circumstances that God, is creating. Those are two different things. The former is quite deterministic. The latter is not. The latter is God acting on his wisdom to put a free will agent in a situation where God knows what the outcome here is going to be, because he knows that person. He already knows the condition of their heart. He isn't giving them the condition of the heart, the hardening. He already knows who they are. Those are quite different things. And again, I just think we need to stop a moment and think about how God can be the agent of the hardening, but it can actually go in two different directions. It doesn't have to go in one direction. Now, this is beyond the scope of Chisholm's article, to be honest. I just think this is something we, as students, need to think about. After all, the first two chapters of Exodus make it clear that the Egyptians are hostile toward the Israelites. But there's a wild card here. I don't want to miss this verse. In Psalm 105:25, let me just read you that. It says that God, he turned their hearts, the Egyptians, to hate his people, to deal craftily with his servants. It was God who instigated the hostility of the Egyptians against the Israelites, his own people. You say, well, isn't that deterministic? Well, you could read it that way. You could also read it this way. Just for example, God sees what's going on in Egypt. He sees his people multiply. He knows that the Egyptians feel very threatened by this. Okay, but God continues to bless his people, knowing that as they grow, as they multiply, as they become a people in Egypt, that is going to instigate the Egyptians to be hostile toward them. But nevertheless, God is doing that. Why? Because God is creating a set of circumstances where the behavior of the Pharaoh, the guy sitting on the throne in Egypt, is going to be quite predictable. It's not that the guy sitting on the throne is like, man, I love these Israelites, and boy, I love their babies. They're just wonderful people, and all of a sudden, he just turns on a dime, like God again has to touch him and turn his like of the Israelites into fear. It doesn't just happen on a dime. It doesn't just turn that way. But this is the impression, I think, that deterministic thinking often sort of puts in our heads when we read certain passages. We sort of assume that circumstances just change, click, like that. And when they change like that, it was because God pushed a button in heaven that says, okay, now I want all the Egyptians to hate the Israelites. There's the button, right there. I can get them all with one button. Like it's not a natural thing that develops over time, just as a result of very human propensities. I mean, this behavior is very human. We don't need God to push a button, okay, and make human behavior sort of turn contrary or turn in a totally different direction than what it would naturally go to anyway, given the set of circumstances. But God, nevertheless, again, is behind the scene. Again, he's the unseen hand in all of this. This is providence. God is blessing his people in Egypt. They're multiplying. And God knows the Egyptians well enough. He knows human behavior well enough to know that this is going to be at some point perceived as a threat. God doesn't have to sit up in heaven and say, hey, hand me the perceived threat button. I'm going to push it now, and I'm going to change the hearts of all the Egyptians because they're really my puppets anyway. Again, this is how deterministic thinking really is cartoonish. I'm just going to be blunt here. I think when deterministic thinking takes over passages like this, we don't realize this is actually what we're doing. That everything would just go on fine until God asked, some member of the heavenly host for the panic button. And now I'm going to change all the hearts of the Egyptians. Give me the button. Click. There we go. No, what you see happening in the book of Exodus is very human. Okay, you're the people in control. It's your country. Okay, you're an Egyptian. It's your country. And these people in the Delta are just starting to get really large numerically. And you start to wonder where their loyalty might be. Okay, because you have an empire. And when you have an empire, you know that people are out to undo it. People are going to act in self-interest. Well, we've got masses of people up here in the Delta. What happens if one day they just decide, we don't want to do these jobs anymore? Again, these are very human impulses in very human circumstances with very predictable human propensities and behaviors and thought patterns. You don't need to make God look like a puppet master to understand Exodus 1 and Exodus 2. But again, this is what we get. We get hardening language, and we strip the humanity right out of it. These people are humans. We almost have to make them less than human and again have God pushing buttons to sort of parse the passages. And what I'm suggesting to you is you don't need to do any of that. You don't need to turn God into a puppet master to understand what's going on in Exodus 1 and 2. And God is still in it. Psalm 105:25 says God is still in it. Okay, God knows that by continuing to multiply his people in Egypt, he knows at some point, because he knows humanity very well, at some point they're going to turn. He doesn't need to turn them. They're just going to do it because it's a human thing to do. And at that point, God is going to see that, and he's going to raise up someone called Moses, and he's going to act because God has deemed it is now time. It wasn't before. It is now time to judge the gods of Egypt and to judge Pharaoh. He thinks he's one of these gods, okay? It's now time to judge. See, God gets to decide when he will intervene and judge evil. God gets to do that because he's God. And that brings us to the third thought, again, to think. Is God allowed to directly harden someone for the purpose of judgment? Let's say that I'm not suggesting that the hardening starts with God. I've already told you I don't think it does. I think Pharaoh's just that guy. But if God wants to string Pharaoh out, okay, is God allowed to do that? Again, it's kind of a dumb question. Of course God's allowed to do that because he's God. But just think with me here. Is God allowed to harden someone for the purpose of judgment? Why would we conclude that the person being hardened and becoming sort of the focus of God's judgment activity, why would we conclude that the person, in that scenario wasn't already there, wasn't already hard? Why would we conclude that? Well, because, again, we're taught to think deterministically in some context. That's why. Why not say that God knows this person, Pharaoh, and the person deserves the hardening? He deserves to get strung along. Perhaps he would relent after one plague or two plagues. Okay, God decides, no, I'm now going to step in and I'm going to harden him. he's already been hard. And again, he's been this guy for decades. We all know who this dude is. But now I'm going to string him along because I not only want to judge evil, I have not only decided now is the time to judge this guy and his wickedness and the gods of Egypt along with him, because the plagues are going to be aimed at the gods. Okay, I'm not only going to do that, but I want to do it in such a way that people for miles around hear about it. We're not going to let this just settle in the borders of Egypt. We're going to take this fight and magnify it. And to do that, I'm going to harden this guy. I'm going to make him resist now. Is God allowed to do that? We can also even ask, can we presume, or might we presume, that God knows when a person has crossed a line? In other words, God knows Pharaoh. It would actually take a divine intervention. It would actually take God changing Pharaoh from a free will agent to like shutting off his freedom, turning him into a robot for a few seconds to get him to move the other way and repent. Again, God is not going to do that. We've already had a lot of these conversations like in Unseen Realm and some of these other things. God is not going to step in and trample on a person's free will, because if he did, that person would no longer be an imager of God. The image of God, being an imager of God, is a complete package. We do not get to say, well, yeah, imaging is a status, and to accomplish this status, God shares his attributes with us. And he shares all of his attributes with us except freedom. Because if we let people have human free will, then that ruins our theological system. So we're gonna like pull that one out. You can't do that, because you can't parcel out God's own attributes. God is the complete package. When he shares his attributes with his intelligent creatures, whether it's supernatural beings or us. And again, we have them to a lesser degree. We have life, we have, ability, we have power, we have the ability to think, we have self-awareness, all these things. Okay, these are part and parcel attributes of God. When God shares his abilities with his intelligent beings who are like him, so that we can function as him, as it were, in his place. We can image him. We imitate him. That requires thinking. It requires free will decision making. It requires certain abilities, creative abilities, to do things. Okay, we can't just say we're pulling the free will out of that, because then God wouldn't. It's actually an indispensable attribute. Because otherwise we would not truly be like God. God is not a robot. Neither are we. Neither are the members of God's spiritual world, who are also like him. And I realize it's convenient to withdraw free will for the sake of a theological system. I'm not interested in theological systems. This is one of the reasons why. I think it's cheating. So, God is not going to go to Pharaoh and dispense with his free will or shut it off for a few seconds, either way to get him to do something. God is going to be setting circumstances knowing if a person has crossed the line. I mean, there is a sin unto death, folks. Okay, the New Testament actually does talk about this. There is a point when God will act, and there's no longer the ability to turn around and go the other way. Okay, if God knows that in the New Testament, in 1 John, it has nothing to do with salvation. It just means that you can't turn from your course. This is a sin now that is going to be, you're either going to do something self-destructive and you're going to die, or God's going to step in and judge you, or whatever. There is a point when God knows there is a point of no return for that person. God knows these things. Okay, so we have to give this latitude that God possesses. We have to let him have it. We have to let him be who he is. And what he's not going to do is turn people into puppets, now and then, just to cheat, just to game the system. What he is going to do is he's going to engineer and steer circumstances. And people are going to react the way people do predictably. And some people have just already sailed. I mean, that ship has already sailed for them. That is who they are now. And I think Pharaoh, again, with his hardness, his bloated sense of his own divinity, and his hardness against other gods, and basically anything that would lessen his own glory. This is who he is. This is who he is. So I don't think we can really coherently say God is doing something against Pharaoh's will. It's quite in concert with Pharaoh's will, what's going on here. And again, God is creating the set of circumstances with his own people, knowing that his own people are going to suffer, as things start to turn, but this is God's mechanism to, again, call Moses, to send Moses back to Egypt and to judge the wickedness of the Egyptians. Could God step in and make sure that none of the righteous ever suffer? That's like asking, could God do something where no one ever suffers today, and there is no evil? Yeah, he could. He could just wipe everybody out, or turn them all into robots, and then turn off the electricity, and there we go. God doesn't do that. Again, he has made us who we are. We are like him. And God essentially plays within the sandbox that God has created for himself. Because to change the rules would be to sort of admit a boo-boo, or I must have lacked wisdom here. I would have made the sandbox differently. No, God is going to operate within the parameters that God himself has set up in creating us as we are, creating humanity as humanity is. And God is big enough, again, to get the job done. And we need to trust him, and knowing that he's not just going to shut off people's free will. People will suffer. The innocent will suffer. The righteous will suffer. But again, if we're believers, this world is not our home. We have to trust the sovereignty of God, that God knows what he's doing. He is steering all things to the end to which he wants everything to go. And in the end, we, the redeemed, will be blessed, maybe not in this life, but in the life to come. I mean, this is just all big theological stuff. And it's actually all consistent. It does work coherently together, even though it's not always comfortable. What we want is we want biblical theology to work out where we're always comfortable, where we never suffer, we never have pain and things like this. Okay, we live in a fallen world. That's not going to be the way it works. And the only way it can work a different way is for God to undo the image, make us into something we're not, to reverse what he's already done, and then God admits, I made a huge mistake. I mean, again, we have to be theologically consistent. We have to, again, trust God that things are going to operate the way he has intended them to operate. Ultimately, the outcome, he's going to get the outcome he wants, but he has to play within the parameters that he himself has created. And I've lectured about this a lot of times, that God deemed this preferable than to creating robots, because robots can't, there is no free will there. There's that's not the only thing you lose. You lose love. Okay, it can't be genuine if you're a robot. You lose an awful lot the other way. But what comes with it is, again, the propensity for evil, because all of God's free will beings, all of his imagers, we may be like him, but we are not him. We lack his perfect nature. We are lesser, and it's just not going to work out perfectly because we are not perfect. And again, God knows this, but he deems that preferable than to not having us at all. So again, this is big picture theological stuff. Again, I've lectured a lot, on this kind of thing out on YouTube, so I'm sort of sorry for the rabbit trail here, but I think it's essential that when we look at hardening, it's still the same picture. We do not have to look at the text and be driven to God being a puppet master now. It doesn't have to work that way. And in fact, I think in Pharaoh's particular instance, that's really incoherent, because God isn't changing him. He is who he is. And God is steering circumstances to exploit Pharaoh's own hardness, his own condition. And yes, God does harden him to string him out for God's own purposes. And so one of the questions is God allowed to do that? He's God. He can judge evil in any way he wants to judge it. And this is how it worked out with Pharaoh. Another thought. Must we take a direct view of God's hardening as indicative of how God works in every instance, in every person who does not believe or who does not obey? Again, that is deterministic thinking, and it's silly. Think about it. Again, I don't want to, I do want to pick on systems, but I'm not going to call any particular systems out here. But there is a propensity to take what God does in one case, Pharaoh, and say, well, this is what God does everywhere. This is what God does in the heart of every person who doesn't believe. God makes them not believe. He makes them so they can't believe. In other words, we take this one instance, and again, I think, ignoring the earlier context of who Pharaoh is, but for the sake of the discussion, we look at God doing something with one guy, and then we assume that it works this way. God does it this way with every last person who's ever lived. Why? Why do we make that jump? Okay, do you realize if you're in this group, if you have this theological bent, that yes, I'm going to use this verse and I'm going to extrapolate it to all humanity. Anybody who doesn't believe couldn't ever believe, because God had already decided that, and God turns every heart one way or the other way, and that person can't resist. They don't have real free. Okay, if that's what you're going to do, then realize what you've done. Good luck with people who are really thinking about this under your care or in your church, because then you can have someone say, well, I wouldn't have cheated on my wife if God had intervened in my heart and taken my lust away. But God didn't intervene in my heart and take my lust away. So I had to cheat on my wife, didn't I? Really? See, then you're going to have people who want to say, yep, that's true, but we're still going to, then they're going to make some stand on the head argument about you're still morally responsible. Look, if the person can't do anything else, I know you can construct an argument that somehow, in some convoluted way, makes the person morally responsible. But that is sophistry. That's what that is. It's sophistry. And that might sound harsh, but I really believe that's what that is. Because you don't want people to apply your own system in other ways. And so you have to find escape valves. You have to build escape valves into your system. And that's the problem. Okay, we need to get away from systems that need escape valves and so on and so forth, and try to look at how God can be the ultimate agent behind things without, the deterministic thinking. This is just the way a lot of people within the evangelical world think, and they really don't want people to apply their own thinking, their own system in all sorts of ways, but they could, and they would be consistent in their application. It's just a shame. Let me look at two other passages real quickly before we wrap up here. I think passages like Judges 14:4, and of course the old familiar one in 1 Kings 22 kind of help here. Let's take the 1 Kings 22 instance because that's the most familiar. If divine counsel stuff, this is Micaiah's vision, with Ahab, where God has decided it's time for Ahab to die, and the prophet has this vision of what's going on in heaven. God is having a divine council meeting, and the spirits there, the heavenly host, who are called spirits in the passage, are debating. One says one thing, another says another, because God has let them participate in the decision of how Ahab is going to die. We already know Ahab's going to get judged, but God says, okay, how do we want to do this? He lets them participate. So one spirit steps forward and says, I got it. I'll be a lying spirit in the mouth of his prophets. That'll get Ahab to go up to remote Gilead, and he'll bite the dust there, right? So God says, you're going to succeed. Go out and do that. So God allows, again, in this case, free will beings of his heavenly host to participate in a decision. God knows that the right set of circumstances are created, and Ahab will behave predictably. And God will use that set of circumstances and Ahab's predictable behavior to judge Ahab. Okay? Judges 14:4. This is Samson. It's a little less familiar. I'll just start at the first verse. Samson went down to Timnah, and at Timnah he saw one of the daughters of the Philistines. Then he came up and told his father and mother, I saw one of the daughters of the Philistines at Timnah. Now get her for me as my wife. But his father and mother said to him, Is there not a woman among the daughters of your relatives or among all our people that you must go to take a wife from the uncircumcised Philistines? But Samson said to his father, get her for me, for she is right in my eyes. Basically, that's who I want. She's pretty hot. Okay. And then verse 4, we have this. His father and mother did not know that it was from the Lord, for he, the Lord, was seeking an opportunity against the Philistines. At that time, the Philistines ruled over Israel. Now, it was from the Lord. If you're the deterministic, God made Samson choose a wife outside of the Israelites. So God made Samson sin, and he did that so that God could justify beating up on the Philistines. And Samson couldn't do any other choice because there's no such thing as real free will. So God made Samson sin, and we know that for sure because Samson could not sin. Okay. It was from the Lord. Why can't we say, God knows Samson really well? He knows how Samson's mind works. Okay. Why can't we have God behind the circumstances of Samson's little trip to Timnah and behind the circumstances of Samson laying eyes on this babe, okay, knowing what Samson's going to do and how that is going to, again, be another little wheel behind a whole set of other circumstances. And the wheels are going to start turning, and God is going to use Samson's own decision in a specific set of circumstances to judge not only the Philistines, but to judge Samson too. Because Samson suffers, for his own decisions. He reaps what he sows, but ultimately to judge the Philistines and deliver his people from the Philistines. Why can't we have God, again, behind the scenes, steering circumstances in accord with the propensities of human behavior, which God knows really, really well? And again, God knows Samson is not innocent, okay, here. Samson has chosen a path. Samson has made a series of bad, flawed decisions. Samson's character has been formed by Samson, okay? And God knows all this very well. God can still be in charge of what's going on without going down an absurd and I think, frankly, self-contradictory, theologically contradictory, deterministic trajectory. See, again, this is part of the problem. If for those committed to a deterministic view, they seem to assume that God can't be in charge of things without one-to-one direct causation. And I would submit to you that God can be in charge. God will have his way. He doesn't need to shut off, flip switches. Today you have free will except for a few seconds because I need you to do that. God doesn't need to do that. He will get his way in the end, one way or the other. But again, we sort of assume certain things about how this would work. And I'm just trying to get you to think about, well, do we really need to go down this road when there's this other road over here that might, work just fine, okay? So by way of summary, this is sort of the way, I just approach the whole subject. When God does things, he doesn't do things to make things, to shut people's free will off. In the case of the Israelites in Egypt, he doesn't do things just to make things worse for the righteous. I mean, there's a whole set of things going on, and God is putting things into motion. God creates circumstances. He puts circumstances in motion to vindicate or deliver the righteous through the judgment of his and their enemies. And since we live in a fallen world, the righteous will suffer along the way. That will happen because, again, we're living in a fallen world, but the free will imaging box that we talked about earlier. Again, we could ask, why doesn't God just strike the wicked dead? Why doesn't he just clean house? Well, again, to get rid of all evil, we know what he'd have to do. The consistent pattern of Scripture isn't that sort of behavior. Rather, God works through boots-on-the-ground circumstances. He works through people whom he knows will act and behave in certain ways on both sides. This is the interplay of a sovereign mind and free will beings. God steers people via events. and relationships, circumstances, those sorts of things. He does things that prompt the need for the person under judgment to make a decision, and then their decision is predictable. One could ask, why doesn't God try to influence people to make a right decision contrary to their ingrained free will propensity? Answer, because God has decided to judge them. God is allowed to judge evil. Okay, he's allowed to judge evil. If we don't honor if we don't let God be allowed to judge evil, if we don't honor that, if we don't just live with the fact that God has a right to judge evil, if we expect God to steer everyone toward righteousness and repentance instead of judging evil, then we're saying that we are more moral than God. We're saying God is morally wrong to judge sin. Well, if I was God, I'd give them a chance. How do we know how many chances God already has given a person? God is allowed to judge sin. He is not morally suspect if he decides to judge sin. Again, we just don't know what God has been doing in a person's life, and that person has just shut off, God, that they've chosen their own path. God knows the direction of a person's heart, and if he decides to judge them, he will steer the circumstances toward that end, knowing that a person will follow course. Sometimes, God does do something dramatic to invade a person's life. I mean, that does happen too. And that's up to God, to decide. Like Paul. I mean, he directly encounters Paul on the Damascus Road. But here's a question. On what basis is God obligated to do that for everybody? What's the basis for that? And if you say, well, he is required to do that for everybody, then you've just said God has no right and no authority to judge evil. That's what you've said. The result of all that is a theology that says God isn't allowed to judge wickedness. He is. God has chosen to create free will beings. Again, the whole imaging idea. He's not going to reverse that decision. It's his own decision. He did things that way, else he'd be, incapable of creating an intelligent creature, humanity, that's truly like him. God will therefore use human will to set people up for judgment. That's what we learn in Exodus here with the hardening of Pharaoh's heart. He may intervene dramatically, which would be a special act of grace for his own reasons, but he's not obligated to do that for everybody, because that would mean that God is, again, not allowed to judge evil. Could Paul have refused to obey the call? That's a debate. How about Moses, though? How can we say that Moses could not have disobeyed God's call? Moses tried to disobey God's call. And even after the burning bush, remember, Moses returns to Jethro's house and God meets him again. Remember that? Moses could have said no, but God, and again, stays with him. Does God have to do that? No, God doesn't have to do anything, but he chooses to do that. He even, again, graciously gives Moses a backup visitation after Moses goes back and returns to Jethro's place. God isn't required to do that kind of stuff for everybody. And not everybody will need it. At any point, we all, think of it this way. We all deserve alienation from God because, of our sin. None of us deserve salvation. God is never in our debt. He may choose to judge. He may not. He knows he knows the circumstances. He knows what is the best thing to do for his own purposes. He is allowed, again, to make either decision. For us to judge God is frankly arrogant. It's hubris in every way. God seeks to persuade people to do this or that. He uses other people, again, as his agents of persuasion. He uses a whole, bunch of other things to create circumstances. But God is allowed to intervene or not at his own discretion. And in Pharaoh's case, Pharaoh already was who he was. God steps in to string him out, again, for God's own purposes. Frankly, we should be grateful that God persisted with each of us in the ways that he did, because he didn't have to. Again, God could have just said, all right, it's time to judge. And a lot of us, God did judge us. He did judge sin, but he didn't do it in sort of a final way. There was no finality toward it. But with some people that happens. Again, God knows the whole set of circumstances of everyone's life. And again, I think the big lesson here is not to presume, and I'm using that word very deliberately because I think it is quite presumptive. We ought not presume that we need or must go down the path of this total determinism to understand what's going on between God and Pharaoh in these passages. We don't. We don't. So again, just a caution there, and I hope you will, take a look at Chisholm's article. I think it's really worth a look. And again, my only gripe with it is that I think we need to just more intentionally think about where Pharaoh was already at. God is not flipping switches in this guy. He is already who he is. And so we do not need to have a switch flipping deity. We can have a deity, we can have a God who decides to judge and sets up circumstances whereby judgment will happen, and also, in Israel's case, deliverance. God is ultimately in control, but that does not have to mean direct deterministic thinking. What I wanted to do today was sort of provide an introduction to the plagues, kind of like how do scholars think about these things, and then take some of that in terms of the approaches and then talk about the first plague.
Well, I'm hoping that you're going to give us a clue as to what the blood type was that God turned the water to. I'm curious if it's O negative, because we've covered O negative.
I was going to say, you want me to say it's O negative
Yes.
with RH?
Some ancient document somewhere they knew about blood types, and it's O negative.
For those of you who aren't privy to the joke, go over to peeranormal.com and look for the episode on RH negative blood. Then you'll get it. You'll get the funny. You may even chuckle at that point. But yeah, no. Boy, you're in rare form today, Trey.
Hey, yeah.
All right. Well, like I said, we are going to have an introduction to the plagues here, and that's how I'll start. And then we'll get into the first plague and how, again, some of the perspectives on the plagues, how that sort of helps us think about the first one that's in Exodus 7, and we'll do the same thing as we go through the rest of the plagues too. But since we're at Exodus 7, 14 through 25, let me just read that, and then we'll jump into how scholars approach the whole subject of the plagues. So beginning in verse 14, then the Lord said to Moses, Pharaoh's heart is hardened. He refuses to let the people go. Go to Pharaoh in the morning as he is going out to the water. Stand on the bank of the Nile to meet him, and take in your hand the staff that turned into a serpent. And you shall say to him, the Lord, the God of the Hebrews, sent me to you, saying, let my people go, that they may serve me in the wilderness. But so far you have not obeyed. Thus says the Lord, by this you shall know that I am the Lord. Behold, with the staff that is in my hand I will strike the water that is in the Nile, and it shall turn into blood. The fish in the Nile shall die, and the Nile will stink, and the Egyptians will grow weary of drinking water from the Nile. And the Lord said to Moses, say to Aaron, take your staff and stretch out your hand over the waters of Egypt, over their rivers, their canals, and their ponds, and all their pools of water, so that they may become blood. And there shall be blood throughout all the land of Egypt, even in vessels of wood and in vessels of stone. Moses and Aaron did as the Lord commanded. In the sight of Pharaoh and in the sight of his servants, he lifted up the staff and struck the water in the Nile. And all the water in the Nile turned into blood, and the fish in the Nile died, and the Nile stank, so that the Egyptians could not drink water from the Nile. There was blood throughout all the land of Egypt. But the magicians of Egypt did the same by their secret arts. So Pharaoh's heart remained hardened, and he would not listen to them as the Lord had said. Pharaoh turned and went into his house, and he did not take even this to heart. And all the Egyptians dug along the Nile for water to drink, for they could not drink the water of the Nile. 7 full days passed after the Lord had struck the Nile. So the chapter ends with, the plague on the Nile, and then we get, a 7-day interval until we get to the next plague, and we'll hit that next time. But this is one of the plagues, and the majority, are focused specifically on the Egyptians and not on the Hebrews. You'll notice as we read that there's no reference that the Hebrews had this problem as well. That's not going to be true with every plague, but again, for the majority it is. But rather than sort of focus on the minutia, and we'll come back again to some of the details here in the first plague, I want to start here by talking about how scholars approach the whole topic. And I'm going to be referencing, for the most part, John Currid's book, and I alluded to this in our very first episode, and I think a couple of times in other episodes, but he has written a book called Ancient Egypt and the Old Testament. It's Baker Books. It's not an expensive book. Currid is trained in Egyptology and in Old Testament, so this is a good source for thinking about things in Exodus and also about Egyptian material that occurs in other books. So Currid has a whole section on approaches to the plagues. It's over 15 pages long, so he devotes a good bit of attention to it. And he says, the way he breaks things down, we'll just go with it because he's talking about who thinks about the plagues in what way the most. Okay, so he breaks there are four views down. He breaks the four views down into two and two. So there are four basic approaches to how we might understand the plagues, and the two most held, what Currid would call the major positions, we'll start with. So the first one is that the plagues are natural disasters. This is probably among just scholars in general, whether they're evangelical or not. This is probably the majority view. So Currid writes in regard to this, in general, this interpretation, again, that the plagues are natural disasters, attempts to explain the plagues of Egypt as typical natural phenomena of antiquity. Various scholars have tried to prove through textual evidence that similar plagues occurred frequently in the ancient Near East. And Currid has a footnote there that I'm going to get to in a moment, but I'll just continue with his quote. He writes that such events occur even today in Egypt has been used to argue for the historicity of the plagues. In addition, this position holds that the order of the plagues was naturally progressive. That is, each plague was a cause or a catalyst of the subsequent plague. They built upon one another. So that's the end of that quotation. And in a footnote, if you're interested in sort of other material as far as the plagues being natural phenomenon, he provides a couple of sources, and I'll just give them to you here. Stieglitz's article, and this is an older article, but it's kind of a standard reference point in Biblical Archaeology Review, Volume 13. This was 1987. He wrote an article called Ancient Records and the Exodus Plagues. For a good summary of this view, you could consult Hoffmeyer's article in Anchor Yale Bible Dictionary, just as his entry on plagues in Egypt, and I will be referencing that a bit in this episode. Nahum Sarna, in his book Exploring Exodus, The Heritage of Biblical Israel, has, again, good summaries of this. And David Livingstone, The Plagues and the Exodus. That's in a journal that's fairly obscure to find, Archaeology and Biblical Research, Volume 4, 1991. Now, that one you can find online if you just Google that. So Google Livingstone and then Plagues and Exodus, and you will find a link to that particular article, which is good because that journal's, I don't even think it's published anymore. But again, there you have a good summary. Now, this view, not surprisingly, has a long history. It goes well back into the 19th century, and it kind of gained traction due to the influence of Flinders Petrie, who was a very famous Syro-Palestinian archaeologist, also a very famous Egyptologist. And Currid has a nice summary of sort of Petrie's influence here, and I'll read that. Flinders Petrie popularized the position, and with the publication of his Egypt and Israel, and that was a book, it became the dominant understanding of the plagues. Petrie took the issue a step further by claiming that the plagues were not only a natural sequence, but also the consequences of seasonal changes. In particular, they followed the cycle of the inundation of the Nile River. And at this point, Currid is going to quote from Petrie, and I'll read you Petrie here. The river turned to blood with the fish dying. Was the unwholesome stagnant Nile just at the lowest before the inundation, when it is red and swarming with organisms? The Egyptians have to resort to wells and cisterns at this time in the early part of June. Okay, now let me just stop there. This is Petrie writing, and you'll notice at the end of Exodus 7, there was this reference that the Egyptians had to dig along the Nile for water to drink. And you would think, well, wouldn't that be blood too? Because it was blood even in the jugs and the jars and stuff like that. Again, the narrative, the Exodus narrative actually doesn't say whether their digging for water along the Nile was successful or not. But it's interesting that Petrie picks up on this, and he observed the same thing happening in Egypt while he was there on one of his many campaigns during the low point of the Nile, when it turns red because of the soil, then it's you can't drink it. So back to Petrie's quote, the Egyptians have to resort to wells and cisterns at this time in the early part of June. The frogs abound after the inundation has come in July. The plagues of insects, murrain, and boils belong to the hot summer and damp, unwholesome autumn. The hail and rain came in January. This is closely fixed by the effect on the crops. The barley must have been up early for the wheat to be yet hidden or hardly sprouting. This would show that it was planted early in November, in ear by the middle of January, and ripe early in March. The flax has similar seasons, and the wheat is a month later. The locusts come in the spring over the green crops about February. The sandstorms bring a thick darkness that may be felt in March at the break of the hot winds. And the last plague, the death of the firstborn, was at the Exodus in April. The intervals are about a month apart. From the middle of January to mid-April, the time agrees to the months. And that's from Flinders, Egypt and Israel, which was published in 1911. You notice how he didn't really explain the last plague, and that's going to become an issue. But Currid adds at the end of that quotation, according to Petrie's calculations, then, the plagues upon Egypt were natural events occurring in less than a 12-month period. So, again, that view, published in 1911, sort of became the dominant view in scholarship. And you can see where it appears to have some coherence to it, some alignment at least. Again, it has weaknesses, but that quotation from Petrie doesn't really betray them. We'll get to that in a moment. But you can see how this would sound sort of reasonable, okay? Now, the most recent scholarly defense of this view, though, is that of Greta Hort. And this comes from an article that she published in 1957 called The Plagues of Egypt. It's in the journal abbreviated ZAW, the Zeitschrift für Alttestamentliche Wissenschaft. Just put ZAW and you'll probably find it. I don't know if this is going to be available online. Probably isn't. But a summary of her work you would actually find in Hoffmeyer's Anchor Yale Bible Dictionary essay. So if that's a tool, a resource that any reasonable library, any good reference library that includes religion, is going to have that reference source. So you can read it there too, or at least a summary of it. Now, Currid summarizes Greta Hort's work as well. So let me read you his couple paragraphs there. He writes, according to her study, the first 6 plagues clearly reflected the ecosystem of ancient Egypt. Okay, let me just stop there. So she's already sounding like Petrie, but notice that she groups things in the first 6 plagues. Her comments here are the first 6. Okay, just hold that thought. So back to Currid, his summary. The first plague was the result of a high inundation that made the river red with sediment, causing it to look like blood. Concurrent excessive precipitation brought flagellates and their bacteria from mountain lakes and streams, resulting in animal death in the river. The death of the fish polluted the water habitat, a disaster which forced the frogs from the river onto dry land. The frogs then died, and soon thereafter mosquitoes, or lice, and flies multiplied off the dead amphibians. The insects in turn carried disease, probably anthrax, to the land animals and eventually to humans. Plagues 7 through 9 were not related sequentially, but they had in common their origination in the atmosphere. Again, whatever that means. This is Currid's wording. Hort emphasized the naturalistic character of these plagues, detailing frequent similar occurrences in Egypt. The final plague may have been merely a reflection of the high infant mortality rate of ancient Egypt. That's the end of Currid's summary of Hort's view. Again, you can see she's right in the tradition of Petrie, maybe a bit more nuanced in the discussion. Again, this is the dominant view in scholarship, just general scholarship. And not surprisingly, this is the view that is held. This view is mostly held by those who would deny any supernatural causation to the plagues. Though that isn't a truism. I mean, you will find evangelicals who find coherence in this to some extent, but they won't go the full 9 yards and just rule out the supernatural for maybe a couple of them, or they'll weave the supernatural somewhere into the narrative and then use sort of the natural phenomenon that has been witnessed in Egypt as an explanation. So they'll get God in there somewhere, but they don't view the plagues as having sort of a direct divine causation. Maybe death of the firstborn or something like that. There'll be some allowance somewhere. Now, Currid notes again about this whole sort of, who's in what camp. He writes this. He says, those scholars who hold that the plagues were natural disasters are generally of two camps. Some believe that the fact that the plagues can be explained as natural phenomena actually serves as confirmation of the supernatural. There are some of those. In other words, if the biblical material detailing the natural phenomena is true, then it follows the entire narrative, including the supernatural elements, is accurate. Let me just stop there. So Currid is saying, some would say, well, look, if the writer got this right, observing natural phenomena, then, we have to take him at his word as well when it comes to the supernatural causation. So, some are going to try to put God in the narrative that way. Back to Currid, he writes, most interpreters, however, argue that the commonplace occurrence of phenomena akin to the plagues of Egypt actually explains away the miraculous. The divine or theological elements in the text are merely the author's attempt to dress up a simple naturalistic account. Present-day scholars overwhelmingly adhere to the latter position, which I just had noted. Now, on the surface, again, you can look at this, and what Petrie says and what Hort says kind of works, at least for the first 6, kind of works reasonably well. But the need for a sequential break for plagues, 7 through 9, is in my view kind of telling. I mean, that exposes a real weakness here. And the death of the firstborn hardly seems explainable by natural disaster or just the general infant mortality rate. The language is just far more specific than that. And I guess to Currid's credit, he's less generous than the way I just summarized that. So I'll just so that you can get a feel for how Currid thinks about this. He writes, the interpretation of the plagues as natural disasters has obvious weaknesses and breaks down under careful scrutiny. First of all, nowhere in the 6 chapters detailing the plagues is there any hint of one plague's having been the source of another plague. Okay, that's important. Only by mere speculation can one argue from the text that the frogs were infected with anthrax. Okay, that's a little shot at Hort. And Currid adds, and only by mere speculation can you argue that the disease was passed on to land animals by lice. And the text doesn't say that. Second, Currid observes, the ecological sequence crumbles after the 6th plague because the hailstones of the 7th plague had no relation to the anthrax of plague 6. In addition, plagues 7 through 9 had no chronological connection with one another, even though there was a conceptual relationship. And the 10th plague had absolutely no link with the previous plagues. Finally, the argument that plagues 1 and 10 were simply natural phenomena is difficult to defend. The theory that the first plague was symbolic, the water did not turn into blood but merely look like it, cannot be supported by the text. In no way does the book of Exodus present that plague as having been metaphorical in nature. Rather, it relates the disaster as direct historical narrative. So that's, a summary of, and I would agree with Currid, his criticisms there. So the natural disaster view, which again is the dominant view, that has the veneer of coherence. It has the veneer of reasonableness that it covers the necessary ground, but it actually doesn't when you sort of probe it a little bit. Now, the second major view or the major approach to the plagues is what Currid and others would call the literary creations view. And again, just to summarize it, this is a little, in terms of its history, it's a little more recent than the natural phenomenon view. You can trace this to the early 20th century. Currid, he does note that this one seems to be getting more and more support as time goes on. The basic idea is that behind each plague is a kernel of history that was dressed up in the telling of the story. In other words, we have mythic history here, but mythic history not being, real history. And again, if you're confused by that terminology, you need to go back to the very first episode that we did introducing the book of Exodus, and I talked about mythic history. I think mythic history is history. And there are a number of reasons why I think it's methodologically flawed to impose our modern sense of history and what we think history requires on ancient texts, and then turn out we hit the end of that road and say, well, the ancient stuff isn't real history. Well, we can't apply the tools of modern historical validation to our own lives. I couldn't write my own biography and have and meet the criteria of modern history, and that, again, just a simple observation like that, tells me that maybe we're just not approaching this the right way. Because I do know my story. I was there, became an eyewitness, but nevertheless I can't meet the criteria, and neither can any of you to tell my story or your own story. So I think we need to rethink what we're asking for there. But anyway, back to the literary creations view. Basically, the literary creations view is saying, well, there's something that happened here, and then the writer of Exodus is sort of putting a theological spin on it. So scholars who hold this view believe the text, they're on a spectrum here. They're going to believe something is historical in there. They're going to believe something is ahistorical or fabricated in there. It's going to be a mixed bag. So they're going to deny the historicity in some respects, and they're going to try to affirm it in others. Their approach is a literary approach. They're looking at what the author is doing with sort of boots on the ground events, and then trying to sort of judge the result of that literary production as, well, there's something that went on here, but it's theological spin, and chances are good that some of it's basically on target, that hasn't been spun up too much. But then there's going to be other things that are just, he just sort of went off the deep end on his description of this or that. So it's going to be a mixed bag here. Now, there are two other views, and I'll telegraph where I'm at. I like both of these views. I think they work well in tandem together. But we'll take them one at a time. The two other views are, if you're numbering this, number 3, the polemic view, Polemic, the polemic view. And this is the idea that the 10 plagues were directed against specific Egyptian deities. If you want a little bit more source material here, you could get Charles Ayling's book, Egypt and Bible History. It's 1981. It's an older book, but again, Chuck has a lot of Egyptological training, so it's worthwhile. J.J. Davis, Moses and the Gods of Egypt. That's also old, 1986, but again, still worthwhile. And G.A.F. Knight, Theology as Narration. I'm not familiar with that book. I'm familiar with the other two, but that's an Erdman's title. It's even older, 1976. So those would be 3 sort of starting points if you're interested in, pursuing this perspective. But Currid comments on this view. Again, this is the polemic view. And he writes this. He says, there should be no question that the biblical authors understood the plagues in that manner. In other words, as a polemic. The book of Numbers, for example, reports, quote, the Egyptians were burying all their firstborn whom the Lord had struck down among them. The Lord had also executed judgments on their gods, unquote. That's Numbers 33, verse 4. In fact, the plague account itself contains similar wording. Quote, for I will go through the land of Egypt on that night and will strike down all the firstborn in the land of Egypt, both man and beast, and against all the gods of Egypt I will execute judgments. I am the Lord, unquote. That's Exodus 12:12. So Currid says the idea that the disasters that Egypt experienced were a mockery of that land and its customs is unmistakable. The scriptures even use the term mockery. That's the Hebrew term alal for God's judgment upon Egypt. That's in Exodus 10, verse 2. So that's, again, in the narrative portion about the plagues. So again, the polemic view is that plagues are what they are, specifically because they have something to do with judging the gods of Egypt. Now, I'm not going to go into the details at this point, when I'm done summarizing the approaches of the plagues, we're going to hit the first plague, and then I'll apply some of this. And I can, again, I'll just telegraph where I'm headed here. There are polemic elements, in the first plague, and I'll talk about those in a moment. But there are also elements, or at least I think the fourth approach, helps us to get a good flavor for what's going on in Exodus as well. And the fourth view is that the plagues are examples of decreation. Now, this is also a literary argument, and this one might be unfamiliar to a lot of you in the audience, but I'll use Currid's explanation for this. He has a nice summary of it. He writes, many scholars have pointed out that Exodus 1 through 15, so the first 15 chapters, owes much of its structure, language, and theology to the Genesis creation account. As Warren Gage states, quote, the Exodus history of the Hexateuch, that's the Pentateuch, 5 books plus the book following, is so structured as to be a redemptive reenactment of creation, unquote. So let me just stop there. So this view is saying that if you look at Exodus 1 through 15 carefully, there are going to be parts of that chunk of Exodus that directly hook back into the creation account in Genesis, and the plagues are part of this. But of course, the plagues would not be about creation. It would be about the reversal of creation, and hence it's called decreation. So Currid writes, in other words, the account of the deliverance of Israel out of the oppression of Egypt through the plagues and the crossing of the Red Sea reflects the narrative of the original creation. Although the creation theme is reflected in many passages of Exodus, we will take time to consider only 3 of them. And then he goes into his book and he talks about how this works in 3 places. So I would say, again, go back to the original episode that began our series on Exodus, and we talk about the relationship of Exodus to Genesis, and that'll give you a little bit of flavor for what we're talking about here. But specifically, again, we'll focus in on the plagues. There are things about the plagues that the way they're described, and even the order and the structure, and so on and so forth, that sort of mimes creation material in Genesis. And so scholars have observed this and thought, why would the author be writing it that way? And so this idea that the plagues are an intentional, not retelling, but detelling of creation, there must be something to that. That must be done for some theological messaging. And again, I think that's a good trajectory. Now, Currid adds a little bit more information by way of examples here. We'll just pick a couple. He writes, the first 5 verses, for instance, show awareness. This is the first 5 verses of Exodus, the whole book. Show awareness of the Genesis tradition of the 70 persons descended from the patriarch Jacob. That happens in Genesis 46, 26 through 27. Most importantly, the biblical writer describes the Zitzim Laban, that's the life setting, of Israel in terms of the cultural mandate of Genesis 1:28. Quote, but the sons of Israel were fruitful and increased greatly and multiplied and became exceedingly mighty so that the land was filled with them, unquote. That's Exodus 1:7. And the point is the language there sounds a lot like Genesis 1:28. Be fruitful and multiply, fill the earth. So scholars look at that and say, well, okay, the writer obviously knows the wording of Genesis, and he's using the wording here to describe something else, so he must be trying to strike a connection. Second example from Currid, the water ordeal Moses underwent is reminiscent of the redemption of Noah in Genesis 6 through 8. After the birth of Moses, his mother Jochebed could not hide him for more than 3 months. So she placed him in a gomeh teva, that's a wicker basket, Exodus 2:3. The first term, gomeh, is an Egyptian word that means papyrus. Teva, an Egyptian word which means chest or coffin, is also used in reference to Noah's Ark, believe it or not. Noah's Ark is called a teva, okay, back in the flood account. One should observe, Currid writes as well, that in Exodus 2:3, Jochebed covers the wicker basket with tar and pitch, just as Noah did the ark, Genesis 6:14. The deliverance of Noah can be viewed as a recreation because God directs the cultural mandate of Genesis 1:28 to Noah and his offspring. Quote, and God blessed Noah and his sons and said to them, be fruitful and multiply and fill the earth. That's Genesis 9:1. That command is the same decree that the Hebrews were fulfilling in Exodus 1 as they multiplied and increased in Egypt. So the deliverance of Israel out of Egypt is being cast by the biblical writer as a recreation. And again, when it comes to the plagues, scholars are going to argue that since that sort of takes the land apart or reverses order, that's like a decreation. And again, we'll get to the point of how that might work theologically when we hit the first plague here in a moment. Finally, Curd writes that the Exodus is a second act of creation is evident in Exodus 13 through 15. The Genesis creation account served as the paradigm for Israel's deliverance at the sea. That is to say, the redemptive creation of Israel at the sea is cast in the same narrative style of original creation, as the pillar of divine presence brings light into darkness, Exodus 13:21. Of course, that corresponds to the first creation day. And as the waters are divided, in Exodus 14:1, think of Genesis 1:6 there, on the second day, and end language on the second day. The dry land emerges, Exodus 14:29. That's what happens on the third creation day. In Deuteronomy 30:11, God's tender care of Israel after she had passed through the sea is likened to an eagle's hovering over and protecting its newborn. The Hebrew term rachaf, hovers, used here in Deuteronomy 32:11, also occurs in Genesis 1:2, where the Spirit of God hovered. It's the same Hebrew verb. And Curd notes those are the only two occurrences of rachaf in the Pentateuch. He, of course, is correct there, that the biblical author is drawing a parallel between the original creation account and the Exodus narrative is further confirmed by his use of the Hebrew term tohu. Okay, remember in Genesis 1:2, in the beginning God created the heavens and the earth. And then, now the earth was tohu vabohu, formless and empty, or however that gets translated. That's Genesis 1:2. Well, that term is used in Deuteronomy 32:10 to describe the wilderness that they're wandering through, in the Exodus narrative. Curd says he also used, again, the author also used the word to characterize the conditions of the original creation. As with Rachaf, tohu also appears nowhere else in the Pentateuch. So that's the end of Curd's treatment there. Now, if you want to get a fuller glimpse of these correspondences, I'm going to send Trey a PDF file, a chart that is drawn from Curd's book, where he puts a lot of this stuff in chart form, and you can see the parallels, and they're actually pretty interesting. So you could take a look at that. So this view, again, the decreation view, has God in effect demolishing creation order in the same manner that he erected creation order back in Genesis. Why would God do this? Well, to the Hebrew reader, again, the Israelite, reading his Bible or her Bible, the point would be telegraphed that I guess we know now who has sovereign control of the order of creation. It's the God of Israel. And they would be able to see the correspondences in their text. So there's a theological point being made. This is also a big deal with Egypt because of the Egyptian concept of ma'at. That's M-A-A-T. Now, I've mentioned this before, but the Egyptian of ma'at is sort of the way things are supposed to be because this is the way that the gods created them to be or intended all things to be. It's a cosmic and an earthly and a social order. It's the order of everything. Everything is the way the gods intend. And it was Pharaoh's job, as the incarnation of Horus, it was his job to maintain that order. That was a specific task in Egyptian religion. So Pharaoh is supposed to maintain Ma'at as it was bestowed on earth by Ra, and of course, the whole pantheon and all this kind of stuff. So Curd describes Ma'at this way. Let me just read his little summary. Ma'at was a result of the first creation, and this is Egyptian theology, and part of the inherent structure of creation. Ma'at held order together. Ma'at, therefore, was the antithesis of chaos. It was a dynamic force not limited to the initial structure of creation, but always necessary because the veracity of the forces of chaos continued to menace the very existence of the created world. Consequently, the Egyptians strove to maintain Ma'at in their earthly existence. Ma'at was not merely an ideal concept removed from daily living, but the model for human behavior. Humans had to struggle to preserve Ma'at and to keep cosmic balance upon the earth. In ancient Egypt, the king had the duty to maintain Ma'at. He was considered the personification of universal order. Thus, in the instruction for King Meri Ka Ra, that's an Egyptian text Kurt is referencing here, the pharaoh is advised by his father to, quote, do Ma'at whilst thou endurest upon earth, unquote. Every pharaoh had the obligation to reestablish and reaffirm Ma'at upon accession to the throne. The forces of chaos could upset Ma'at, so at the advent of a new king, order had to be restored. Now, Hoffmeyer, in his Anchor Yale Bible Dictionary article, he notes that this was the point of the plagues, just generally. So again, this will telegraph a little bit where Hoffmeyer's at. And again, I've already told you, I like both the third and fourth view, the polemic view and the decreation view, because the decreation view is a direct attack on Ma'at, the whole Egyptian concept. And it shows that not only Ra and any other Egyptian deity and the pharaoh, they are not in charge of the order of earth. They're not in charge of the order of the cosmos. They're not in charge of anything, okay? You know, the one who maintains this order, and he is going to demonstrate that he is the one who maintains this order by destroying it, okay, by undermining it, by reversing it, to demonstrate that he alone, the God of Israel, namely Yahweh, the one that Pharaoh said, who's this guy, okay? That is the one deity who is in control and who is master of all these things. So that decreation emphasis, that attack on Ma'at, just generally, and we're going to see it, work out in the first plague and other plagues as well, but just generally, it is decreation, and it's also a pretty effective polemic, against the gods of Egypt. But anyway, Hoffmeyer sort of, summarizes this, his view that this is basically the general point. I want to read you what he says in his Anchor Yale Bible Dictionary essay. He writes, the cumulative effect of the plagues on the Egyptian view of cosmic order and the king's role in maintaining it is a major issue in the plagues. From Dynasty 4 onward, okay, that's the Old Kingdom era, the Pyramid Age, all right? From Dynasty 4 onward, the pharaoh bore the title Son of Ra. As such, he was the god of the Egyptian state and was responsible to maintain the cosmic order, Ma'at, on earth that had been established by Ra at creation. Because of the bond that existed between the created order and the king as the incarnate son of Ra, of course he's also the incarnate Horus, he was responsible for the fertility of the land as well as for the proper function of the Nile. And because of the strong bond between the sun god Ra and the king, he was the one who illuminated the two lands. In other words, the upper and lower Egypt, all of Egypt. The vitality of the land was ensured by a number of annual festivals and related rituals over which the king presided. The 9 plagues certainly showed that a cosmic struggle was in progress, and they challenged the king's ability to maintain that cosmic order. If the king failed to execute his duties properly, the land would suffer. In other words, it would be in a state of chaos. The Egyptian term for that is yisfet, which is how Egyptian literature describes the first and second intermediate periods. When a strong king appeared and regained the control of the land, Ma'at was reestablished. Now, it's the end of the first part of the quotation. Hoffmeyer is going to go on, and he quotes from the prophecy of Neferti to illustrate Egyptian theology on this point. So I want to read you that excerpt. He's quoting from ancient Egyptian literature, which is an anthology of Egyptian texts here. And this portion of the prophecy of Neferti reads as follows. Dry is the river of Egypt. One crosses the water on foot. One seeks water for ships to sail on, its course having turned into shoreland. The land is bowed down in distress owing to these feeders, the Asiatics, who roam the land. Foes have risen in the east. Asiatics have come down to Egypt. Ra will withdraw from mankind, though he will rise at his hour. One will not know when noon has come. No one will discern his shadow. No face will be dazzled by seeing him. Then a king will come from the south, Ameni, the justified, his name. Then order, Ma'at, will return to its seat, while chaos, Isfet, is driven away. That's Ancient Egyptian Literature, Volume 1. And Volume 1 of that series, by the way, is Old Kingdom. And so right away you're going to read that, Asiatics. Well, didn't Mike say the Asiatic? That was the Egyptian term, for Semitic people. Yeah, it was. So we have a reference to the sun darkening. We have a reference to the Nile drying up. We've got the land in general distress. Those are two elements that's again sound like the plagues, but this takes us back to a little bit. I mean, this is Old Kingdom stuff, so it's pretty old in Volume 1. It takes us back to that chronological disconnect too. There are things in Egyptian literature that sound like the Exodus plagues. But if you want to know why there's a chronological disconnect, I'm not going to go back into that quagmire. You can listen to the earlier episodes on Exodus as we just were starting the series to know what the issues there are. Hoffmeyer concludes his selection then after quoting the prophecy of Nefertiti with this. He says the plagues of Exodus 7 through 10 would have been understood by Pharaoh and the Egyptians as a direct assault on the king, who was responsible for the proper function of the Nile, the crops, and the sun. This could be why the unnamed Pharaoh of the Exodus is so angered by the signs and wonders. They were beyond the limits of his control. Perhaps his continued obstinacy was due to his hoping he could somehow reestablish himself as the Lord of Ma'at. That's end of Hoffmeyer, but obviously that ain't going to happen. So again, the decreation view I think has real value. I think it serves as a polemic just generally, but I still like the third view, the polemic as well, because there are some clear shots aimed directly at specific Egyptian deities. So we're going to transition now into the first plague. Again, I like both views, 3 and 4. To me, they work nicely together. So let's make a few observations about the first plague in Exodus 7, 14 through 25. That's the Nile turned to blood. So let me just read the 5 of those verses 20 through 25 again. Moses and Aaron did as the Lord commanded. In the sight of Pharaoh and in the sight of his servants, he lifted up the staff and struck the water in the Nile. And all the water in the Nile turned into blood. And the fish in the Nile died, and the Nile stank, so that the Egyptians could not drink water from the Nile. There was blood throughout all the land of Egypt, but the magicians of Egypt did the same by their secret arts. So Pharaoh's heart remained hardened, and he would not listen to them, as the Lord had said. Pharaoh turned and went into his house, and he did not take even this to heart. And all the Egyptians dug along the Nile for water to drink, for they could not drink the water of the Nile. 7 full days passed after the Lord had struck the Nile. So that's the last 5 verses of the chapter. Now the setting, let's just talk about that a little bit. The setting of this confrontation is pretty ironic. It's ironic that Moses meets Pharaoh along the bank of the Nile. It harkens back to Pharaoh's decree after the midwives episode that, quote, every son that is born to the Hebrews you shall cast into the Nile. That was Exodus 2:22. The Nile was, of course, the place where Moses had been placed in the basket as a baby, Exodus 2:3. So just by virtue of the setting, things have come full circle. Again, there's a lot of irony here. We could also note how the Egyptian magicians, they do the same thing. They turn the water to blood. But you realize, again, in light of what we've talked about as far as especially the decreation view, they show by doing that they don't have the power to restore Ma'at either. Pharaoh's the one who's expected to be able to do this. Certainly not his magicians, his handymen, his priestly henchmen, or whatever you want to call these guys. So they make the problem worse. They actually, undermine in a peripheral way Pharaoh's own status. I mean, he's the one who's supposed to be able to reverse this. Oh, yeah, we'll help you out here. We'll make it worse. He can't do anything. So again, there's a lot of irony in that as well, and there's a lot of theological polemic there too. So let's talk about the decreation assault, the assault on Ma'at thing, and the polemic with the first plague, more specifically. Now, the Nile's annual flooding, again, was referred to as the inundation in academic literature. That was actually deified. That was the inundation itself was like a deity concept or a deity sort of thing or figure. Currid notes, quote, "The Nile's inundation was deified and personified as the Egyptian god Hapi." That's Hapi. In fact, as early as the pyramid texts, the Egyptians called the Nile River by the divine name Hapi. They often portrayed the god as a bearded man with female breasts and a hanging stomach, probably to show pregnancy, all of which reflect the concept of fertility. Okay? And indeed, Egyptian writings spoke of Hapi as the one who kept Egypt alive. The hymn to the Nile, for example, taught that life in Egypt came from the Nile. Quote, "O all men who uphold the Aeneid," that's a group of deities, "fear ye the majesty which his Son, the All-Lord, has made by making verdant the two banks. So it is, verdant art thou. So it is, verdant art thou. So it is, O Nile, verdant art thou, who makest man and cattle to live." Verdant is just another term for life-giving, okay? So this is a hymn to the Nile. Again, that in Egyptian theology, all life comes from the Nile. So it's bad news if the Nile is polluted. And Hapi, again, the personified deity figure, the deification of the inundation of the Nile. And when the Nile floods, the inundation, you realize what happens. The Nile floods, it overflows its banks, and that deposits rich soil on either side of the Nile. That's why things can grow. And this isn't like just a few yards. This is miles of soil. This is how Egyptian people eat. They can't grow their crops in sand and in the desert. They depend on the annual regular inundation of the Nile to survive. And again, they refer to the inundation as the deity Hapi. Well, Hapi is either not doing the job or Hapi is weak. Okay, he or she, again, it's sort of a hybrid figure, is weak, when compared next to the God of Israel. The God of Israel has mastered Hapi. It's the God of Israel, the God of the Hebrews that Pharaoh will not recognize, who actually controls the Nile. Again, it's a theological lesson and a pretty frightening one, and one that would make the Egyptians angry, and especially Pharaoh. I mean, probably frighten most of the populace, but Pharaoh, again, he knows what everyone else in the room is thinking. Everyone else in the country is thinking. You're the son of Ra. You are the maintainer of Ma'at. Do something about it. And he can't. He just can't. I mean, it's a public humiliation. It's a public display, not only of Pharaoh, again, perceived as a deity incarnate, not only of Pharaoh's fecklessness, but also Hapi's. And this is how the plagues are going to work. You're going to have decreation elements, and that are going to serve as a general attack on Ma'at, which is by definition an attack on Pharaoh and his status and his power, his divinity. Okay, but you're also going to have individual plagues belittle, make small and show to be weak specific Egyptian deities. So I think both of these things are in play. And to end our episode here, Currid summarizes it this way: this disaster, again, it's just starting with the first plague, this disaster was a demonstration that the true sustenance came only from the hand of Yahweh and not from a false pagan deity of the Egyptians. It's a threat to Egyptian religion generally, because if this condition persists, and the other plagues are going to sort of back up the same point, might the Egyptians be thinking, well, maybe we should worship Yahweh because he's the one that keeps us alive anyway. I mean, this is what's at stake. So you have all of this going on, again, in the backdrop of the Egyptian mind, and the Hebrews. The Hebrews are well aware of this stuff. They've been in Egypt a long time. They sort of know the drill. I'm not going to say they're experts in Egyptian theology, but they kind of know the drill. They kind of know what Egyptians think and how they think about Pharaoh and all that sort of stuff. So what we're going to do in this episode is I'm going to go through plagues number 2 through 9. Again, we'll stop when we hit the death of the firstborn. But how do these concepts of decreation and religious polemic, theological polemic, how are they reflected in these other plagues, Numbers 2 through 9? So that's how we're going to approach this episode, which, again, to do that and not, break it up, we had to go through chapters 8 through 10. Now, I'm not going to read every word of chapters 8 through 10, but what I'll do is I'll go plague by plague, tell you where textually it breaks down, then I'll read an excerpt, from that section, and then just get into some commentary. So the second plague after the Nile is turned to blood, which was plague number 1, is the plague of frogs. Now this is Exodus 8, 1 through 15. Let me just read the first 4 verses here. Then the Lord said to Moses, "Go in to Pharaoh and say to him, 'Thus says the Lord, let my people go, that they may serve me.' But if you refuse to let them go, behold, I will plague all your country with frogs. The Nile shall swarm with frogs that shall come up into your house and into your bedroom and on your bed and into the houses of your servants and your people and into your ovens and your kneading bowls. The frogs shall come upon you and on your people and on all your servants." Of course, a little later on, the magicians, the Khartoumim, we'll come back to that term a little bit later, are able to duplicate this again. In other words, they don't show mastery over Ma'at to restore order. They just make it worse. Again, so that is self-defeating because Pharaoh is the one charged in Egyptian theology with maintaining Ma'at. So here are his special priests, his magicians is the word the ESV uses. And they're supposed to be his assistants in maintaining Ma'at, and they just screw it up even more. Again, if we look at the plagues this way, it's an assault on Ma'at and on Egyptian religion generally, specific deities, and then Pharaoh gets looped into that. The plagues makes for some interesting sense, out of the plagues. So in regard to this second one, again, I've referenced Currid's book before, Ancient Egypt in the Old Testament. Again, I highly recommend that. It's a very useful book for lots of different topics. It's broader than the Exodus story, but since we're here, it's especially useful. So Currid has a comment here on the second plague. He says, "The second plague also appears to be a contest between deities. The Egyptians regarded the frog as a symbol of divine power and a representation of fertility. One of the main goddesses of Egypt was Heket, who was depicted as a human female with a frog's head. She was the spouse, and this is important, she was the spouse of the creator god Khnum. He fashioned human bodies on his potter's wheel, and then Heket blew the breath of life into them and assisted as midwife at their births." Now let me stop there. We've brought up Khnum before when we talked about the Egyptian midwives with the birth stool, so on and so, that expression, and how it was really drawing on Khnum theology about the potter's wheel and the creation of human life. And then, of course, in Exodus 2, when you have the midwife scene, it's, they're preserving human life from Pharaoh's destruction and throwing, the kids into the Nile and all that sort of stuff. So we've brought up Khnum before. And here, again, he plays a role here, but specifically his wife, who is, again, depicted as a human female with a frog's head. So the plague of frogs, very naturally, is going to hearken back to that imagery. Again, she is the one who, again, breathes the breath of life into the new humans that Khnum creates on his potter's wheel. So Currid adds here, Heket also had the responsibility to control the multiplication of frogs in ancient Egypt by protecting the frog, from frog-eating crocodiles. But Yahweh, very obviously, Heket is not in control here. It's Yahweh who's multiplying the frogs. Okay, so it's a pretty direct attack on Heket and against Ma'at generally. So Yahweh overwhelmed Heket. These are Currid's words, and caused her to be impotent in her task. She could not repel or resist Yahweh's overpowering regeneration of frogs. It was the Hebrew God who really bestowed fertility. He rapidly produced frogs so that they would be a curse upon Egypt. And the theme is the sovereignty of God over fertility, over Egypt, over her deities, and over all things. That's the end of the excerpt from Curd. So again, if you're an Egyptian and you see this happen, you're going to be thinking theological thoughts, and they're not going to be comforting. Heket is essentially getting taken out to the woodshed. She is not in control. Yahweh is overtly cast as superior, because he's dominating her in her realm. And this is how a lot of these plagues are going to work. If we move to plagues 3 and 4, these are flying insects, gnats, and flies. This is the rest of Exodus 8. The rest of Exodus 8 will cover both of these. So Exodus 8, 16 through 32. Let's just go to verse 16 and pick up a little bit. We'll read not quite to the end, but right around to verse 24. So after the frogs, we get this. The Lord said to Moses, say to Aaron, stretch out your staff and strike the dust of the earth so that it may become gnats in all the land of Egypt. And they did so. Aaron stretched out his hand with his staff and struck the dust of the earth, and there were gnats on man and beast. All the dust of the earth became gnats in all the land of Egypt. The magicians, there they are again, the Khartoumim, tried by their secret arts to produce gnats, but they could not. So their ability ends here. So there were gnats on man and beast. Then the Khartoumim, the magicians, said to Pharaoh, this is the finger of God. The word there is Elohim. But Pharaoh's heart was hardened, and he would not listen to them as the Lord had said. Then the Lord said to Moses, rise up early in the morning and present yourself to Pharaoh as he goes out to the water, and say to him, thus says the Lord, let my people go that they may serve me, or else, if you will not let my people go, behold, I will send swarms of flies on you and your servants and your people, and into your houses, and the houses of the Egyptians shall be filled with swarms of flies, and also the ground on which they stand. But on that day I will set apart the land of Goshen, where my people dwell, so that no swarms of flies shall be there, that you may know that I am the Lord in the midst of the earth. Thus I will put a division between my people and your people. Tomorrow this sign shall happen. One more verse. And the Lord did so. There came great swarms of flies into the house of Pharaoh and into his servants' houses. Throughout all the land of Egypt, the land was ruined by the swarms of the flies. This kind of language and this distinguishing between the Egyptians and the people of Goshen, the Hebrews, as we've said, in the previous episode, this is one of the major reasons why the naturalistic explanations just don't work. Even though on the surface they're kind of coherent in this idea of a chain reaction between the blood and the frogs and the flies and that, all this kind of stuff, how one sort of led to the other. And we pointed out, that the text never says that they were actually connected in a cause and effect relationship. You have to assume that. And then when you get to a situation like this, there's no natural explanation for this kind of distinguishing in the text. So you might like the naturalistic explanation for some of the plagues, but you're not getting that from the details of the text. In fact, you have to ignore or subvert certain details of the text to make that work. Now, Curd writes here, the third and fourth plagues, Exodus 8, 16 through 24, both involved flying insects as divine judgments against Egypt. The third plague was kinim, a Hebrew term that is not clear in meaning, although it likely refers to gnats. Other suggestions are that the kinim were vermin, lice, or maggots. The fourth plague came in the form of arob, which is commonly understood to be a stinging fly, possibly even a mosquito. These plagues may have been directed against the Egyptian self-generated god of resurrection, Khepre, who was symbolized by the flying beetle. Again, that's a speculation because of, if you've ever seen the the beetle image in Egypt. It's also the dung beetle, but you also see the beetle with wings, and that's what Curd is alluding to here. And since these are both flying insects, some scholars have speculated that, what we have here is, again, an unleashing of those kinds of critters in a demonstration of who's in control of them. Now, there's another way to look at this as well. There are other indirect references to these plagues in other sources that I think, make a better connection to Egyptian religion. And one example is Herodotus. In Book 2, in section 37, when Herodotus is commenting on Egypt's plagues, Egypt's priests, let's just leave it there, not specifically on the plagues, but Herodotus is going to get into that. But he makes an observation about the priests that sort of take us into this territory of the third and fourth plagues. And he writes, their priests, Egypt's priests, shave the whole body every other day, so that no lice or anything else that is foul may infest them in their service of their gods, unquote. Now, the point here that Herodotus is alluding to is that these priests would shave their bodies to avoid their bodies being home to lice or gnats or anything else that would render them unclean and disqualify them from temple service of their gods. Now, obviously, that is impossible during these two plagues. The plagues robbed therefore, if you're a priest and your home is infested with gnats and flies, whatever these flying insects were, you're not going to be able to be completely rid of them, which means you are ceremonially, ritually unclean, which means you cannot serve your God. You cannot bring offerings. You cannot perform certain rituals on sacred space in Egyptian religion. And that means that the gods are neglected, and they're not going to be able to do, either because they don't want to be neglected or they're rebellious, or there's a certain sense where the priesthood, all this ritualistic mishmash, is an essential part of working with the gods to maintain Ma'at. Okay, you're not going to be able to do that. That is not going to be an operation, because your priests would defile the sacred space. So the flies and the gnats are, again, another assault, peripherally, but certainly effectively. They're another assault on Egyptian religion. Again, it's just impossible to be rid of these things. And so it's going to disrupt the offerings and other ritual acts with Egypt's gods. Now, the word for priest in the biblical accounts, as I mentioned already, is kartumim. It's translated magicians, which is a bit unfortunate because that makes it sound like they're doing card tricks or pulling rabbits out of something. It's kind of misleading to the modern ear, but it's not actually that bad. And the reason is, Sarna, for instance, notes that kartumim derives from an Egyptian title meaning chief lector. That's Lector, lector priest. You say, well, what's a lector priest? Well, Redford, in the Encyclopedia of Ancient Egypt, writes this about lector priests. Again, Redford's an Egyptologist, and this is a major reference work for ancient Egyptian, life and culture and religion and history. He writes, the priest who actually recited the spells and rites, R-I-T-E-S, both in temple ceremonies and funerals, was a lector priest. Egyptian literature often portrays lector priests as wise men and sages who can foresee coming events. In the tale of Khufu and the magicians, for example, lector priests perform miraculous feats and are privy to secret knowledge, unknown even to the king. They also took part in funerals, reading the necessary spells and assisting in the opening of the mouth ceremony. That's the end of the Redford quote. Now, again, the lector priest is the kartumim of this Old Testament account in Exodus. And, Sarna, I gave you, Sarna's assessment of that. His sources, again, you might be interested in some of these, if you can obtain them anyway. His sources for that are Lambden, an article, Egyptian Loanwords in the Old Testament. It's from the Journal of the American Oriental Society in 1953. Lambden, again, was proficient in Middle Egyptian and Hebrew. And this name's a struggle. J. Quaggebur, that's Quaegebur, in his essay on the Egyptian equivalent of biblical kartumim, and that's in the book Pharaonic Egypt: The Bible and Christianity, edited by Grohl, 1985. That is a very hard book to find. But anyway, those are the sources. So the connection here is certain. It's sure. It's based on good textual evidence. And so if you have gnats and flies infesting the land, they are preventing the priests from being ritually able to perform the service of their gods. Now, I alluded to the fact earlier that the Khartoumim were able to mimic, what's going on, in the earlier plagues. They make things worse. They contribute to Pharaoh's inability to maintain Ma'at. And as we read through this passage, again, you would have noticed that in this case they can't do it. And that's important here because let me go back to the Redford quote. When Redford alludes to the tale of Khufu and the magicians, he says that these particular priests perform miraculous feats, are privy to secret knowledge, unknown even to the king. So the pharaohs look into these guys for a special ability to help. And earlier they make it worse, and here they can't do anything. And they actually say to Pharaoh, "This is the finger of God," So it's worse than just being rendered ritually impure so that you can't maintain the Egyptian cult, the worship of the gods, and all the stuff that Egyptians thought they had to do to maintain Ma'at on earth and keep the gods happy and all that stuff. It's not just that bad. It's that they, again, are supposed to have power to perform miracles, granted to them by the gods, of course. And in this demonstration, they fail. I mean, they are beaten. They can't do it. And so, again, Yahweh is just demonstrated point blank as being superior. So the God of the Hebrews is defeating Pharaoh. He is decreating and reversing Ma'at. He's showing who is really in control of order on earth and really in heaven as well, because that's the realm of the gods. And these priests, I mean, at every point, and specific Egyptian deities too, the plagues are an assault on the whole Egyptian, theology, the religious worldview, their religious system. Let's move on to number 5. We've got the pestilence on the cattle. Okay, this is Exodus 9. So let's go to Exodus 9 here. Exodus 9, 1 through 7. Let me just read a little bit of that. I'll read that whole section. Then the Lord said to Moses, "Go into Pharaoh and say to him, 'Thus says the Lord, the God of the Hebrews, let my people go that they may serve me. For if you refuse to let them go and still hold them, behold, the hand of the Lord will fall with a very severe plague upon your livestock that are in the field, the horses, the donkeys, the camels, the herds, and the flocks. But the Lord will make a distinction between the livestock of Israel and the livestock of Egypt, so that nothing of all that belongs to the people of Israel shall die.' And the Lord set a time, saying, 'Tomorrow the Lord will do this thing in the land.' And the next day the Lord did this thing. All the livestock of the Egyptians died. Not one of the livestock of the people of Israel died. And Pharaoh sent, and behold, not one of the livestock of Israel was dead. But the heart of Pharaoh was hardened, and he did not let the people go." Again, this is another indication. If Moses is predicting the time, this is not a naturalistic sort of thing. Again, you can, I understand if people like that idea, and it has a surface coherence to it, but it doesn't derive from the details of the text. So, here we have another case, with a distinction being made. Again, that just doesn't work naturalistically. And we've got the cattle, under assault now, or the flocks and the herds, and so on and so forth. And Currid notes this 5th plague was the pestilence on the domesticated animals, just generally. And he's going to loop in something really important here. So he writes, bull cults, of course, are known to have flourished throughout the land in antiquity, throughout the land of Egypt. Ancient Egyptians viewed the bull as a fertility figure, the great inseminator imbued with the potency and vitality of life. Apis was the most important of the Egyptian sacred bulls. Other bull cults included Buchis, the sacred bull of Hermonthis, and Menubis. That was a cult that was centered in Heliopolis. In addition, bulls were understood as embodiments of the great Egyptian gods, Ptah and Ra. Numerous important female deities were pictured as livestock animals. Isis, queen of the gods, bore cow's horns on her head. Hathor was given a bovine head for her task of protecting the king. The livestock animals provided necessities to the people in the form of food, milk, clothing, transportation, and they were destroyed in the 5th plague. So the biblical author is again demonstrating that Yahweh was sovereign over and in control of all things. The Egyptian gods were impostors. That's the end of the Curd quote. And again, this is, if you've done any reading in Egyptian religion, the Apis bowl is the one that stands out here. That was a major Egyptian cult aspect of their theology and their worship. Again, because of the fertility thing, and also again this notion that other bulls and other bovine, other domesticated animals, okay, their imagery, their identities were used again as part of the identity of Egyptian deities. I mean, the Egyptians, again, seeing all this happen, it's unmistakable to them. It might be a little stretch for us because, we look at Egyptian religion, man, that stuff's weird. Look at the weird pictures, look at how they draw their gods. They're half human, they're half animal. Again, they're doing this to connect deities with specific roles and specific ideas through the natural world, the things that Egyptians can see and experience and understand. So, but to us that looks a little weird. But to the Egyptian, when you see, again, going back to the frogs, that's unmistakable. You know who's in the crosshairs there. Here with the livestock, again, there's going to be an assortment of Egyptian deities that are going to be one-upped, that are going to be defeated, that are going to be under the thumb, that are going to be diminished and belittled by the Hebrew God. Again, it's just an unmistakable thing to an Egyptian witness to these sorts of events. And again, it's not news to the Israelites either, because they've been here for quite a long time, 400 years, and so they've gotten used to the trappings of the Israelite state and the Israelite religious ideas and the portrayal of the gods and the iconography. I mean, they're going to know when they see things in the natural world being overturned and upset and be afflicted, and wind up dying. They're going to know that this is going to be perceived by the Egyptians, rightly so, as an assault on their religion, assault on their gods, assault on what they believe about their deities. And, again, it's a polemic for the superiority of Yahweh. Plague number 6. This is the plague of boils. This is Exodus 8, 9 through 12. The Lord said to Moses and Aaron, "Take handfuls of soot from the kiln and let Moses throw them in the air in the sight of Pharaoh. And it shall become fine dust over all the land of Egypt, and become boils breaking out in sores on man and beast throughout all the land of Egypt." So they took soot from the kiln and stood before Pharaoh. And Moses threw it in the air, and it became boils breaking out in sores on man and beast. And the magicians, the Khartoumim, could not stand before Moses because of the boils, for the boils came upon the magicians and upon all the Egyptians. But the Lord hardened the heart of Pharaoh, and he did not listen to them, as the Lord had spoken to Moses. So again, here we have the lector priests involved in this scene again, the Khartoumim. They were not able to stand before Moses because of the boils. Now that could either be figurative, metaphorical, or they were so afflicted, they literally physically couldn't stand. Again, they're diminished, they're belittled, they're harmed, they're afflicted. And there's no question as to who can do miracles and who cannot. This is the priestly class. This is the caste of priests that were supposed to be able to do spectacular things. I want to read a little bit from Curd and then another excerpt from something Gary Rensburg has written. But we'll take Curd first here. He writes, "The subsequent plague of boils, and it was possibly smallpox, has been identified as a polemic against Imhotep, the vizier of Dynasty III, who was later deified as a god of medicine and healing. His chapel at Saqqara was used as a sanatorium where cripples flocked from all over Egypt during the Egyptian late period, which would have been, circa 712 to 343 BC, so quite late. The problem with this identification," Curd notes, "is that Imhotep was deified and revered at a much later time than the Exodus, the occurrence of the Exodus. Therefore, the 6th plague is incorrectly connected with him. Instead, the malady may have been directed against the Egyptian goddess Sekhmet, the lion-headed deity of plagues. She was responsible for epidemics in ancient Egypt, but ironically, she also had the power to heal those who were visited by pestilence. The priests of Sekhmet one of the oldest medical fraternities in antiquity, included both doctors and veterinary surgeons. Other gods regarded as divine physicians and healers included the Theban god Amun-Ra, whom from a text in Dynasty 19 describes as, quote, he who dissolves evils and dispels ailments, a physician who heals the eye without having remedies, opening the eyes and driving away the squint. Amun, rescuing whom he desires. He makes a lifetime long or shortens it, unquote. So Currid, again, brings up the Imhotep angle, which I wanted to mention. And, doesn't prefer it, I think, for kind of obvious reasons, because it's chronologically anomalous. Rensburg, again, follows sort of the same trajectory. And this is from his essay, Moses the Magician. And it's found in a book that I want to make you all aware of. Again, this is a pricey book, but it is the best book on the Exodus and the plagues and all that sort of stuff to date in scholarly literature. And again, that doesn't mean that its contributors, believe, in the events of the Exodus or the reality of Moses or whatever. I mean, some might, some I guess it's fair to say would, some wouldn't. But this is an excellent volume. It's called Israel's Exodus in Transdisciplinary Perspective. Subtitle is Text, Archaeology, Culture, and Geoscience. And it's from the Quantitative Methods in the Humanities and Social Sciences, published by Springer. Springer is a major academic publisher in all sorts of disciplines. And it's 2015. So 2015, this is a very recent work. So if you're interested in, stuff about the plagues and the parting of the Red Sea and all of the approaches, naturalistic or not, or religious, this is a terrific work. And Rensburg's article here, Moses the Magician, gets into the plague material. And he writes this: while not lice, the boils, again, he's talking about the plague of boils now, the boils constitute a different skin affliction, which also would have rendered the Egyptian priests unable to serve the gods. To my mind, it is not a coincidence that the contest between the Khartoumim, again, the magicians, on one hand, and Moses and Aaron on the other, ends with the third plague of lice, and that the Khartoumim appear only once in a cameo appearance, as it were, during the telling of the sixth plague of boils. The attack on the lector priests, by extension, represents an assault on the heart of Egyptian religion, for without priestly service in the temples, the cults are inoperative, the deities are ineffective, and all of Egypt descends into turmoil. Okay, end of quote. So he picks up on this phrase about not being able to stand, the Khartoumim not being able to stand because of the boils before Moses and Aaron. And he takes that quite literally, that they are incapacitated. So it's not just that they're, before with the gnats and the flies, that they're rendered unclean and they can't go onto, Egyptian religious sacred space. And, we have the neglect of the cult and the rituals and all that stuff. This ups the ante. They can't even make it to work. All right. They are physically incapacitated. And thereby, again, like he says, there's no priestly service in the temples. The cults are inoperative. The deities are ineffective. And it just creates turmoil in the whole land of Egypt. So again, this is a scattershot, assault on Egyptian religion. Number 7, the hail. This is Exodus 9:13 through 35, and I'm going to read a portion of this. I'll read through verse 26. We read this: Then the Lord said to Moses, again, 7th plague, hail, rise up early in the morning and present yourself before Pharaoh and say to him, thus says the Lord, the God of the Hebrews, which would have been really insulting at this point. Thus says Yahweh, the God of the Hebrews, let my people go that they may serve me. For this time I will send all my plagues on you yourself and on your servants and your people, so that you may know that there is none like me in all the earth. For by now I could have put out my hand and struck you and your people with pestilence, and you would have been cut off from the earth. But for this purpose I have raised you up. In other words, God said, I'm just breaking in here, God says, I could have just killed you all off by this point, but I didn't. I kept you alive for a specific purpose. For this purpose I have raised you up, verse 16, to show you my power, so that my name may be proclaimed in all the earth. You are still exalting yourself against my people and will not let them go. Behold, about this time tomorrow I will cause very heavy hail to fall, such as never has been in Egypt from the day it was founded until now. Now therefore send, get your livestock and all that you have in the field into safe shelter, for every man and beast that is in the field and is not brought home will die when the hail falls on them. Then whoever feared the word of the Lord among the servants of Pharaoh, isn't that an ironic line, hurried his slaves and his livestock into the houses. But whoever did not pay attention to the word of the Lord left his slaves and his livestock in the field. Then the Lord said to Moses, stretch out your hand toward heaven so that there may be hail in all the land of Egypt, on man and beast and every plant of the field in the land of Egypt. Then Moses stretched out his staff toward heaven, and the Lord sent thunder and hail, and fire ran down to the earth. And the Lord rained hail upon the land of Egypt. There was hail and fire flashing continually in the midst of the hail, very heavy hail, such as had never been in all the land of Egypt since it became a nation. The hail struck down everything that was in the field, all the land of Egypt, both man and beast. And the hail struck down every plant of the field and broke every tree of the field. Only in the land of Goshen, where the people of Israel were, was there no hail. Again, the naturalistic explanation is going to fail at not only that point, but at a couple points. If you want your view of the plagues to derive from the text, then you can't really default to the naturalistic perspective, which we've mentioned before. So, what you have here, I want to go back here to. Let's take up a little bit here. You have in 9:27, right after where I stopped here, in chapter 9. You have Pharaoh sending and calling Moses and Aaron. This time I have sinned, and the Lord is in the right. I and my people are in the wrong. So you have this sort of apparent recognition of sin, but it's disingenuous repentance. Because Pharaoh does the very same thing 7 verses later in verse 34. And this time it is Pharaoh who hardens his own heart. And so his repentance here, if we kept reading, Pharaoh got the message. Well, actually he didn't, because again, he's going to be turned against the Lord anyway, despite all this stuff up to this point. And Currid writes, the catastrophe of the hail was a mockery of the Egyptian heavenly deities. Don't they have power to stop the hail? If they were really gods, if they were really powerful, okay? If they were really powerful, when I say if they're really gods, yes, they're spirit beings that exist, and we have spiritual warfare and in this and all that sort of stuff. What I mean is if they were really powerful, if they really had authority to overrule what the God of the Hebrews is doing, wouldn't they do it? Of course, the point is they don't have that ability. So Egyptian heavenly deities like Nut, N-U-T, who is the female representative of the sky. She is in other texts and pictures the personification of the vault, the dome over the earth, vault of heaven. Shu is the deity that supports the heavens, holds up the sky. Tefnut, the goddess of the moisture in the atmosphere. Okay, these are all heavenly deities. They are deities that are supposed to reign in the regions from which the hail comes. And they're not doing anything. I mean, they can't touch this, is the point. So again, if you're an Egyptian, you're wondering, hey, why doesn't one of these gods that we worship do something? And the only conclusion you can draw, because the Egyptians aren't all of a sudden going to turn into atheists, or modern, modern rationalists here. They're not going to do that. They're going to think, well, the only conclusion we can draw is that the God of the Hebrews is superior. And that means we're in big trouble. So again, some of them didn't even have to see the hail. As soon as it's out of the mouth of Moses and Aaron, they're listening. They're obeying. They get their cattle and their slaves inside. I mean, God even gives them an out. He gives them a heads up, a warning. And a lot of Pharaoh's own people don't trust their own gods at this point, and they obey. They take the advice that God, Yahweh gives them through Moses and Aaron. The 8th plague, the locusts. This is Exodus 10. Takes us into the 10th chapter. Exodus 10, 1 through 20. I'll read the first 6 verses. We have locusts in this plague. Then the Lord said to Moses, "Go into Pharaoh, for I have hardened his heart and the heart of his servants." Of course, Pharaoh had just hardened his own heart before, so it's this back and forth thing we talked about earlier. It says, "I have hardened his heart and the heart of his servants, that I may show these signs among them." In other words, God is stringing them out, to enhance his own reputation outside of Egypt. Again, if they would have settled the matter quietly after the first plague, God's reputation, is not going to ripple, outside of Egypt. So this is, again, part of the rationale for the hardening. So verse 2, "I will show my signs among them, and that you may tell in the hearing of your son and your grandson how I have dealt harshly with the Egyptians, and what signs I have done among them, that you may know that I am the Lord." So Moses and Aaron went into Pharaoh and said to him, "Thus says the Lord, the God of the Hebrews, how long will you refuse to humble yourself before me? Let my people go, that they may serve me. For if you refuse to let my people go, behold, tomorrow I will bring locusts into your country, and they shall cover the face of the land, so that no one can see the land. And they shall eat what is left to you after the hail, and they shall eat every tree of yours that grows in the field. And they shall fill your houses and the houses of all your servants and of all the Egyptians, as neither your fathers nor your grandfathers have seen from the day they came on earth to this day." Then he, Moses, turned out and went out from Pharaoh. It's the first 6 verses. We skip down to, in verses 7 through 11, you have another faux repentance, faux relenting from Pharaoh. He offers to let the Israelite men go, keeping back the women and the children. Again, this is disingenuous. I mean, Pharaoh's no idiot. He knows that the men, if he lets the men go, they'll go out and do their thing in the desert. But they're going to come back for their wives and their children. And he can enslave them again. He can say, "Look, I obeyed the Lord. I let you do this. So now, we're good. And you're my slaves again. You're my property again." Again, it's disingenuous. Then you get to verse 12. "Then the Lord said to Moses, stretch out your hand over the land of Egypt for the locusts." God isn't buying Pharaoh's offer. "So that they may come upon the land of Egypt and eat every plant in the land, all that the hail has left." So Moses stretched out his staff over the land of Egypt, and the Lord brought an east wind upon the land all that day and all that night. When it was morning, the east wind had brought the locusts. The locusts came up over all the land of Egypt and settled on the whole country of Egypt. Such a dense swarm of locusts as had never been seen before, nor ever will be again. They covered the face of the whole land, so that the land was darkened, and they ate all the plants in the land and all the fruit of the trees that the hail had left. Not a green thing remained, neither tree nor plant of the field throughout all the land of Egypt. So, God is good on his word. And Currid writes here in regard to this, "Locusts were a particularly nasty problem in ancient Egypt. On account of the danger, the ancient Egyptians worshipped the god Sennacherib, who was the divine protector against ravages from pests. An identification problem exists because Sennacherib appears to have been a minor deity in dynastic Egypt. Why Yahweh would have concerned himself to mock a subordinate deity is a problem. Perhaps protecting against grasshopper attack was a function of not merely one god, but of the gods in general. A hint of that possibility appears in the Tanis stela from the reign of Taharka, dynasty 25, which speaks of a fine field which the gods, plural, protected against grasshoppers." End of quote. So he's saying, we can identify a deity here, this Sennacherib. He was a minor deity in dynastic Egypt, but again, there appears to have been this concept that other gods more generally protected Egypt's food supply, from grasshoppers. Again, at least that was their belief. There's something else going on here, though, that associates this plague with the next one. And that's the next plague going to be the plague of darkness. Exodus 10:15 gets obscured by the ESV, so I don't want to leave this plague without mentioning this, because I do think there's a connection between this plague and the next, and the darkness plague definitely, no holds barred is a direct attack on major deities in Egyptian thought. And so, since there's the connection between this one and the locusts, I don't think what Kurd brings up as a problem, a minor deity, I think it's less of a problem because it actually is going to marry the locusts to a major deity in the next plague. But anyway, let me look at Exodus 10:15. It says, they covered the face of the whole land. This is the locusts. They covered the face of the whole land so that the land was darkened. Now think about that. Does that make any sense? They covered the face of the whole land so that the land was darkened. Now, it would make sense if locusts were black, and you could, the whole land turned black. That's what it means, the whole land was darkened. But locusts aren't black, all right? This is, in English here, and the ESV is not alone here, they've obscured something that helps make sense of the whole thing. If you actually look in the Hebrew text, the word panim, the word for face, is not what we get in this verse. They covered the face of the whole land. It's not they covered the panim of the whole land. Instead, the Hebrew text has literally, they covered the eye of the whole land so that the land was darkened. Now, to an Egyptian, the eye of the land was the sun. So what it really means is that locusts, there were so many locusts, it obscured the sun. In Egyptian writing and thought, the eye of the sun was also a metaphor for Ra, again, who was a major deity. And so that creates a link to the next plague, plague number 9, in Exodus 10:21 through 29. I'll read a few verses of that. Then the Lord said to Moses, stretch out your hand toward heaven, that there may be darkness over the land of Egypt, a darkness to be felt. So Moses stretched out his hand toward heaven, and there was pitch darkness in the land of Egypt 3 days. They did not see one another, nor did anyone rise from his place for 3 days. But all the people of Israel had light where they lived. Again, there you have the distinguishing. And at this point, Pharaoh is going to break and say, Pharaoh called Moses and said, go serve the Lord, so on and so forth. But again, the Lord hardens Pharaoh's heart because he has one more thing in mind, again, to multiply the judgment. And that's going to be the final plague, which we'll get to in the next episode. But here in the plague of darkness, verse 23, this is clearly miraculous. All the people of Israel had light where they lived. And it harkens back to the distinguishing of Exodus 8:22. On that day I will set apart the land of Goshen where the people dwell, so that no swarms of flies shall be there. And then Exodus 9, verse 4, but the Lord will make a distinction between the livestock of Israel and the livestock of Egypt, so that nothing of all that belongs to the people of Israel shall die. It's very specific as far as the distinguishing. And again, God is not only showing himself as the master of Ma'at, the master of creation order, through the decreation of Egypt, the disassembling of its order, and really the natural world, the natural order. But he's also, again, even moving a little bit beyond that by distinguishing his own people from the Egyptians, which, again, you can't really get there in a naturalistic, sort of approach. Now, Kurd writes about darkness, and again, I've suggested that the darkness is in part, God asked Moses, commands Moses to stretch out his hand toward heaven. But the place has already been darkening because the eye, again, of the land has been covered with locusts, so it's sort of preparatory. Kurd writes, the ancient Egyptians regarded Amun-Ra, the personification of the sun, as their chief deity. They believed that Amun-Ra, in his rising in the east, symbolized new life and resurrection. Now, just hold that point in your head. Every day when the sun rose to an Egyptian, it's Amun-Ra rising, from the realm of the dead. It's a resurrective image. So you have Amun-Ra rising, and he gives new life to the land. The sun's going to be out, which means the plants are going to grow. Animals are going to eat. We're going to eat. You got to have the sun, okay? Very obviously. So they believe that Amun-Ra, in his rising in the east, symbolized new life and resurrection. In fact, they considered him to be the creator god. But when Amun-Ra sank in the west, when the sun set, he represented something different and antithetical. He symbolized death in the underworld. When Yahweh so willed, in Exodus 10:21 through 29, the sun was darkened, and Amun-Ra was hidden and unable to shine upon his worshipers. he's unable to rise, in effect. Kurd finishes, during the 9th plague, Amun-Ra did not rise again and did not give life. His realm was death, judgment, and hopelessness. Again, this is a big deal. I think of all the plagues. I mean, obviously the Egyptians were going to get freaked out by all this stuff, and they can tell that it's an assault against their religion, against their gods, against their pharaoh, who is supposed to be a god, Horus incarnate, Ra incarnate, all this stuff. But I think this one would have been the most frightening, because it's like, well, did he just kill Amun-Ra? Because he doesn't, they can't see the sun. The sun is darkened, and so there's something wrong here. Amun-Ra, their creator god, the highest, the chief deity in Egypt, is now subject to Yahweh. Again, if you're an Egyptian, this is unmistakable imagery. You can't fail but to notice, obviously, what's going on around you, but you can't fail to comprehend what it means. It means that the God of the Hebrews is in complete, absolute, dominant control over the gods you worship. And you're just hoping that Pharaoh will let these people go so that Ma'at can be restored. Because if it ain't restored, you're going to die. The whole land is going to die. It's the end of Egypt. So again, as an Egyptian, this is what's going through your head. And, again, a lot of this stuff is sort of distant from us because we don't know much about Egyptian religion, or it's just weird and we don't really understand the imagery. We think it's cartoonish. Again, all these images of Egyptian deities and these concepts of associating them with animals and other things in the natural world are designed, again, to help them communicate the relationship of power that they don't understand, powers of the natural world, but also, creation and how all this stuff is maintained. And they, like everybody else, attributed it to divine origin. So it's a way to talk theology. It's a way to talk reality, talk worldview, talk, your place in the natural world for the Egyptians, to communicate these ideas and again, link them, into the religious system. This is what the plagues are. Okay, they are decreation. They are an assault on Ma'at, the cosmic order that Pharaoh is supposed to be in control of, and his lector priests, the ones that do all the rituals, the ones that are in charge of doing earthly acts that maintain Ma'at on earth on behalf of or with Pharaoh. They're in the crosshairs too. Again, this is unmistakable as far as the decreation, the assault on Ma'at. And again, in turn, when all that stuff happens, when Ma'at is overturned, it's a very obvious assault, a polemic, on the gods and religious system of Egypt. It is shown to be inferior. And so this is why, again, we have, why the plagues were what they were. Why, when we read, through Exodus 8 through 10, I think it helps us to sort of get in the heads of the Egyptians and get in the heads of the Hebrews. And of course, Moses was raised in Egypt. He knows what all this stuff, means. He knows what's going on here. I mean, he's picking up what the Lord is laying down. He can't miss it. And again, to, an original reader, a biblical reader, somebody in this, part of this world, this worldview, when this stuff gets written down, even after, the events themselves, this is very obvious theological messaging. And again, that is not to say it's unhistorical or pseudo-historical or whatever. Again, you're only going to be drawing that conclusion if you are a practical atheist. Scholars may not like to use the term atheist, but they might say they believe in a God or something like that, but they don't want him to act in history when it comes to the Exodus plagues. Well, that's a little inconsistent, don't you think? I think that's really inconsistent, but that's where some scholars are. A lot of scholars are. And it's sort of understandable, but it's inconsistent at the end of the day. But if you're not one of those, again, it's very obvious, what's going on here with the plagues and sort of how to read them, both in terms of, real-time events, again, extensions of the power of God, and also their meaning theologically. And again, it's still a good message for us, about the powers in heaven, supernatural powers, who's in control and who's not, who's really calling the shots here. So I think it's a good way to understand the big picture and go through the plagues like this. both in terms of what they strike at directly and the, again, very suggestive polemic against the gods of Egypt. So this is actually spiritual warfare. The plagues are spiritual warfare in the Old Testament. And anything like this sort of gets put into that bucket. So, hopefully, when you read the plague accounts again, you'll remember some of these things and appreciate, what's going on.
Exodus 11 and 12 is going to be our focus today, and we'll hit the final plague and the Passover. So what I want to do is I'm going to just start off by reading the first 7 verses. Let's make it the first 10 verses, because it's sort of a quick problem, but there is sort of a setting problem that some people would take as an apparent contradiction in these verses. So I want to get that out of the way before we kind of get into the nuts and bolts of the plague and the Passover. So in Exodus 11, again, I'm reading from the ESV, we read this. The Lord said to Moses, "Yet one plague more I will bring upon Pharaoh and upon Egypt. Afterward, he will let you go from here. When he lets you go, he will drive you away completely. Speak now in the hearing of the people, that they ask every man of his neighbor and every woman of her neighbor for silver and gold jewelry. The Lord gave the people favor in the sight of the Egyptians. Moreover, the man Moses was very great in the land of Egypt, in the sight of Pharaoh's servants and in the sight of the people. So Moses said, Thus says the Lord, about midnight I will go out in the midst of Egypt, and every firstborn in the land of Egypt shall die. From the firstborn of Pharaoh who sits on his throne, even to the firstborn of the slave girl who is behind the handmill, and all the firstborn of the cattle. There shall be a great cry throughout all the land of Egypt, such as there has never been, nor ever will be again. But not a dog shall growl against any of the people of Israel, neither either man or beast, that you may know that the Lord makes a distinction between Egypt and Israel." Let me see here. Do I want to read? Yeah, I'll tack on the verses 8 and 9 here. "And all these your servants shall come down to me and bow down to me, saying, Get out, you and all the people who follow you. And after that I will go out. And he went out from Pharaoh in hot anger. Then the Lord said to Moses, Pharaoh will not listen to you, that my wonders may be multiplied in the land of Egypt." Then you say, well, what's the issue here? If you go back to verse 2, where God is talking to Moses in verse 1, and God says to Moses, "Speak now in the hearing of the people." That creates the impression, especially when you get this little parenthetical thought in verse 3 about how the Lord gave the Israelites favor in the sight of the Egyptians, and Moses was great in the land of Egypt, and Pharaoh's servants and all the people sort of looked at him, and were impressed, so on and so forth. It makes it sound like Moses is now standing before like a crowd or something, and this is a big public announcement about what's going to happen. But that isn't the case. If you look at verses 8, 9, and 10, it's very clear that Moses is speaking to Pharaoh still. When it says in verse 8, all these your servants, he's speaking to Pharaoh, shall come down to me and bow to me. Get out, get out of here. And then at the end of verse 8, and Moses, went out from Pharaoh in hot anger. So he's still in front of Pharaoh. And the prior chapter, chapter 10, sounded like Moses had already left. Remember, the chapter ended, then Pharaoh said to him, "Get away from me, take care to never see my face again. For on the day you see my face, you shall die." And Moses said, "As you say, I will not see your face again." So it sounds like he leaves, and it sounds like we have this interlude with Moses in front of the people. Again, he's speaking to the people, but then it turns around in verses 8, 9, and 10, and it's very transparent again that he's still with Pharaoh. The chapter 11 ends, Moses and Aaron did all these wonders before Pharaoh, and the Lord hardened Pharaoh's heart. He did not let the people of Israel go out of his land. So it just seems like the author and or editor of the text here can't make up his mind as to where Moses is at. It's really not that big of an issue because it's all resolved if you take the first verb of chapter 11. Okay, chapter 11, verse 1. Instead of saying the Lord said to Moses, you could, again, say the Lord had said to Moses. That's a perfectly legitimate translation. And so this backgrounding information, or the first few verses are backgrounding. It's not like Moses is somewhere else and then he has to come back to Pharaoh after he's just left and all that sort of stuff. So I wanted to make a comment on that. Again, this is easily rectifiable just by going from a past tense to a past perfect, sense. And the Hebrew form of the verb allows you to do that. It's perfectly legitimate grammatically. It's not a forced sort of translation. So again, you might run into this somewhere that, look at how the text is a mess here, and guy can't make up his mind where Moses is. Again, that's a fabricated problem. So I wanted to mention that before we move on. What we really want to focus on, again, is what happens with the death of the firstborn and, of course, the Passover. And so we just read through the 10 verses of chapter 11, gives us the setting, and we get right into chapter 12, and we start off with the commentary, the explanation of the origin story, if you will, of Passover. And then we're going to hit the final plague and then a few more thoughts on Passover anyway. So I'm going to read Exodus 12, just so that we have this in our head, the first 17 verses, and then I'm going to skip to verses 43 through 51, because that also deals with the Passover as an institution. So beginning in verse 12, the Lord said to Moses and Aaron in the land of Egypt, "This month shall be for you the beginning of months. It shall be the first month of the year for you. Tell all the congregation of Israel that on the 10th day of this month, every man shall take a lamb according to their father's houses, a lamb for a household. And if the household is too small for a lamb, then he and his nearest neighbor shall take according to the number of persons. According to what each can eat, you shall make your account for the lamb. Your lamb shall be without blemish, a male a year old. You may take it from the sheep or from the goats. And you shall keep it until the 14th day of this month, when the whole assembly of the congregation of Israel shall kill their lambs at twilight. Then they shall take some of the blood and put it on the 2 doorposts and the lintel of the houses in which they eat. They shall eat the flesh that night, roasted on fire. With unleavened bread and bitter herbs they shall eat it. Do not eat any of it raw or boiled in water, but roasted, its head with its legs and its inner parts. And you shall let none of it remain until the morning. Anything that remains until the morning you shall burn. In this manner you shall eat it, with your belt fastened, your sandals on your feet, your staff in your hand, and you shall eat it in haste. It is the Lord's Passover. For I will pass through the land of Egypt that night, and I will strike all the firstborn in the land of Egypt, both man and beast, and on all the gods of Egypt I will execute judgments. I am the Lord. The blood shall be a sign for you on the houses where you are, and when I see the blood, I will pass over you, and no plague will befall you to destroy you when I strike the land of Egypt. This day shall be for you a memorial day, and you shall keep it as a feast to the Lord throughout your generations. As a statute forever you shall keep it as a feast. 7 days you shall eat unleavened bread. On the first day you shall remove leaven out of your houses. For if anyone eats what is leavened from the first day until the 7th day, that person shall be cut off from Israel. On the first day you shall hold a holy assembly, and on the 7th day a holy assembly. No work shall be done on those days. But what everyone needs to eat, that alone may be prepared by you. And you shall observe the feast of unleavened bread, for on this very day I brought your host out of the land of Egypt. Therefore you shall observe this day throughout your generations as a statute forever. Now that's the first 17 verses. And when we get down to verse 43, it sort of picks up on that. We have the death of the firstborn as the interlude. And so in verse 43 we read, "And the Lord said to Moses and Aaron, this is the statute of the Passover. No foreigner shall eat of it, but every slave that is bought for money may eat of it after you have circumcised it. No foreigner or hired worker may eat of it. And it shall be eaten in one house. You shall not take any of the flesh outside the house, and you shall not break any of its bones. All the congregation of Israel shall keep it. If a stranger shall sojourn with you and would keep the Passover to the Lord, let all his males be circumcised. Then he may come near and keep it. He shall be as a native of the land, but no uncircumcised person shall eat of it. There shall be one law for the native and for the stranger who sojourns among you." And all the people of Israel did as the Lord commanded Moses and Aaron, and on that very day the Lord brought the people of Israel out of the land of Egypt by their hosts, or with their hosts. You could translate that. So that's the bulk of Exodus chapter 12. And again, we'll pick up with the death of the firstborn in a moment. But I want to make a few observations about Passover as an institution. because again, we will be returning to this when we hit Exodus 23, especially. So the first point, as far as observations go, is you'll notice as we read that there was in Exodus this connection or merging of the Passover feast, and it is called a feast, and at least in a handful of passages in the Old Testament, a chag is the word for feast or festival. There's a merger of that with this feast of unleavened bread, and I say merger because there are other parts of Scripture where these two things are separate, and so there's a whole issue here of how the Passover and its rules, its observance, how it relates to the Feast of Unleavened Bread. Why is it separate in some passages? Why is it together in others? And also in relation to the other feasts. But the big one here is the Feast of Unleavened Bread. And when we get to Exodus 23, we're going to talk about that in a bit more detail. It's really odd as well to point out that Passover is not mentioned in the entire book of Exodus other than this chapter. The feasts of Exodus 23 are therefore regarded by scholars as pre-Passover, the stuff that was around Israel culturally prior to Passover. And I'm going to repeat that. Again, this is just to telegraph the kind of thing we're going to be talking about when we hit Exodus 23. This is the only chapter where Passover is talked about in Exodus. Whereas in Exodus 23, you get sort of the holy festival calendar of the nation. And it doesn't talk about Passover. It talks about these other feasts. And one of those other feasts is the Feast of Unleavened Bread, which if you go back to Exodus 12, somehow gets aligned with Passover. So there's this big academic discussion that relates, as you can imagine. We've talked about this kind of thing many times on the podcast and specifically with Exodus. It gets into the issue of when was Exodus written, or what parts of Exodus, when were they written, to sort of order or reorder what's going on in the calendar, the festival calendar in ancient Israel. So again, I want to sort of set it up because this is why, when scholars have these discussions, the impression that we get a lot of times is that you got a bunch of guys, sitting in a smoke-filled room, and they're like, oh, what can we say to people that will, the stuff they haven't heard in church that'll bother them a little bit, we'll get a kick out of that. Let's just sort of make something up to rattle their cages. Well, okay, that occasionally happens. I have to own that because I've seen that, happen. But most of the time, it's just stuff like what I just described. There are just oddities or features of the biblical text that you kind of don't see unless you're intentionally like trying to be alert for these things. And so people have noticed, why isn't Passover lumped in with this other stuff later? Because we have it first here in Exodus 12. And when you get 20, why does the book do this stuff? Why does the writer do this? And that becomes part of this matrix, this whole discussion about the authorship and the editorial hands, the editorial intention behind the book of Exodus or behind the Torah, more widely. So the issues aren't contrived. I mean, the text itself produces real questions. And the issue is, well, what kind of answers do you come up with that make any sense? Are you just throwing something out there and then arguing in a circle to prove your little hypothesis, or does what you're saying actually make some sense? Now, Carpenter, has a little bit of a comment here. And again, I don't want to get too far into these weeds, but when we talk in Exodus 23, when we get there about the festival calendar and all that stuff, we'll get into calendar issues more. But you can already see in Exodus 12, in relation to Passover, just the second verse, this month shall be for you the beginning of months, like the beginning of the year. Well, Israel already had a calendar before this. They're like any other ancient, and we know this from various passages, and we know it just by having our heads screwed on correctly. Every culture is going to have a calendar, and it's going to be an agricultural calendar. There's going to be a time of the year when you plant. There's going to be a time of the year when you harvest, and all this kind of stuff. Your year is arranged in an agricultural society by what you eat, what you harvest, what you eat, what you plant, all that kind of stuff. And they're already doing things like observing the cycles of the moon and the sun and all that kind of stuff. So Israel already had a calendar, but the beginning of the calendar, which in ancient inscriptions. Okay, let's just take the Gezer calendar. And if you're an academic listening to this, I know that the Gezer calendar might not be epigraphic Hebrew. I get that. It might be Phoenician. It's indeterminate. So be it. But that's not the only sort of place where you get indications that ancient Israel, had an agricultural calendar. You get that in the biblical text as well. But the Gezer calendar is kind of a neat illustration because it's a calendar. It's arranged, this way. So what about this changing of the calendar here? This is at the heart. These first few verses of Exodus 12 are at the heart of the whole topic or discussion. And some of you who are like into calendars and chronology, you'll be aware of this already. That and even if you pay attention to modern Judaism, you'll discover this, that Israel had more than one calendar, and this passage is in part why. They already had an existing agricultural calendar with its month names. Now they get a different calendar because they're being reborn as a nation, and Passover is going to mark the birth, hence the new year, of this particular calendar. Now they never dispense with the old one. They just adopt the new one, and you have this interplay between these different calendars. Again, you're already going to be somewhat aware of that, but let me read what Carpenter's little summary here, without getting too deeply into the woods here. Carpenter writes, in order to celebrate her birth with proper recognition, Yahweh changes Israel's calendar. The beginning of the year is the day they came forth from Egypt. This was a new time of creation. Again, that's kind of obvious as to why this would happen at this point. We continue with Carpenter here. The months shall now be remembered, beginning with the month of the Exodus, from a definite time in history, not from a distant primordial or mythical past. The name of the month used here, Aviv, means fresh ears of grain, and is equivalent to March or April. And Carpenter references Exodus 13:4 for that. Today in the month of Aviv you are going out, and 9:31. The flax and barley were struck down, for the barley was in the ear, the flax was in the bud, so on and so forth. The name was changed later to Nisan, and this actually happens in the biblical record. This is Nehemiah 2:1. The month of Nisan, the 20th year of King Artaxerxes, when wine was before him, so on and so forth. And again, if you read through Nehemiah, you'll find out that this month name, Nisan, corresponds to this Abib, earlier in Israel's history. The name was changed later to Nisan when Israel borrowed that name from the Babylonian calendar during the exile. Of course, Nehemiah is writing after the exile, so this is something that's already in Israelite culture. It appears that Exodus 23:16b and Exodus 34:22b record a time in the fall for the end of the agricultural year, and so possibly the beginning of a new year. But the basis for the spring festival of Passover and these fall observances is entirely different in Exodus. The solution to the seeming fall, spring, New Year's, plural, has not been fully solved, but it is plausibly suggested that there were two New Years in Israel, one in the fall and one in the spring. One in the spring being tied to the religious calendar, and one in the fall to the agricultural calendar. And he references Sarna's commentary there. Now, again, you just have this going on both in the Hebrew Bible and, again, just in the history of Israel. And Exodus 12 is, part of that whole set of circumstances. So I don't want to get, too far into the weeds about, Israel's calendar and whatnot, which calendar should be used, because I get these emails. I got one actually providentially, 2 days ago, about which calendar should we be using, Mike? Which calendar is the sacred one? Is it the calendar that the Qumran people used? Is it this calendar or that other calendar? Because we know like the Pharisees' calendar came from the Babylonians and it's pagan. Well, that's actually not true. I mean, Israel had a calendar already in place that wasn't the one used at Qumran, and that wasn't even one of the two found in Scripture. It wasn't pagan. It was already in place. Now, the pagan idea comes from the adaptation of Babylonian names for the months of the calendar, but that was something that happened during the exile, when the Israelite, the Jewish, as they're going to be referred to then, when the southern tribes are in Babylon for the exile, they are going to appropriate those month names for their own calendar. So that doesn't mean the calendar was pagan. It just means they changed month names. That's all they did. And the Hebrew Bible, again, is going to show evidence of this and incorporate these sorts of things. And by the way, again, without getting into the weeds, the Qumran calendar was not an astronomical calendar. These other ones are, one of them at least is sort of rooted to astronomy. If you're going to lump in the seasons there, it's an agricultural calendar. That's going to coincide with certain months, certain events like the solstices and whatnot. So it has astronomical elements. That's a solar elements there. You also have lunar elements in the Israelite calendar because of the cycles of the moon, basically 30 days, which is a month, and all that kind of stuff. I mean, none of this is pagan. The news flash here is that people living everywhere, whether it's Israel or Egypt or Babylon or wherever, they're all looking at the same moon. They're all looking at the same sun. This is how you mark time in the ancient world. It's a calendar built out of observed phenomena, and everybody's looking at the same thing. So I think we need to sort of dispense with this, one calendar's pagan and another one's not. That doesn't work real well. And the Qumran calendar basically ignored astronomy in favor of mathematical precision. And they had some very intentional things that they did to produce that calendar. But again, we're getting a little too far in the weeds here. I just wanted to bring this up because it becomes an issue for some, and I think we don't need to really get too distracted by what's happening here. Now, we will also in the future get into the differences between the rules for Passover here in Exodus 12 and the rules for Passover in Deuteronomy 16. They are not the same. In fact, there are points that they are 180 degrees opposed to each other. And there are circumstances as to why that is. I'm going to read a very brief paragraph here from Jeff Teague, in his Deuteronomy commentary, the Jewish Publication Society commentary. He writes, the difference between Exodus and Deuteronomy may be due to the fact that the original Pesach, Passover in Exodus, was offered by individual households. Okay, well, we just read that. You observe Passover in your house, for which even a single head of small cattle might have been too much to consume. Whereas Deuteronomy deals with a time when the sacrifice would be made at the central sanctuary, and many households could share a larger animal. Specifically in Deuteronomy, you're told not to eat it in your house. It's just completely opposite. Another possibility is that the Pesach offering originated at a time when the Israelites owned primarily sheep and goats, and that Deuteronomy reflects later conditions when large cattle had also become important in their economy. That's the end of Teague's quote. Now all that's true, but Teague and others are going to go on from that, and they're going to say, hey, part of the picture here is because Deuteronomy is late. Moses didn't write it. It wasn't written during the Mosaic period. It's written later when Israel was in the land and they had a temple, and that's the whole idea of the central sanctuary. So the rules change. Because if you remember, just as we read in Exodus 12, you have the observance of the Passover, then you got the Feast of Unleavened Bread, you've got solemn assemblies being observed. Well, you don't really go into your house and have a solemn assembly there. A solemn assembly is a public event. Again, when we get into this material, it's like, well, where's the solemn assembly? Is it at the temple complex, or did they already go home and then they have one in their towns? I mean, how does this work? Because the rules for Passover and its observance, the whole festival time, are different in these two chapters. So when we get to some of that later with the calendar stuff, we'll get into the weeds a little bit here. But right now, I think it's basically a distraction. So for our purposes, the rest of the time here, we want to get into the meaning of Passover. This will be sort of the second observation that I make about Passover. And I have a couple more observations, this one and another one about Passover, and then the death of the firstborn. So that's where we'll focus the rest of the time here. Now, the meaning of the Passover. First thing I want to say here is the Passover is clearly substitutionary. It just is. In other words, the Passover lamb takes the place of people, takes the place of the people. Hence, its blood is a protection. Its life, the lamb's life, is taken in the place of people. All right? Exodus 12, 23 through 27. Okay, for the Lord will pass through to strike the Egyptians. And when he sees the blood on the lintel and on the two doorposts, the Lord will pass over the door and will not allow the destroyer to enter your houses to strike you. You shall observe this rite as a statute for you and your sons forever. And when you come to the land that the Lord will give you as he has promised, you shall keep this service. And when your children say to you, "What do you mean by this service?" you shall say, "It is the sacrifice of the Lord's Passover. For he passed over the houses of the people of Israel in Egypt when he struck the Egyptians, but spared our houses." Okay? It's very clearly substitutionary. And furthermore, the verb used in Exodus 12 to describe the ritual, the noun is Pesach, Passover. The verb is pasak, okay? That is not the normative word for the act of like passing over something or passing by. That's a different verb. It's avar. Tige, again, says a little something about this as well that I think is worth citing. He, on his note on the Passover sacrifice, he writes, or you could translate this, protective sacrifice. So he actually likes the word protective instead of just pass over, because, again, the verb used here in this chapter is not the normal verb for passing over something or passing through something. It actually, the noun is going to be used for protection elsewhere. So back to Tige. He says, protective sacrifice. This sacrifice, called Pesach in Hebrew, reenacts the original Pesach sacrifice. Again, remember Tige is writing about Deuteronomy, so that's where he's getting this reenactment thing. This sacrifice, called Pesach in Hebrew, reenacts the original Pesach sacrifice that the Israelites performed on the eve of the Exodus, right before the last of the 10 plagues. The name is derived from the verb pasak, which describes the manner in which God spared the firstborn in the houses of Israel after they smeared the blood of the sacrifice on their doorposts and lintels. In Exodus 12:13, 12:23, 12:27. The Vulgate, that's the Latin translation of the Bible. The Vulgate translates the verb as the Lord passed over. And the Vulgate also translates the name of the sacrifice as Passover. Let me stop there. So this is where we get Passover language from the Latin Vulgate, which was, that's 5th century AD. This is why, and the early church, this is the time of the early church, and after the church becomes legal in the Roman Empire, okay, this language in this passage just became institutionalized. Passover. And so Tige is saying, we kind of missed something by that language, which comes from the Vulgate. So back to Tige, he says, the Hebrew verb, however, does not mean pass over. Most of the ancient translations, older than the Vulgate, those translations, like Syriac, Septuagint, all that kind of stuff. Most of the ancient translations and commentaries render the verb as the Lord spared, okay, or the Lord had compassion, or the Lord protected. And the name of the sacrifice is protective sacrifice, referring to the protection of Israel during the final plague. This rendering, says Tige, is supported by the way the verb is used in Isaiah 31, verse 5. Let me just read that to you. Like birds hovering, so the Lord of hosts will protect Jerusalem. He will protect and deliver it. Again, the language of protection there, the second one, he will protect and deliver it. The word there, we get this sense of clear protection. He will spare and rescue it. Okay, so you've got two verbs for protect, and then you've got spare, and that's pasak, and then rescue is another verb for to deliver or rescue. Specifically, that one is malat, and the earlier two references are nagan. So you've got 4 verbs there. 3 of them are very clearly about protection and rescuing, and then you've got pasak right in the middle of that. And Isaiah 31 translates it spare. He will spare Jerusalem and rescue it. So I think Tige's observation is really important here. We get this language from the Latin Vulgate, this Passover, and again, it's not like it's terrible, but it's a bit misleading because we sort of are led to miss the protective element. Now the point of sparing, let me just throw something else in here. Let me throw in another resource. D.J.A. Klein's in his Dictionary of Classical Hebrew notes the sparing, again, the protection semantic of this particular Hebrew verb lemma. For those of you who are into Hebrew, DCH, Dictionary of Classical Hebrew, is a different set. It's a different scholarly lexicon than Halot, Hebrew and Aramaic lexicon of the Old Testament. DCH by Klein's is more recent. It's multi-volume. It may at some point replace Halot. Who knows? But the neat thing about it is it incorporates Dead Sea Scroll material for its semantic ranges, as far as word meanings go. But Klein's, again, takes this trajectory as well. In his entry, he has Pesach, or Pasak, the verb form specifically, as a homograph. Now, what that means is if you actually look up in a Greek or Hebrew lexicon, or Greek to English, Hebrew to English dictionary, there will be entries that have numbers, like Pasak 1, Pasak 2, Pasak 3. All of the good lexicons do this because Hebrew is like English. It has homographs. It has words that are entirely distinct from each other that are spelled the same way. Okay, that's what a homograph is. And Pasak is one of these. It's a homograph. And one particular homograph is about protection. It's about sparing. It's about, again, it has this substitutionary semantic to it. So Klein's actually lists the Exodus 12 occurrences of this verb in the entry under his Pasak number 3, to protect. So he doesn't view it as passing over anything because, like Tige, he knows that this is not your normative verb for passing over or passing by. It specifically has something to do with protecting, sparing something. And in this case, the lamb becomes a substitutionary element. The lamb's life is taken in exchange for the people. Again, the people who are protected in this ritual. Now, why do I bring this up? Well, you probably already know. Since Paul explicitly refers to Jesus explicitly as our Passover lamb, that's 1 Corinthians 5:7, pulls no punches here. Cleanse out the old leaven that you may be a new lump as you really are unleavened. For Christ, our Passover lamb, has been sacrificed. So since Paul does this, he explicitly identifies Jesus with the Passover lamb, and that his death, obviously the death of Jesus, was sacrificial. Jesus, as the thing sacrificed, aligns well with the Passover lamb because the Passover lamb had to be unblemished. And of course, Jesus was unblemished. Okay, because of the typology of the Passover lamb, its nature as a substitution, it's really flawed to argue that the death of Jesus was not substitutionary. And this comes up all the time in these rabbit trail discussions on the atonement. Look, folks, it has to be substitutionary if it's going to be a typological fulfillment of the Passover lamb. And that point is explicitly made in the New Testament. Whether it offends you or not isn't the issue. It's in the text. Okay, now that isn't to say that the sacrifice of Jesus doesn't have other semantics that go with it, other sorts of meanings. There are other aspects to the atonement. It does. The atonement, the work of Christ, does have other aspects of meaning, other ways you can talk about the atonement. So I'm not arguing that that's not legitimate. It is. What's not legitimate is to argue that in the process of highlighting these other aspects of the atonement, it's hermeneutically flawed to conclude that the substitutionary element isn't there. It is, explicitly. And it has to be because of the typology with the Passover lamb. John 19:36, does sort of what Paul's doing in 1 Corinthians 5:7. John 19:36 says, "For these things took place that the scriptures might be fulfilled. Not one of his bones will be broken." Okay, well, where does that come from? Not one of his bones will be broken. Guess where it comes from? Exodus 12:46, Passover lamb, quote, "It shall be eaten in one house. You shall not take any of the flesh outside the house. You shall not break any of its bones." And Numbers 9:12, also speaking of the Passover. "They shall leave none of it until the morning, nor break any of its bones. According to all the statute for the Passover, they shall keep it." Okay, John does it. John connects the sacrifice of Jesus with the Passover lamb. So does Paul. Okay, it is very obviously substitutionary. So yes, you know me by now. If you've listened to Q&As, I'm all in favor of the idea that the atonement should be looked at in a multitude of ways. But what typically happens is, while people love to look at it in alternate ways just so that they can deny substitution, okay, that is wrong-headed and it's hermeneutically flawed. You basically have to pretend that these passages aren't here, that the writers are not trying to strike the analogy when they explicitly do. So the connection is important. The connection between Jesus, his body and his blood given sacrificially, between, there with the connections with the Last Supper. I mean, this is what you have going, and obviously this is part, this whole Last Supper thing. There's a big question: was the Last Supper a Passover meal? Now, there's a lot that can be said in favor of that. It's not without controversy. It's a hotly debated item. So for those of you who are interested in the defense of the idea of the Passover or the Last Supper being a Passover meal, I've uploaded to the protected folder an article by Robin Rutledge. It's called Passover and the Last Supper. It's from Tyndale Bulletin, volume 53, number 2, 2002, pages 203 to 221. You can read it there. But I just want to read the abstract and a little bit of a section to you, because I do think that the Last Supper, it either was a Passover meal or was intentionally connected with the Passover. And that would make sense because of what John says about the death of Jesus, the person, not bone, not broken, and what Paul says more explicitly, Jesus is our Passover lamb. So from Rutledge's article, here's the abstract. The Synoptic Gospels present the Last Supper as a Passover meal. Whether this coincided with the actual Passover or, as some suggest, was held a day early, it was viewed by the participants as a Passover meal. And the words and actions of Jesus, including the institution of the Lord's Supper, would have been understood within that context. In order to better appreciate the significance of what happened at the Last Supper, this article looks at the form that the Passover celebration is likely to have had taken at the time of Jesus, okay, and notes links with the meal Jesus shared with his disciples. Now, that's the end of the abstract, but look, the rules for the Passover changed from Exodus to Deuteronomy, and they evolved further in Judaism. So if you're going to try to disconnect the Passover and the Lord's Supper based on Exodus and Deuteronomy, it's not quite a great strategy. What you really need to do is you need to look at how the Passover was observed in the first century. And this is what Rutledge is going to do in I don't know if it's a man or a woman here writing, because Robin can be neutral. But that's what's going to happen in this article. So if you're interested in this, I invite you to read it. And the one section, section 2, I'll just read from this as well. Was the Last Supper a Passover meal? This will give you a flavor to the issues that the article covers. He or she writes, this is a thorny question. Was the Last Supper a Passover meal? That has been the subject of many studies. The Synoptic Gospels indicate that the meal that Jesus shared with his disciples on the night before his arrest was a Passover meal. It is suggested that the fourth Gospel, wanting to emphasize the identification of Jesus with the Passover sacrifice, places the crucifixion a day earlier than the other Gospels, at the time the Passover lambs were being sacrificed in the temple. One approach to this difficulty is to accept that the accounts cannot be reconciled and to choose between them. The traditional view is that the Synoptic Gospels paint the more accurate picture historically, whilst the fourth Gospel focuses on theological symbolism and has adapted the chronology in order to place the death of Jesus at the time of the temple sacrifices. More recent scholarly opinion has tended to favor John's chronology and views references to the Passover in the Synoptics as later additions by the early church, which had come to interpret the Lord's Supper as a Christian Passover. Attempts to harmonize the Gospel accounts include suggestions that the Last Supper may have been some other kind of fellowship meal, maybe eaten in anticipation of the Passover, or that Jesus and his disciples celebrated the Passover according to a variant calendar, which is interesting in and of itself. If so, they may have eaten the meal early, though probably without a lamb. This seems unlikely in the light of Jesus' request for a place to eat the Passover, though, Few who support John's chronology would doubt that the similar expression in John 18:28 refers to a meal which included the Passover lamb. So why would the same not apply to the synoptics? Of course, it could be argued that if the expression refers to the Passover meal in the synoptics, it is reasonable to suppose that it also refers to the Passover meal in John. It is possible, though, that John, in the interest of theological symbolism, used the term Pascha, that's the Greek equivalent of Pesach, more loosely to refer to one of the other sacrifices offered during the Passover week. The lack of clear evidence means that we cannot be sure about the chronology. In my view, this is the writer, the author, Rutledge. In my view, it is more likely that the Last Supper was a true Passover meal, and the following outline will be based on that assumption. However, even if the Last Supper was eaten the day before Passover, the language of the Synoptic Gospels indicates that Jesus and his disciples celebrated it as a Passover meal. The only difference then would have been the absence of the lamb, and since this does not figure in the symbolism of the meal, the substance of what follows still stands. Of course, that's the end of the Routledge material. Of course, it is interesting, in the absence of the lamb, we have Jesus present, and it's a foreshadowing of his death as the Passover, as Paul would say, our Passover lamb. So it's an interesting article for those of you who are really into this kind of synoptic stuff and the chronology stuff. That probably whets your appetite. But if you subscribe to the newsletter, you can get the article through the archive. It's at the bottom of every issue of the newsletter. A link, to the protected folder where you can get some of this material. But let's just put it this way: going with Routledge's last paragraph there, whether it was the Passover meal or a meal associated with the Passover celebration in some way in the first century, who cares? The issue is that the association is there in the Synoptic Gospels and John. They associate the death of Jesus with the Passover celebration. And that makes complete sense in light of what John says in John 19:36 about not breaking the bones. And it makes complete sense that Paul looked at it that way very explicitly in 1 Corinthians 5. And for us, we do the scripture harm if we deny that the death of Jesus, at least one role that it has, one meaning that it has, is substitutionary atonement. It very plainly is. It cannot align with the typology of the purpose of Passover, the Passover lamb, and not have that point. So again, I thought that was important and worth covering. Again, I'm a big tent guy when it comes to atonement discussion. I think the atonement can be looked at from a variety of aspects that are legitimate, but it is not legitimate to use that discussion to exclude and eliminate substitution. So there you have it. Third observation, Passover's connection to the last plague, the death of the firstborn. And I'm going to read Exodus 12, 12, and 13 again. So, we talked about Passover. Let's get into the final plague here. And we'll address this like we've addressed the other plagues at some point here in a moment. But Exodus 12, 12 to 13 says this: "For I will pass through the land of Egypt that night, and I will strike all the firstborn in the land of Egypt, both man and beast. And on all the gods of Egypt I will execute judgments. I am the Lord. The blood shall be a sign for you on the houses where you are. And when I see the blood, I will pasak. I will pass over you, or more accurately, I will protect you. I will spare you. And no plague shall befall you to destroy you when I strike the land of Egypt." Now that it goes on, the 10th and final plague is described in detail in a few verses, Exodus 12, 29 through 32, so let's just read those. "At midnight the Lord struck down all the firstborn in the land of Egypt, from the firstborn of Pharaoh, who sat on his throne, to the firstborn of the captive who was in the dungeon, and all the firstborn of the livestock. And Pharaoh rose up in the night, he and all his servants and all the Egyptians, and there was a great cry in Egypt, for there was not a house where someone was not dead. Then he summoned Moses and Aaron by night and said, 'Up, go out from among my people, both you and the people of Israel, and go, serve the Lord as you have said. Take your flocks and your herds as you have said, and be gone. and bless me also. He wants them to intercede because he's done now. He's giving up. Now, this last plague, like the other ones, again, fits very nicely into the perspective of decreation. Again, Yahweh's mastery and control over creation order, as opposed to the fecklessness of Pharaoh and his magicians, his Khartoumim, and his, the gods of Egypt. It fits into, again, decreation, the overturning of Ma'at, the cosmic creation order. So it overturns that. There's a decreation element. Demolishes the sense, the belief, the hope that Pharaoh and Egypt's gods can control the world order, the cosmic balance. It attacks that again, and by virtue of that, it is a polemic against Egyptian religion, Egyptian theology, what they believe about Pharaoh as a god and their gods. So the application in this instance is pretty simple, actually. The final plague was transparently directed against pharaonic succession. Okay, his firstborn dies. Now, the gods had set up Ma'at, and it was supposed to be transferred from one incarnation of Horus, i.e. the Pharaoh, to the next, an unending, unbroken stream. If you recall from earlier episodes, when there was succession, when a Pharaoh was dying or dead, it was a very serious thing. The succession had to be orderly and according to plan, according to Ma'at, according to the will of the Egyptian gods, so that the balance of creation, the heavens and the earth, all of that would be maintained and things would go on as usual. You would prevent the eruption of chaos in the land. Well, that's pretty much trashed in the final plague, because the God of Israel steps in and says, we'll show you who has power over the cosmic balance, the control of heaven and earth here, the life cycles. We'll show you who has control over order and chaos right here. He takes away the succession. The firstborn dies. This would be the son who is supposed to inherit the throne. The gods had set this up. They instituted Pharaoh as the incarnation of Horus, the son of Ra, to maintain divinely ordered Ma'at. The plan was supposed to be unending, transitioning from one Pharaoh to the next through his firstborn son. So this amounts to a supernatural assault on Pharaoh's firstborn, and a supernatural assault on the whole concept of Ma'at, Pharaoh as the one who maintains order, who acquiesces to the gods, who through ritual keeps his commitment to the gods, and they will keep their commitment to Ma'at as well. This symbiotic, thing that just is supposed to go on, and no bumps in the road. Well, this is a huge bump in the road. It upends the whole idea. All of this cosmic order, cosmic balance is not in the control of Pharaoh and his magicians and their gods. This power is located really firmly in the hand of someone else, and that is the God of the Hebrews. And basically the Egyptians are at his mercy. And Pharaoh wants closure. He wants Moses and Aaron to bless him as he lets the people go, because he knows he has no control over this situation. He's done. He's a broken man. He's a broken deity. And so are the rest of his gods, because they can't intervene either. There's no ambiguity left in this picture. And so that's what he wants to know. Once I let these people go, things will return to normal. That the God of the Hebrews has been appeased. We're done with all this. So it's again another assault on Egyptian religion. Now, before we leave this episode, before we wrap it up, I want to say a little bit about the destroying agent used by God in the last plague. And when you consider the terminology of the destruction of the firstborn in the wider, Old Testament backdrop, believe it or not, the language loops in the angel of Yahweh, loops the angel of Yahweh into the scene, and in so doing creates yet another identification of the angel as Yahweh. Specifically, the verb used in these descriptions is shachat, to destroy, and the noun is mashkit. They share the same Hebrew root, the sh, the ha, and the t. This verb and this noun Again, there's a commonality there. And this terminology does get used of the angel of Yahweh. So I'm going to read a little bit from my angel's book. Again, for those who haven't read it, I mean, this will just give you a sampling, but it's relevant here. So it's not just a commercial. But from my angel's book specifically, this is pages 65 up to the top of page 68. I wrote this: the characterization of the angel of Yahweh as a destroyer, mashkit, in 1 Chronicles 21:16. Remember, this is the judgment on David with the census and all that. The angel of Yahweh is called a mashkit there. That characterization has ramifications for identifying another mysterious angel figure in the Old Testament. So I'm going to read 1 Chronicles 21:15 and 16 just to give the flavor here. God sent the angel to Jerusalem to destroy, shachat, to destroy it. But as he was about to destroy it, shachat, there's the verb again, the Lord saw, and he relented from the calamity. And he said to the angel who was working destruction, mashkit, it is enough. Now stay your hand. And the angel of the Lord was standing by the threshing floor of Ornan the Jebusite, and David lifted his eyes and saw the angel of the Lord standing between heaven and earth, and in his hand a drawn sword stretched out over Jerusalem. Again, the angel with the drawn sword in his hand, it occurs 3 times in the entire Hebrew Bible. Here, Joshua 5, okay, the captain of the Lord's host, the commander of the hosts of the Lord. And then in Numbers 22, the Balaam incident, where it's the angel of the Lord, explicitly. So we know who this figure is. If you've not read Unseen Realm, you're just going to have to catch up that way. This is God as man in the Old Testament. It's very significant language. It's not the only way that idea is expressed. You have the word, you have the name. Okay, you've got all this terminology going on in the Old Testament, but this is an important one. So, not surprisingly, I wrote in the angel's book, the parallel passage in 2 Samuel, parallel to this punishment of David, uses the same terminology and forms. Let's read that. 2 Samuel 24:16 and 17. When the angel stretched out his hand toward Jerusalem to destroy it, shachat, the Lord relented from the calamity and said to the angel who was working destruction, said to the mashkit among the people, it is enough, now stay your hand. And the angel of the Lord was by the threshing floor of Araunah the Jebusite. Then David spoke to the Lord when he saw the angel who was striking the people. Now it's clear from both passages that the angel of Yahweh is in view and that he brings mashkit, destruction. Interestingly, this is the identical term used to describe the angel of death in the account of the death of the firstborn on the eve of the first Passover. I'll read the passage again. The blood shall be a sign for you on the houses where you are, and when I see the blood, I will pass over, I will protect or spare you, and no plague will befall you to destroy you, mashkit, to mashkit you. When I strike the land of Egypt, then Moses called all the elders of Israel and said to them, go and select the lambs for yourselves according to your clans and kill the Passover lamb. For the Lord will pass through to strike the Egyptians, and when he sees the blood on the lintel and on the 2 doorposts, the Lord will pass over the door and will not allow the destroyer, the mashkit, to enter your houses to strike you. It's Exodus 12:13, 21, and 23. The mashkit, who was the angel of Yahweh in 1 Chronicles 21 and 2 Samuel 24, is here distinguished from Yahweh, and that's familiar, again, for those who have read Unseen Realm. So the angel here is distinguished from Yahweh by the line, the Lord will pass over the door and will not allow the mashkit to enter your houses to strike you. Yet elsewhere, we read that it was Yahweh who destroyed the firstborn. This is Psalm 105, 26, and 36. He sent Moses, his servant, and Aaron, whom he had chosen. He, the Lord, in Psalm 105, Yahweh, struck down all the firstborn in their land and the first fruits of all their strength. Psalm 135, 5 and 8. For I know that the Lord is great and that our Lord is above all gods. It was he who struck down the firstborn of Egypt, both of man and beast. Lastly, Psalm 136, 3 and 10. Give thanks to the Lord of lords, for his steadfast love endures forever. To him who struck down the firstborn of Egypt, for his steadfast love endures forever. Now remember, the destroying angel of Yahweh is actually the visible Yahweh. Given that background, these statements are not incompatible. However, Psalm 78, 48 to 51 seems to complicate matters. Let me read you that. He, Yahweh in context, gave over their cattle to the hail and their flocks to the thunderbolts. This is describing the plagues. He let loose on them his burning anger, wrath, indignation, and distress. A company of destroying angels. Hebrew is malakei ra'im. He made a path for his anger. He did not spare them from death. He gave their lives over to the plague. He struck down every firstborn in Egypt. There it is again. He did this. Yahweh did this. And the first fruits of their strength in the tents of Ham. Now, the complication is only on the surface level. It's really derives from English. We do not have the mashkit or the shakat terminology here for destroying angels. It's different. It's malakei ra'im, which is literally not, well, you could translate it bad angels or and that doesn't mean like fallen angels. Ra'ah, or ra, as an adjective in Hebrew, means unfavorable, distasteful, unfortunate, something you don't like. Okay, something that is against you. It doesn't necessarily mean moral evil or fallenness or anything like that. So the complication is only surface level. Back to my book, the ESV's translation, destroying angels, is somewhat misleading with respect to the terminology we are attempting to trace. The Hebrew term translated destroying is not the word mashkit associated with the destroyer in the passages we saw earlier. We should also observe that Psalm 78:49 does not say destroying angels killed the firstborn. It doesn't actually say that anyway. That act is once again attributed to Yahweh himself, verse 51. Yahweh may have sent angels to enact the other plagues. Okay, that's perfectly possible from Psalm 78. But the death of the firstborn is attributed to him. These angels do not act in the role of the destroyer. Therefore, given the use of the term mashkit of that angel in other judgments handed down by Yahweh, a coherent way to reconcile all these passages would be to have Yahweh receiving the credit for the judgment on the firstborn by sending out his mashkit, his destroyer, the angel of Yahweh, who elsewhere is identified as being him, as being the visible Yahweh. This would be akin to God himself being present in the burning bush, yet also having the angel of Yahweh present there. These and other passages are the foundations of the later Jewish theology of two powers, the two Yahweh figures. And again, I don't get into the two Yahweh thing in the book Angels. I get into it a lot in Unseen Realm, obviously. But here you go again. Here you go again. And isn't it ironic? Think about it. Since the New Testament writers are going to align Jesus with the second visible Yahweh figure, one of which is this particular angel. You have the destroyer, the destroying angel, who in the Old Testament, was again Yahweh in visible form, judging evil and evildoers, okay, carrying out these sorts of judgments. And yet that same, when we get to the New Testament, we're dealing with incarnation, so it's a bit different. It ups the ante, as I like to say. But you have the second person of the Godhead in human form now by virtue of the birth process, the incarnation, okay? It's the same figure, just a different way of the figure being present. But now you have him laying down his life to protect those who would trust in him. Now he is the substitution for, what needs to happen here. He is the substitutionary element. So the irony is pretty rich here. And the theology is just really, you could think a long time about that. Again, just how this stuff sort of turns back on itself and how the tapestry gets woven in the Old Testament and then reaches its culmination point in the New. Here we go again. It's just another example of you could not be exposed to the podcast, to this episode or any other episode or my books or anything like this. You'd still know the gospel story. You could read 1 Corinthians 5:7 about Jesus being our Passover lamb, and okay, I kind of get that. He's the sort of the different counterpart to this sacrifice. You could understand all that, but there's a whole backdrop to it that sort of amplifies what's going on in the mind of the writers and the theological epic, the theological story they're actually telling. You just miss a lot of detail when you're not reading the text in light of its own context. And the destroyer here, it's the denouement, the climax here. of Yahweh's war against the gods of Egypt. And who finishes the job? It's the angel of Yahweh, again, who is this second person of the Godhead, come as man, the form of a man. Again, there's just so many layers to this. So I actually think this is a good episode if you've not gotten into this content, if you're a new listener. If you like books with footnotes, read Unseen Realm. If you don't, read Supernatural first and then graduate to Unseen Realm. And you're going to get a lot of exposure to this kind of connectivity between the testaments that penetrates far beyond the surface. And the surface is important. Again, the alignment of Jesus with the Passover lamb, that's important. But it's a whole lot deeper than that. It's a rabbit hole that runs a considerable distance if you know sort of how to follow it. So hopefully, again, this will be a good illustration of that. And we encourage you, this is what we try to do in the podcast. We try to get you into this content and then tell you where you can get more. Exodus 12, 13, 14, and you can really almost loop 15 into this. Listeners have probably noticed that in these chapters, like part of the chapter will be, the last plague, and then the Passover, and then we get this little segue, into the people leaving Egypt. Then we come back, in chapter 13 to this, right of the firstborn thing, or the offering of the firstborn. Then we go back to the Exodus, and then we finally, we get the pillar of the cloud. Then we actually get to the crossing, and the crossing we got to pick up back in chapter 12 because that's where it began. And the information is just not laid out in one place. It's scattered through these 3 or 4 chapters. So that's one issue. The other issue is there are just a lot of rabbit trails, problems that you hit here. We're going to hit 2 of them today, but lucky for us, we get to go back into the quagmire of chronology now. And as if that wasn't bad enough, once we actually get to the crossing of the Red Sea, then we have questions like, well, the Hebrews actually says Yam Suf, the Reed Sea. Is that the Red Sea, or is it something different? Does it matter? Is this a literal concept, or is it something to do with, chaos, thinking in both on Egypt's side and the Israelite side? What's the route of the Exodus? That actually depends on where the Israelites turn at different points and in what direction. And of course, nobody knows, and so you get into all these issues. So what I decided to do was today, we're going to call this part 1, Exodus 12, because we're not going to get out of Exodus 12 proper. I mean, there's lots of other passages we're going to look at, but that's where we're going to camp. And we're going to cover 2 issues. One is the issue of large numbers in the Old Testament. And the other is going to be the duration of the sojourn, the period of bondage in Egypt. So the second one there is a chronological issue. But we're going to spend enough time on those that we can't actually get into the date of the Exodus. So that's the next time. So that part 2 is going to be just how do the early date defenders defend that position? How do the late date defenders defend that position? So we'll spend a whole episode on the dating problem. And then we'll finally hit the crossing of the Red Sea. We'll loop in the pillar of the cloud thing. And again, the information is scattered in several of these chapters. And we'll probably hit Exodus 15 in there too, because that's the Song of Moses, which is about the crossing. I still don't know what to do with the beginning of chapter 13, because that's this offering of the firstborn, which is just sort of thrown in there, or at least that's the way it looks. So eventually we'll, in a few weeks, we'll get to the Red Sea. And then once we're there, we'll have to tackle the whole problem of the itinerary. And of course, that is going to factor into where's Sinai. So we're back to Sinai again. So Sinai and chronology and dating, again, these things are controversies because there's no clear, self-evident answer to any of these questions. But again, our job here is just to make listeners aware of that and sort of get down into the nuts and bolts and, see what the items are that scholars discuss. And then we'll just go from there.
Sounds good to me.
So that was a long answer to your short question.
No, that's okay.
I'm a little vexed by, okay, what do I do when and where and why and how and all that kind of stuff. But we're just, this episode is pretty clear cut because we're going to be in essentially a couple of verses in chapter 12. So with that much said, here we go back into chapter 12. And I'm going to read verses 33 through 41. which in the ESV and lots of other Bibles, they give the header, the Exodus. Well, it's sort of the Exodus, but it's actually the beginning of the Exodus, and the Exodus is going to get picked up later, which again, as I just explained, is part of the problem. But these verses say, this is verses 33 through 41, Exodus 12. The Egyptians were urgent with the people to send them out of the land in haste, which is a great line. I guess so. For they said, we shall all be dead. Get rid of them or we're all going to die. So the people took their dough before it was leavened, their kneading bowls being bound up in their cloaks and their shoulders. The people of Israel had also done as Moses told them, for they had asked the Egyptians for silver and gold jewelry and for clothing. And the Lord had given the people favor in the sight of the Egyptians, so that they let them have what they asked. Thus they plundered the Egyptians. And the people of Israel journeyed from Ramesses to Sukkot, about 600,000 men on foot, besides women and children. A mixed multitude also went up with them, and very much livestock, both flocks and herds. And they baked unleavened cakes of the dough that they had brought out of Egypt, for it was not leavened, because they were thrust out of Egypt and could not wait, nor had they prepared any provisions for themselves. The time that the people of Israel lived in Egypt was 430 years. At the end of 430 years, on that very day, all the hosts of the Lord went out from the land of Egypt. It was a night of watching by the Lord to bring them out of the land of Egypt. So this same night is a night of watching kept to the Lord by all the people of Israel throughout their generations. So we'll stop there, because then the rest of chapter 12 goes into the Passover, which we've already talked about. Again, it's just this back and forth content in these chapters. So what I want to focus on here are two issues, and I've already mentioned them: the large numbers problem and the issue of how long was the sojourn in Egypt, which is related to the overall chronological discussion. So let's take them in order. First issue really derives from verse 37, and I'll read it again, Exodus 12:37. And the people of Israel journeyed from Ramesses to Sukkot, about 600,000 men on foot, besides women and children. And then, of course, besides the flocks, too, and the herds. So this huge number and these kinds of numbers are going to show up elsewhere, like when they take a census, and there's actually, two censuses, before, a different book. You have book of Numbers, you have both of these, and, when they are about to go in the land, they fail, and then they renumber the people after the 40 years of wandering, and so on and so forth. So you get these large numbers that pop up in the Exodus and the wilderness wandering narratives. And this is a famous, and I would say a very real problem. Now, Carpenter in his commentary just mentions this. He says, the number of persons involved is huge, so huge, in fact, that it has tried the genius of exegetes for centuries as to how to interpret the figure of 600,000 men on foot, apart from women, children, women, and other men of various age groups. So there's even other men, the ones that are too old to be among, the what you would think of as those who can walk this kind of distance. And, again, that's not to mention the animals, too. Carpenter continues, and he says, various attempts have been made to deal with the figures. The number 600,000 may be of theological importance if it is not textually corrupt. The issue must be seen as an interpretive one, not one of belief or unbelief in God's ability to rescue a certain number of people. God's actions and words created the universe, a project of unfathomable proportions. That act indicates that he has the power over all creation. The theological perspective and literary purpose of the text are the key to understanding the writer, as well as any attempt to understand how large numbers functioned in the literature of the New Kingdom of Egypt, or even in the ancient Near Eastern world in general. We are dealing with certain historical facts. The facts are necessary, but the religious and theological significance they bear is most important. Are the numbers to be taken literally? Are they to be read symbolically, but in some sense of the term in which the reality of the world of the author is the controlling referent? Or are they the perfect fulfillment in theological terms of God's promise to Abraham concerning his descendants? What reality is being referred to, since biblical reality encompasses history and the divine sphere, and the covenantal world of Israel as well? The meta-narrative of Israel's God intersects with the cultural world of Israel at this time to convey both historical and meta-historical truth. Now, that's kind of academese in the way that's put. What I'm going to do at this point, I think I'm going to read something I wrote for the Faith Life Study Bible about the large numbers problem, and then I'm going to go to an article by a guy I know. In fact, this guy was my first Hebrew teacher at Dallas. He actually did his dissertation on the large numbers problem. So I'm going to be referencing both these things, but let's just jump in here. I think this is a bit more readable and I think a bit more illustrative of the fact that this is a very real problem. This is not a contrived problem or some sort of dumb argument from skeptics. This is a real problem. So in the Faith Life Study Bible, I wrote this. This is one of those excursus parts of the study Bible. In the census following the Exodus from Egypt, Numbers 146, the number of Israelite males older than 20 years of age is 603,550. At the second census, Numbers 2651, there are 601,730. Now, those are just the men 20 years of age, and older. These figures imply that the total population of the fledgling nation of Israel was somewhere between 2 and 3 million. While these figures are difficult to reconcile with the geography of Canaan and the archaeological record, several solutions, are possible. At least this is what people have tried to do. Now, let me just stop there. The issue with the geography of Canaan and the archaeological record are things like this. I'll just telegraph this point. There are certain roads that the Israelites could have taken, like to cross the desert, in different places. And initially they're like between towns. They go from this point, and they turn to that point, and they turn again, and so on and so forth. Geographically, in many of these places, there just isn't room. Literally, there isn't room, spatial area, for this many people to turn more than like 3 or 4 people abreast. If you've got 2 to 3 million people, it would take weeks or months just to get past a single signpost point. It's like the Three Stooges. The three of them try to get through the same doorway at the same time, and they clog the doorway. That's what you're dealing with in certain points of the geography. Along this route that we're given in the Torah, in Exodus, Numbers, or other places. They literally would have to, no more than 3 or 4 across here to, plus then you got the animals too. It would take weeks or months just for the whole lot of them to cross a single place, a single line, where the first person crossed and a month later, then the last of them to get to that point. There literally isn't enough time in the Exodus itinerary for that kind of thing to happen by the Bible's own record of things. So it's a real problem. Archaeologically, once they get into the land, if you're dealing with this many people, well, then logically you would need a certain number of cities or towns or villages where they live. It would be tens of thousands of them. But you don't have that. You don't have anywhere, you might have a few hundred. You don't have anywhere close in terms of settled towns from the archaeological record that can accommodate these numbers. So this is a real problem. It's not a contrived problem. Now, to illustrate this, I also wrote this, the problem illustrated. Several passages present challenges to the large figures of the book of Numbers. And of course, here we have in Exodus 12 as well. Deuteronomy 7:1-7 presents Israel, now get this, as the least numerous nation in Canaan at the time of the conquest. It actually says and lists 7 other nations that were larger. This means that if the figures in Numbers are to be taken literally, that the total population of these 8 nations collectively would have to range from 16 to 24 million people, roughly the 2010 population of Florida or Texas, respectively. The size of Canaan, however, is closer to that of New Jersey than either of those states. So take the whole population of Texas and stick it in New Jersey, and assume that every square foot of it is livable and you can see the problem. There's just not enough room. And you need water. So you can't just have every square foot occupied. You got cattle. Where are they going to, I mean, are you riding them the whole time? I mean, it's a comedy. It's ridiculous to imagine this at these numbers. There literally isn't the square footage, the square mileage in this place that we call Canaan to have 8 nations, the smallest of which is like roughly 3 million. So there's just something going on here. Further considerations help put the problem into perspective. If you go back, this is again from the Faith Life Study Bible. The Israelites left Egypt with, quote, about 600,000 men on foot besides dependents, Exodus 12:37. God did not provide the Israelites with manna until roughly 45 days later, Exodus 16, verse 1, meaning that 2 to 3 million people required a different food source for 45 days. If a family of 5 sacrificed 1 lamb or some other animal each day to feed themselves, because they don't have farms, folks. This is a migrant community, all right? If a family of 5 sacrificed 1 lamb or some other animal each day to feed themselves, the Israelites would have to slaughter 120,000 lambs every day, meaning the Israelites would have to have left Egypt with 5.4 million animals. Even if they ate meat only a third of the time, like for 15 of the 45 days, they still would have had to slaughter 40,000 animals per day and leave Egypt with 1.8 million animals. I mean, can you imagine the poop? I mean, it's just logistically, it's untenable. And let's be honest, it just doesn't work. The manna also compounds the issue. According to Exodus 16:13-21, there was enough manna on the ground to feed each Israelite every day. Now that's a really amazing trick because basically the ground is covered with people. It's like standing room only. The Israelites gathered an average of 1 omer, roughly 2 quarts of manna each day. Exodus 16 and 17. This implies that 1 to 1.5 million gallons of manna appeared on the ground every day. Finally, the Old Testament itself hints that the 2 to 3 million number is unlikely. In Numbers 33:49, it is noted that the Israelites, quote, camped by the Jordan from Beth Jeshimoth up to Avel Shittim on the desert plain of Moab, unquote. Since Beth Jeshimoth and Abel Shittim were approximately 7 miles from each other, the area of the Israelite encampment would have been about 49 square miles. Now, did you hear that? 49 square miles. You got to fit 2 to 3 million people plus the animals in 49 square miles. By comparison, New York City, which had a population of 8.1 million in 2010, covers 305 square miles. Taking the number 2 to 3 million at face value, therefore, requires that the Israelite camp had a slightly greater population density than New York City without any multi-level living accommodations. They're not building skyscrapers, folks. They're not even building 2-floor houses. They're in tents. They're all on the ground. Again, this is a real problem. The numbers are just crazy. Now, my friend Dave Fouts, and we have a link to this article posted on the episode website because this article is available free online. The article is entitled "A Defense of the Hyperbolic Interpretation of Large Numbers in the Old Testament." It's from the Journal of the Evangelical Theological Society, Volume 40, Number 3, in 1997. It's about a 10-page article. So I'm going to draw from this article, but the article itself is drawn from Dave's dissertation. This is what he did his dissertation on at Dallas Seminary. And in the dissertation and in the article, he provides some other telling and I think a bit humorous examples where taking the large numbers literal in the Old Testament just doesn't work by the Bible's own record. Now, here are some of what he illustrates this with. For example, the number of Levites and of Israelite firstborn. I mean, this is the kind of stuff you'd never think of unless you were noodling this problem, okay? Numbers 3 records several large numbers that cause problems if taken at face value. Concerning the number of Levites, 3 group totals are given, the sum of which is 22,000. It's Numbers 3:39. The sum as given is incorrect. It should be 22,300. The number of all Israelite firstborn is given as 22,273. That's Numbers 3:43, with 273 being the excess above the number of the Levites. Okay? G.B. Gray, who's an Old Testament commentator, has pointed out that this would yield at least 25 sons per family given a population of between 2 and 3 million persons. So if you're going to take the 2 and 3 million at face value, that means every family had 25 boys. Again, not to mention the girls. So he says the figures do indeed appear to be difficult if taken at face value. Here's another example. The number of Ephraimites in Judges 12. Judges 12:6 states that for mispronouncing Shibboleth, 42,000 Ephraimites were slain at the river Jordan, a number that exceeds the census total for the entire tribe in either Numbers 1, there it's at 40,500, or Numbers 26, there it's 32,500. Even allowing for an increase of the Ephraimite warrior population after the conquest does not alleviate the problem of the enormity of the number of those slain. So you really can't kill more than actually exist, is the problem. The number is obviously artificial for some reason. Another example, the wall at Aphek. 1 Kings 20, verse 30 asserts that after Israel had killed 100,000 Syrian foot soldiers at a nearby battle, 27,000 more fled into the city of Aphek, where a wall fell on them, apparently killing them as well. I mean, if you just read it, that's the suggestion. One would think that this wall or its remains would be somewhat comparable to the Great Wall of China, to be so calamitous in its collapse that it would have been at least partially unearthed by now. In other words, this wall, to kill 27,000 people, this wall has to be really long. And the question then arises, well, Aphek's been excavated. Where's like this wall that's like a mile or a couple miles or a few miles long? I mean, Fouts compares it to the Great Wall of China to make the point. It's got to be a really long wall to kill this many people. Again, it just sounds kind of absurd. Again, if you take the numbers at face value. If there is some other significance to the large numbers, Fouts says, however, the size of the wall may not matter. And again, this is where he's going to go, into his solution. But before we get there, I want to go back to what I wrote in the Faith Life Study Bible and say, just give you a bit of an overview here before I head back into Fouts. So again, in the study Bible I wrote, since taking the numbers of the census figures at face value yields these issues, of course, and others, I'm just being selective here. Several solutions have been proposed. And so on proposed solutions, this is the way I sketched it out. According to the most frequently cited proposal, the Hebrew word for thousand, eleph, may also mean tribe or clan. For example, Numbers 10:4, Judges 6:5, 1 Samuel 10:19. If so, the numbers may simply refer to military units, which corresponds to the aim of the censuses to determine the number of males eligible for Israel's army. The chapters in Numbers that record the censuses then use eleph as both a number and a term for a unit. However, the only examples where eleph might plausibly refer to something other than a number have nothing to do with counting. I mean, if you actually look them up, this is the problem we run into. Moreover, in other passages that do involve counting, for example, Exodus 18:21, 1 Samuel 8:12, 2 Samuel 18:1, the term does not have any other meaning than mathematical tabulation, in other words, 1,000. Another proposal claims that the author of Numbers deliberately exaggerated the numbers, and of course this would be the author of Exodus as well, doing the same thing. They deliberately exaggerated the numbers associated with the Exodus and the wilderness wanderings. In other words, they represent literary hyperbole. Comparisons with other ancient Semitic texts of similar genres, like military annals, validate this suggestion. Ancient Sumerian, Akkadian, and Assyrian literature, particularly royal, inscriptional, and historical annals, deliberately employed hyperbole regarding large numbers. The annals aimed to glorify the God of the king by exaggerating the king's victories. In fact, the biblical accounts of the Exodus and conquest bear striking similarities to contemporary annals in many ways. Given this, the hyperbolic use of numbers in the Old Testament anchors the biblical text to the writing conventions of the time. Now, let me read that over. Given this, if we assume that the numbers here are deliberately exaggerated, they're hyperbole, okay? The hyperbolic use of numbers in the Old Testament anchors the biblical text to the writing conventions of the time. This is an argument that favors their authenticity as truly ancient documents. The writer of these accounts thus could have used a known literary device to draw attention to the might of Yahweh, the King of Kings, earthly or divine, in delivering his people Israel. Now, this is where Fouts goes. This is Fouts' view, and his article defends the hyperbolic use of numbers in the Old Testament. And what he writes, I'll just cite a few things from him. He says in section 5, use of large numbers in other ancient Near Eastern contexts, he writes this: quite often, large numbers were employed in a hyperbolic fashion in the historiographic literatures of Sumer, Akkad, and Assyria, particularly in the royal, inscriptional, and annalistic genres. The hyperbolic numbers occur in military contexts, expressing the number of troops engaged in battle, the number of enemies slain or captured, the amount of spoil taken, the amount of corvée labor employed. It is evident from my study, says Fouts, that no other culture used numbers in excess of 100,000 with the same frequency as does the Old Testament. Where numbers in excess of 100,000 do occur, they are found exclusively in military contexts, or something to do with, again, like in Exodus. But basically what he's saying is the numbers are large there, and because the numbers are going to be large in the census because it has to do with not ultimately fleeing Egypt, but the number of people that are going to be, or the fact that the promised land needs to be conquered. That's why we get these large numbers in there. So he's saying even the flight from Egypt, those people are ultimately going to be the people, or are intended to be the people who are going to conquer the land. And so you still have this conquest, this militaristic sort of flavor going on in the bigger picture. What Fouts does is he goes to Akkadian examples, Sargon I, Ramush of Akkad, Shalmaneser I, Tukulti and Ninurta I, and so on and so forth. He has a number of these. And he writes this: the language of this epic literature is, of course, hyperbolic. One notes the terms, quote, without number, unquote, end quote, beyond counting, unquote, in synonymous parallelism to the specific numbers. And the example he uses here has the number at 3 million. So he says, this may support the hypothesis of my dissertation that at times the large numbers in other genres are also to be understood as literary hyperbole. Two of his main points are: Scripture is similar to other ancient historiography in that it may use large numbers hyperbolically in these contexts, and Scripture is similar to other ancient historiography in that the ostensible purpose of this usage is to demonstrate the relative magnitude of a given leader or king. Yahweh is greater than David, who is greater than Solomon, who is greater than Rehoboam, who is greater than others, and so on and so forth. This is why the numbers change and they get smaller and so on and so forth. Now, his conclusion is this. I'll just read it to you. One must wonder what implications the results of this study could have on Old Testament scholarship, particularly in the area of conquest models. As has been noted earlier, the large numbers have often been a stumbling block for accepting the biblical accounts as legitimate records of history. If the numbers are simply reflective of a rhetorical device common in ancient Near Eastern literature, however, one may no longer question the integrity of the record by use of this argument. In other words, he's saying, if the hyperbolic view is correct, then critics cannot use the large numbers to say that the accounts are unhistorical, because the writers would be using exactly the same conventions as the writers of military annals of from Sumer and Akkad and so on, and all the, Babylon, all these other places, Assyria, that everybody accepts as historical. If the biblical writers are doing the same thing, then the numbers shouldn't matter. They're not disqualifiers for authenticity or historicity. That's Fouts' big point here. He says the large numbers are often simply figures of speech employed to magnify King Yahweh, King David, or others in a theologically based historiographical narrative. For us, again, this is me speaking now. We're done with Fouts, but for us, we look at that, and when what Fouts has just said, I think is a really good point. I think he's really onto something here. That it is illegitimate to use the problem of the numbers to say that these accounts in the Torah cannot be historical. That is bogus, again, Fouts' point, because this other material that no one questions reflect actually real events. They do exactly the same thing. And everybody knows that this is a literary convention for this other ancient Near Eastern material. So why then exclude the Bible from that same rhetorical or literary technique? If you're going to be consistent and say that it's a product of its own time, then this is no longer an argument against biblical historicity. It's actually an argument in favor of it. But for us, I would tell people, if you're just breaking into the series, go back to the first episode we did on Exodus when we talked about history and historicity, how we think about history. For us, we're not expecting that, since this isn't the way we do military chronicling. It feels like, for us, exaggeration takes away from historicity. But what Fouts is actually arguing is that no, it actually confirms it, because it puts the Old Testament into the same category as this other stuff that people don't question. And if you're going to just pick on the Old Testament, well, then you're inconsistent. Then you have some sort of religious axe to grind, or some worldview axe to grind, or whatever. But again, to me, that makes very good sense, what he's arguing here for. But I'm just, for the sake of our audience here, for us, we just don't think of history this way. We're not expecting that. Because if we were to write a history of any big war today or any big event, we're like combing the records, to get the exact body count and all, because that's just the way we do things. They didn't. Nobody in the ancient Near East did. So for the original biblical world, literate readers in that world were expecting this. They knew exactly what was going on with these inflated numbers. It was a familiar way of history writing for them. They would not have felt deceived, since the point wasn't mathematical accuracy, but ultimately glorification of the king or the military leader or the deity behind those guys. A precise count wasn't even in the picture for either the writers or their original readers. Everybody knows what's going on. Everybody sort of knows the rules of the game. They know the rhetorical rules of the genre. Literate readers know what their writers are doing. It conforms perfectly to their expectations, but it doesn't conform to ours at all. So we have a decision to make. Are we going to let the Bible be what it is, or are we going to wish it were something that it wasn't or isn't and was never intended to be? Do we bend it to our will, our expectation? And again, I think this is another area where I've said it before. I know I'll say it again. When you do that, when you make the Bible conform to your expectations, the way you would do things, you make it vulnerable. You make it an easy target. If you let it be what it is and try to understand it the way that the writers were thinking and the way that the readers were thinking, what they received from the writers, there's a coherence to it. There are reasons why these things are the way they are. They're thinking one set of ideas. They're not thinking of the other set of ideas that we might be thinking. We're different. We're different from them. They're not us. And so what this means, for us is that while we read Old Testament accounts, we can't presume to have a real body count, as it were. Like if we went back with a calculator and spreadsheet, and put boots on the ground and counted everybody, like it would all come out literally the same if we did that, if we did time travel and everybody was armed with Excel spreadsheets or something. So we can't know that, but we can know that Israel had great victories and God had fulfilled his promise to multiply Abraham's descendants like the stars of the heavens, which again is another hyperbole. I mean, just taking the numerical approach, and I realize, we've had David Burnett on here before, and what the stars of heaven, again, that's not only a numerical thing, a numerical metaphor, it's also a qualitative metaphor. But I don't want to drift off into earlier episodes of the podcast. But if you're just thinking, numerically, that's a hyperbole, like the stars of the heaven. And everybody knows that. Everybody knows it's not supposed to be an exact, precise number. Everybody knows that. Well, in the ancient world, these inflated numbers were like they were sort of like these sorts of expressions. They were intentional. They had a goal to accomplish, and that was the glorification of the king or the military leader or their god or gods. And everybody knew that. So nobody was surprised. Everybody knew what they had on their hands. The second issue, let's transition to the second issue, derives from verse 40. And again, here we get to go muck around in the chronological stuff again. So let me read verses 40 through 41. So after we get this description of the mixed multitude and the big numbers and all that stuff and the animals, we read this. Exodus 12:40, 41. The time that the people of Israel lived in Egypt was 430 years. At the end of 430 years, on that very day, all the hosts of the Lord went out from the land of Egypt. Okay? Now the verse deals, specifically verse 40, deals with the length of the sojourn in Egypt, the length of Israel being in Egypt. It appears to be in conflict with other verses and therefore creates problems for Israelite chronology. Here are the other verses. In Galatians, in the New Testament, Galatians 3:17, Paul says, "This is what I mean. The law, which came 430 years afterward, does not annul a covenant previously ratified by God so as to make the promise void." So you say, well, 430 years afterwards, after what? Well, if we actually go to Galatians 3, what precedes verse 17, we read this. The promises were made to Abraham and to his offspring. It does not say into offsprings, referring to many, but referring to one, and to your offspring, who is Christ. This is what I mean, the law that came 430 years afterwards. So that sets the time at the 430 years there are really sort of looping Abraham in when Abraham received the promises. But that isn't what Exodus 12 says. Exodus 12 says the time that the people of Israel lived in Egypt was 430 years. So where's Paul getting this 430 years? Why is he including Abraham? It doesn't align. Another example, it appears in conflict with Genesis 15:13 through 16. So let's just go there. I'll go back to verse 13. Then the Lord said to Abram, know for certain that your offspring will be sojourners in a land that is not theirs, and will be servants there, and they will be afflicted for 400 years. It's not 430, 400 years. But I will bring judgment on the nation that they serve, and afterward they shall come out with great possessions. As for you, you shall go to your fathers in peace. You shall be buried in a good old age. And they shall come back here, they, your offspring, shall come back here in the fourth generation, for the iniquity of the Amorites is not yet complete. Okay, so it seems to equate the 400 with 4 generations, so a generation of 100 years. But you have 4 of them, you got 400 years. But that's not 430. Then you have Acts 7:6. This is part of Stephen's speech. God spoke to this effect that his offspring would be sojourners in a land belonging to others who would enslave them and afflict them for 400 years. So that seems to be drawing on Genesis 15, verse 13 through 16. There's another one, Acts 13:20, but we'll get to that in a moment. That's a bit different. So what we have here, though, is we have Exodus 12:40 and 41 in the Masoretic text, traditional text, saying that the people of Israel lived in Egypt 430 years. So what do we do with the extra 30 years that seems to be in conflict with Genesis 15, which of course lies behind Acts 7? When we really think about it, we also have a problem with Galatians 3:16 and 17 because he loops Abraham in as well. Paul does. So we have numbers, 400 and 430, that have slightly different contexts. And of course, the numbers themselves are different. So what's going on here? Like, what do we do that? What do we do with that? Well, there are a couple of ways to approach this. You might think, first of all, just one approach. Wouldn't it be nice if instead of Exodus 12:40 saying the time that the people of Israel lived in Egypt was 430 years, instead of it saying that, it said something like, now the sojourn of the children of Israel, during which they dwelt in the land of Egypt and in the land of Canaan, was 430 years. Wouldn't that be nice? Because that, in other words, that would loop Abraham and his time in Canaan into the 430 years. And that would seem to agree with Paul. Wouldn't it be nice if the text just said that? Well, guess what? It does in the Septuagint. What I just read to you was Rolf's edition of the Septuagint. That's what it says. Now, other manuscripts of the Septuagint actually have 435, but at least we have a Septuagint tradition that has 430 and loops Abraham into the picture. So you could say that Paul was evidently using a Septuagint that was basically, again, what I just read about. They dwelled in the land of Egypt and in the land of Canaan. That phrase is added. 430 years. So Paul in Galatians 3:16 and 17 and Exodus 12:40 would actually agree in this scenario. Paul is essentially paraphrasing the content of the Septuagint, which loops the patriarchs into the number of Exodus 12:40. Well, that would be nice, but we still have to deal with what about the 400 number in other passages? Genesis 15:13 through 16 and Acts 7 verse 6. Can we reconcile this 430 and Abraham's in the loop here, so that takes care of the 430, at least it seems to. And then what about the 400? Well, go back to the Genesis passage and listen to it closely. Here's how you would reconcile these things. Verse 13. Then the Lord said to Abram, know for certain that your offspring will be sojourners in a land that is not theirs and will be their servants and be afflicted for 400 years. They see what I did there. I could say, well, in Genesis 15:13, God is talking to Abraham, and he doesn't loop Abraham into the number, into the number of the sojourning. He tells Abraham, look, your offspring, your descendants will be sojourners in a land for 400 years. So it's not you. So that kind of opens the door for a time in Egypt less than 430 that we could say, well, maybe 400. We could postulate that the 400 years in Genesis 15:13 through 15 refers to the actual bondage, the bad time in Egypt, while 430 would be, maybe a time that, we could say Jacob and his descendants lived in Egypt and it wasn't bad at all. After all, there was an interval between the time Jacob and his family get there and the time in Exodus 1 where things start to really go bad. Well, there are problems here too, because not only, again, if we're depending on the Septuagint and we're looking back at Paul is still obviously kind of thinking of Abraham in some way here. And we can't get Abraham within 30 years of the lifetime of Jacob, so we still have that problem. And Exodus 1 seems to suggest that the enslavement situation came toward the tail end of Israel's time in Egypt. Or it could be read that way. It doesn't have to be read that way. Maybe, again, a better way to take it is that, the period of affliction, maybe it did last 400 years. Because as we read Exodus 1, Exodus 1, says, hey, there arose a Pharaoh that didn't know Joseph. Again, that's shortly after Jacob dies. And things just go sour progressively. It starts out one way and then it ends with, slavery and killing the Israelite boys and all, it just gets worse. So maybe it does stretch out 400 years. Maybe we're okay. But again, we're getting closer to a reconciliation, but we're still not quite there. Because we have the Abraham thinking in Paul's head. Maybe Paul this is possible, because the New Testament writers do this. Maybe Paul is thinking of both passages, both Genesis 15 and Exodus 12, and just summarizing, paraphrasing, and putting them both together. That's why he thinks of Abraham, the time, when the covenant was launched, and the 400 years of bondage there. And he's also thinking of Exodus 12, the 430, maybe that's Jacob's early good time. He was still in Egypt, but it wasn't in bondage, and they were only afflicted 400. I mean, you could see how these things could get mixed, not in a wrong way, but you could see how Paul could be thinking of all these passages and sort of just shorthanding it in Galatians 3 to just present a summary in the space of a verse, 2 verses, what happened here. I mean, you can get there. You can sort of deal with the 400 and the 430, that way. Now, Sarna, in his Exodus commentary, notes that the rabbinic material puts kind of an interesting twist on this. He says, the first part is already familiar to us, but I'm going to read it anyway. The historical summation of verses 40 and 41, this is Exodus 12, do not exactly accord with the 400 years of Egyptian oppression predicted in Genesis 15:13. The Mekhiltah, and by the way, that's a compilation of essentially Jewish legal theory, halakhic midrash on the book of Exodus. The Mekhiltah resolves the discrepancy by attributing the 30-year difference to the interval between God's covenant with Abraham and the birth of Isaac. So it brings Isaac into the picture. Although the text, Sarna admits, speaks clearly enough only of the Egyptian episode, doesn't really say anything about Isaac. The inclusion of the sojourn in Canaan in the computation is explicit in the text of the Septuagint, which we already, read, and also the Samaritan Pentateuch. Now that isn't really helpful because that sort of just tells us what we already know. Here's the interesting part. Here's the interesting twist that Sarna sort of triangulates for. He notes that maybe the numbers, again, aren't to be taken at face value, but they are what they are because of a preference, a literary preference for mathematical symmetry. Now catch this. This is Sarna again. He writes, Ibn Ezra, again, a famous rabbinic teacher, begins the 430-year reckoning with the departure of Abraham from Haran for Canaan. And in fact, exactly 215 years elapsed between that event and Jacob's migration to Egypt, yielding the same time span for the stay of the Israelites in Egypt. So you have 215 years on one side and 215 years on the other. And of course, you put them together, and that equals 430. Sarna writes, this kind of symmetry follows a symmetrical pattern well established in the patriarchal narratives and elsewhere in the book of Genesis. Thus, Abraham lived 75 years in the home of his father and 75 years in the lifetime of his son Isaac. He was 100 years of age at the birth of Isaac, and he lived 100 years in Canaan. Jacob lived 17 years with Joseph in Canaan and a like period with him in Egypt. 10 generations separated Noah from Adam, and another 10 generations from Abraham to Noah. In the light of these facts, it may be that the neatly balanced periods of time are intended to be rhetorical rather than literal. That is, they underline the biblical ideal of history as the fulfillment of God's deliberate design. In the worldview of the Bible, history cannot be merely a series of disconnected and haphazard events. Unquote. That's the end of Sarna. So basically, Sarna is saying maybe we ought to think about the numbers being what they are because the writer wants to tie two sections of God's work on earth through the patriarchs or through his people Israel or through, Adam to Noah or whatever, that the numbers are what they are to specifically connect two equal halves in terms of the numerical number given to each half. Maybe that's intentional. Maybe they're supposed to be brought together. Maybe the number given to them, people are supposed to discern that if you cut the number in half, then you look for both halves somewhere else in the chronological comments, the age years given for people or between events, just so that you're supposed to connect the two sets. And it's not about a literal chronology or historical chronology in terms of time on earth. Maybe that's not the point. Maybe the point is, again, to bring two things together because they're equal halves. Now that's fascinating. And again, my judgment would be that's really worth thinking about. I don't know that that's the case here with the number 430, but it's actually pretty interesting. So if you like that idea, the solution therefore to Exodus 12:40 would be simple for you, or you might think. The solution might be easy enough. Well, we've got 430 years. It's an artificial number in terms of literal chronology, but it connects these two things. That number's chosen for symmetry. Again, that seems to work because we have other symmetrical patterns that emerge when we're looking for this kind of thing in Scripture. But again, if you're going to go that route, if you take that approach, it does call into general question the literalness of the numbers. In other words, could other numbers associated with the Exodus and Israelite history be artificial for the same symmetrical, literary, rhetorical, theological purposes? I mean, we have this in the New Testament very obviously in the genealogy of Jesus. In Matthew, you have the 3 sets of 14. Again, there's a deliberate reason why it's structured that way. It skips generations if you compare that genealogy back to the Old Testament material. There's a symmetry created there in the 3 sets, and there's also a gematria thing that emerges from the way the numbers are arranged and all that sort of stuff. It points to David, but again, I don't want to get into that in this episode. But there are things like this that happen. So you look at that and you say, well, okay, maybe 430 is 215 plus 215, and we don't really know if we should attach real time to that or not. But if you decide, well, I want to have my cake and eat it too. I kind of like that explanation, but I still want the 430 and the 215s, to mean something. And I'm going to keep them for historical markers, chronology and real time. If you do that, then you must embrace the late date of the Exodus. And Gleason Archer, who was not a late dater, saw this very clearly. He writes in his book, Survey of Old Testament Introduction, he says, as to the length of the sojourn of the Israelites in Egypt, the clear statement of the Hebrew text of Exodus 12:40 is that it totaled 430 years from the migration of Jacob's family until the Exodus itself. But since the Septuagint here reads that the 430 years included the sojourn of Abraham and his descendants into Canaan as well as Egypt, some have preferred this variant to the reading of the Masoretic text. Some like the Septuagint better. This would result in a specifically Egyptian sojourn of about 215 years. Okay, so if you're going to take the second half of the 215 as literal chronological history, then you have a sojourn of 215 years. And if you plug that into real time, guess what, Archer writes, that would bring Joseph's career squarely into the Hyksos period. And that is precisely what the late date advocates. Joseph was part of the Hyksos period. Late date, the date of the Exodus is in the 13th century BC, the 1200s somewhere. So Archer realizes this. And again, he's going to argue against the Septuagint reading. He's going to argue against, adopting the 430 and all this kind of stuff because, Archer is committed to the early date in his introduction. Now, Hoffmeyer, who is a late dater, says this. Paul allots 430 years between Abrahamic and the Sinaitic covenants, or the time between Abraham and the Exodus, indicating that he followed the Septuagint chronology. He has a footnote here. According to the Masoretic text chronology, 645 years separate the two, between the Abrahamic and the Sinai covenants. 645 years, according to the Masoretic text. Exodus 12:40 has a different reading in the Septuagint than does the Masoretic text. The Septuagint envisions 2 periods of 215 years totaling 430. 215 years spent by Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob in Canaan prior to the family's move to Egypt, and 215 years in Egypt prior to the Exodus. So it's quite a variance between the two textual traditions. And what Hoffmeyer does with this is he says, look, Paul used the Septuagint, so I'm good with that. And of course, Hoffmeyer is a late dater anyway. But again, to be fair to him, it seems like he really genuinely does consider this fairly compelling, that Paul has this specific chronology in his head, and if you're going to adopt that chronology as real-time chronological history, then Joseph is a Hyksos, and you can only have the Exodus in the 13th century. Now, again, next week in the next episode, we're going to talk about how the early date and the late date defend each other and respond to each other. But I'm just telling you right now, the problem already sort of emerges right here. And it really did back in Exodus 1 when we talked about Ramesses and the names and Pithom and Ramesses and all that kind of stuff. So we're going to deal with that again and hopefully put some closure to it, at least in terms of the coverage next week. So if you adopt a late date Exodus, you're done now. You're good with the Septuagint. You know how you're going to handle Exodus 12:40, how you're going to read that verse in relation to Genesis 15. You're good with what Paul does. You're good. But what if you don't like the late date? Okay. Well, that means you've got to stay with the Masoretic text. And the Masoretic text says we've got 430 years. That's the number given in Exodus 12:40 and Galatians 3:16 and 17. And then we have a 400-year number in Genesis 15:13 through 16 and Acts 7:6. So your strategy would be this. You would say, okay, the Exodus 12:40 reference, 430 years, quote, this is a direct quote from Exodus 12:40, of the Israelites living in Egypt. So that can only be understood as the time when Jacob gets there, okay, through the bondage, and then the Exodus happens. Okay, so you've got 430 years. You got to go with that. Then Genesis 15, you would say, well, that refers to 400 years of affliction. You could say, well, the 30 years, maybe the extra 30 years in Exodus 12, verse 40, maybe that refers to the time when Jacob's there, he's with Joseph, and it's not they're not living under affliction. They're not in bondage. It's a normal, kind of relationship. And when things start to go sour from the point that they start to go sour all the way to the Exodus, well, that's 400 years. So that's how you would have to read this. So, we've already covered, some of that ground earlier. So this is how you would have to handle things. Now, the only outlier here is, what do I do with Abraham? Because, again, Galatians 3:16 and 17 seems to suggest that Abraham is lurking in Paul's head when he's referencing 430 years. And again, I've already told you what you'd have to do here, but just to summarize it again, you'd have to say, look, the reason why Paul mentions these things, Abraham in verse 16, the giving of the Abrahamic covenant, and then he goes into the 430 years, is because Paul has both passages, both Genesis 15 and Exodus 12 in his head, and he's just summarizing things in Galatians 3:16 and 17. That's essentially what you have to do. You have to assume that Paul's paraphrase of the text is not designed to loop Abraham into the 430 years. It's incidental to the 430 years. So take your pick. If you like that view and you stick with the Masoretic text, then you can still argue for the early date of the Exodus. If you want to say, I don't think that's what Paul was thinking, I think Paul is looping this stuff together, blah, 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 and I'm going to go with the Septuagint, that means Joseph is in the Hyksos period and we have to have a late date Exodus. Well, good for you. Again, both of these things are possible. I'm giving you both trajectories on how you would have to deal, again, with the data. Now, there's a couple outliers here. Isn't that wonderful? One outlier is Acts 13:20. It's not really a big one. And neither of these are lethal to anything, but they might occur to somebody listening in the audience. Acts 13:20 says this, and I'm actually going to read verses 16 through 20. So Paul stood up and motioning with his hand. Again, this is when Paul, is in trouble again, like he usually is. Okay, so he wants to speak to the crowd. Men of Israel, and you who fear God, listen. The God of this people Israel chose our fathers and made the people great during their stay in the land of Egypt. And with uplifted arm he led them out of it. And for about 40 years he put up with them in the wilderness. And after destroying 7 nations in the land of Canaan, he gave them their land as an inheritance. All this took about 450 years. And after that he gave them judges until Samuel the prophet. So the 450 years here for Paul means this. It's the time from, well, let me just ask, what it means. The 450 years. Look at the phrases Paul uses, that God chose our fathers. Now, does that include Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, or is it just a generic reference to the Israelites who have gone before us? Then he has the phrase, their stay in the land of Egypt. Okay, that's a clear reference to the sojourn in Egypt, period of affliction. Then he references 40 years of wandering. Then he references the conquest. And he says, all that's about 450 years. Now, with respect to our earlier verses that have the numbers 400 and 430 in them, if you took the 400, for the affliction, let's just say that the first phrase chose our fathers. And then as Paul says that, he links it to their stay in the land of Egypt. Let's just interpret that as saying, well, Paul's talking about when the Israelites went into Egypt. Our fathers would be Jacob and his sons, his 12 sons, Israel, okay? And so if you're going to do it that way, and you're going to move Abraham out of the picture, then you would just add the numbers this way. If you're using the 400 as the number for affliction, 400 plus 40 plus 7 is 447. That's about 450 years. If you're using the 430, you'd come up with a total of 477. And you'd have to say, well, that's about 450 years. A little bit more, but, it's not a big deal. Both views would say that the number 450 is an approximation. That's how you would do this. Okay, so either side, that there are your trajectories, pick the one you like. Second outlier, and this issue isn't directly related to the duration of the bondage in our topic, but it is a cautionary tale. Here's why I put it in here. It's a cautionary tale about using the concepts of generations and genealogies to do biblical chronology. And I know everybody says, you just look at the genealogies and you just add the numbers up. There you go. The world created in 4004 BC, all that kind of, okay. That's nonsensical. And this is a textbook illustration of why. Okay. So this is a good cautionary tale. As such, it is worthwhile to get into this. How a literal face value reading of years and genealogies may not help at all. If you go to Exodus 6:16 through 20, again, we've covered Exodus 6 before, but this is when you get this sort of intrusive genealogy about the Levites, after God has made a concession to Moses, as far as bringing Aaron into the picture and all that. You get this weird genealogy just sort of plopped in here that we've talked about before. Okay, now catch this. This is from Heiser's book on hard sayings of the Old Testament. He actually has this as one of his entries. He writes in his treatment of this passage, the list of 4 generations in this text presents no problems on its face until one reads in Exodus 12:40 that the time period is 430 years. Such genealogical lists in the Old Testament have been a source of special delight and enormous difficulty. I'm going to stop there. Let me read verses 16 through 20, and you'll get why this matters for the 430. Here's what we read. These are the names of the sons of Levi according to their generations. Now, Levi was one of the 12 offspring of Jacob who went with Jacob into Egypt. Okay, so we're right at the beginning point now of the sojourn, or the time of Israel in Egypt, 430. Okay, so these are the names of the sons of Levi according to their generations: Gershon, Kohath, and Merari. The years of the life of Levi being 137 years. The sons of Gershon, he lists the sons of Gershon. Verse 18, the sons of Kohath, and he gives the list. The sons of Merari, and he gives the list. Then he says, these are the clans of the Levites according to their generations. Amram, who was one of the sons of Kohath. Amram took as his wife Jochebed, his father's sister, and she bore him Aaron and Moses. The years of the life of Amram being 137 years. So we've got 4 generations written about here. We've got Levi, of course, Gershon, Kohath, and Merari. You could say Gershon, Kohath, and Merari plus Amram. Maybe that's the 4th generation, whatever. You've clearly gone from the time the Israelites get into Egypt to the time of Moses and Aaron. And you got these 4 generations, okay? Now let's go back here, because Heiser sees a problem. He says, the difficulty is that all too many interpreters have been tempted to assume that these genealogies are complete lists of names and figures, and that we can therefore add up all the ages and obtain absolute dates for a number of pre-patriarchal events for which we otherwise would have no data. Unfortunately, this assumption is faulty. These are not complete genealogical records, and it was not the writer's intention to provide this material for readers who might wish to add up numbers. Usually the text is reluctant to do this. We must be reluctant to do it as well. So we must ask, is there evidence that these genealogies were condensed? Okay. What he's going to do here is let me just skip down here a little bit here. I might as well just read the whole thing. It's not that long. He says here, is there evidence these genealogies were condensed through the omission of less important names? In particular, can we determine whether there were only 4 generations? Here's the key question. Were there only 4 generations from Levi to Moses during the 430 years of bondage in Egypt? Sub-question. Were Amram and Jochebed Aaron and Moses' immediate parents? If not, why does the text say Jochebed bore him? Bore to Amram, Aaron, and Moses. On the other hand, why does Exodus 2:1 remain non-committal about the names of Moses' parents? Quote, now a man of the house of Levi married a Levite woman. She became pregnant, gave birth to the son, Moses. A parallel genealogy. Here's the problem. A parallel genealogy for the same period of time, from the days just before Jacob went to Egypt until his descendants came out 430 years later, is preserved in the line of Joshua. a younger contemporary of Moses. And it's given in 1 Chronicles 7:23 through 27. Yeah, 1 Chronicles is good for something, folks. And here it is. In that line, there are 11 generations listed between Jacob and Joshua. And so what Heiser's saying is the genealogy that we read in Exodus 6 has to be abbreviated and condensed. It has to be select. It's not going to be reliable to just add up years to get time intervals and event intervals. You got 11 generations and 4 generations. It's dramatically different. It's not like just one extra, okay, maybe they had an extra kid when she was a little bit younger. No, it's 11 generations between Jacob and Joshua. The logical conclusion, Heiser writes, is that Moses' genealogy is condensed. It is inconceivable that there should be 11 links between Jacob and Joshua and only 4 or maybe 5 between Jacob and Moses. If more proof is needed, we have it. An altogether overwhelming set of data can be seen in Numbers 3, 19, and 27 and 28. If no abridgment is understood in the 4 generations of Moses' ancestry, catch this, what results is this unbelievable set of numbers. The grandfather of Moses had, during Moses' lifetime, 8,600 male descendants. And we're forgetting that doesn't include the girls. Okay? 2,750 of whom were between the ages of 30 and 50, according to Numbers 4:36. Now, all of us know that these were times of large families, but is it possible to make sense of what has been reported in these texts unless there is a considerable condensing and compression of the record to get at just the key characters? Another piece of evidence is to be found in the fact that Levi's son Kohath was born before Jacob, and his 12 sons went down to Egypt, according to Genesis 46:11, where the emerging nation of Israel lived for 430 years. Now, if Moses was 80 years old at the Exodus, according to Exodus 7:7, he must have been born 350 years after Kohath, who, as a consequence, could not have been his grandfather. In fact, Kohath is said to have lived a total of 133 years, and his son Amram lived 137 years. These two numbers do not add up to the 350. Okay? I mean, he goes on to just point out how if you don't understand that the 4 generations of Exodus 6 are selective, and you take those names in those 4 generations and you go into the book of Numbers, where these people are found and they're having kids and other kids that aren't mentioned here, and there's other generations, it becomes a numerical set of absurdities. You say, well, what's the point, Mike? The point is that I brought this into the discussion because, in part, to set up next week. So we're going to end here. The issue is doing biblical chronology and arriving at dates for events is not as simple as looking in the Bible for numbers and just getting out a calculator and adding them all up. Let's be honest, few people care about the book of Numbers and the genealogical lists of First Chronicles. But there is stuff in there that will mess your chronological approach up big time. It will turn it into a house of cards, because that's what it is. So again, I offer this as a cautionary tale leading up to our discussion of the dates, the two, the big two, the early date and the late date. Because some of that's going to involve how do we understand generations? How do we take numbers literally or not? So in this episode, what we've got is we've got instances of numerical symmetry that makes potentially the numbers somewhat artificial. In other words, they are what they are because the writer wants to unite two sets of things together intentionally for the reader. And we also have, again, a cautionary tale about assuming certain things about genealogical lists when you get into chronology. It is not that simple. It will get you into trouble. It will lead you to false conclusions. So again, with that said, we've just dipped our toe into the issues here. So next time, we're going to build on this and get into the chronology, early and late date. How are they defended, and how does each side respond to each other?
Mike, did you mention which side you come down on all this?
My honest answer is I just don't know. There are things that tug me in both directions. You know, it's really difficult. I'll just give you an example. One of the things that makes the late date unattractive to me are the disconnects with Joseph in the Hyksos period. I mean, they really are disconnected. So I don't quite know. There are always ways, to deal with that, but they're just things that sort of stick out. But on the other hand, the late date does have a number of things that really kind of make sense. Like in this episode, it could allow you to just go with the Septuagint. You don't have to, but you could. There's a whole bigger issue of when they actually get into the conquest. Does the description of the geography of the land, what does that look like? Does it look like what we know from archaeology? And I'm not talking about the conquests of like Jericho. I'm talking just about the general settlement, patterns. Does it look more like the 13th century or the 14th century? And you can make a good argument that the boundaries in the cities and all that stuff really look a lot like the 13th century based on Telemarna texts, because Egypt used to be in control of this whole region, and there's actually a lot of records for towns and villages and stuff like that. But is that just evidence of it being written later or updated? Is it editorial? I mean, who knows? I just don't know. I don't really know where to land. On one level, I don't really care. It's almost at eschatology level for me. But since it's mostly Old Testament, I'm a little bit more interested in it than eschatology. But
Yeah.
It's almost there.
It's okay not to know. I mean, it's all right.
Yeah, I don't think anything hinges on one date or the other. But when we go through next week, people are going to say, that's really persuasive. You got me there. And that's going to happen on both sides. And that's okay. Like I said, there are things about each view that tug me and make me, want to side with that particular view. But then something else comes along. It's like, oh man, this just sounds better at this point than the other one, and so on and so forth. So I don't know. We're going to spend the whole episode on the date of the Exodus. Before we jump in there, I really, this is kind of funny, but I thought I should mention, there was somebody that reviewed Unseen Realm yesterday, and I happened to look at the Amazon page and clicked through the reviews, and so there's this guy. He gave the book a really good 5-star review, but then he put in it, I was a little concerned about him citing Ellen White. That's my only reservation, and it made me laugh because he's thinking the Ellen White of the, I guess, 19th century, early 20th. I can't remember when she lived, but the Ellen White of the Seventh-day Adventist founding. This is not the same Ellen White. If you look in the footnotes at the book by her that I cite, she's a recent PhD student, actually, of Mark Smith. I reviewed her book and interact with a little bit in Unseen Realm, but it made me laugh. But I thought, maybe I should say something, on the podcast for people who read footnotes. No, it's not that Ellen White. So, if you get a chuckle out of that, good, because I did.
Well, at least he didn't.
But anyway, we're going to
a star for that. At least he gave you full.
Right.
So
yeah, I've been knocked stars for some really head scratching reasons. Too much information, 2 stars. Okay, I guess I deserve that then. But that happens. So yeah, that all kidding aside, now we are going to spend the the episode on the date of the Exodus as I telegraphed last time. And so what I decided to do on the web page for this episode, there are going to be links to several articles. The 2 main ones I'm going to mention here in a moment, but I figured what I would do for this is interact with a fairly recent, it's, I don't know, 10, 15 years old. These are 10 years old or so. Some recent treatments of the date of the Exodus that appeared in theological journals. And it's nice that back in 2007, the Journal of the Evangelical Theological Society had both sides, had scholars, who take different views. They both wrote essays, and they're responsive to each other as well on this topic. So what I'm going to do is interact with both of these, and I'll bring a few other things in, where it matters. But all of these articles are going to be accessible to listeners if you want to go up and read them for yourself. I'm going to basically go through 5 sort of items, points that get discussed in these articles, and you'll be able to see who takes what side and how they respond to the other side, and what the arguments mean, how they're presented, how they defend their respective views. So for listeners who maybe didn't catch the earlier episodes when we talked about chronology, or are just not sort of up on this topic at all, maybe they've never looked at it, the date of the Exodus, well, what's that about? There are two main dates. I mean, there are more than two views of this, but the two major positions are what has become known as the early date, that is 1446 BC, and a guy like Bryant Wood, who has his PhD from the University of Toronto in Syro-Palestinian archaeology. Bryant is an evangelical. I happen to know him. He is an early dater. He would be representative, and so I will be referencing him and his article, which is entitled "The Biblical Date for the Exodus is 1446 BC, a response to James Hoffmeyer." That is in the Journal of the Evangelical Theological Society, again, back in 2007. Link to that on the episode page. So naturally, the other side is going to be Jim Hoffmeyer. He's going to hold the late date, which typically, you'll see that sort of pegged at sometime between 1270 and 1260 BC. So not quite 200 years later than the early date. Jim Hoffmeyer teaches at Trinity Evangelical Divinity School. He also has his PhD from the same institution as Bryant Wood, the University of Toronto. But Hoffmeyer's degree is in Egyptology. So his article is entitled, "What is the Biblical Date of the Exodus? A Response to Bryant Wood." Okay, so they go back and forth in the same issue of the journal. And that's how I'm going to proceed through this topic. I'm going to take 5 items of argumentation that both sides will interact with. And then at the end, listeners can draw their own conclusions about which arguments were better, or however they want to look at it. And I'll mix in a few of my own gut responses, to arguments and attempted rebuttals of those arguments as we go on. There are points where I think the rebuttals on both sides are kind of weak or not. Can certainly be, I would put the label uncertain on them, which means, if we were keeping score, the side that they were trying to rebut would get a point on my scorecard. But I'm not going to keep points to the episode. You can keep points if you want. We're just going to go through the material. So the first, item for discussion would be these two verses, considered in tandem: 1 Kings 6:1 and Exodus 12:40. So this is item number 1, these two verses. Now, the Wood article, obviously he's going to take 1 Kings 6:1 as kind of a basic starting point. That's the verse. I'm just going to read it to listeners. It says this: "In the 480th year after the people of Israel came out of the land of Egypt, in the 4th year of Solomon's reign over Israel, in the month of Ziv, which is the 2nd month, he began," that is Solomon, "to build the house of the Lord." So this places basically, if you take this at face value, it says, in the 4th year of Solomon, when he began to build the temple, that was 480 years removed from the Exodus. So it's just a simple mathematical thing. Now, the date of Solomon's accession to the throne is really not disputed. Again, I've made the comment before, when you get down past 1000 BC, especially when the Bible starts to interact with Assyrian kings, the Assyrian chronology is a lot more secure than Egyptian chronology. It's astronomically based, with sure techniques, very well understandable, correlatable techniques with modern astronomical tools. So it's just a matter of finding, linchpins with Assyrian rulers and biblical figures, and then you can start to build a chronology for the Bible. And so Solomon's reign, the dates of it are really not controversial at all. Just about everybody's going to agree, within a plus or minus a year, that Solomon came to the throne in roughly 970 BC. That would make his 4th year 966 BC, because we're going in the lesser direction, because this is BC dating. So 966, go back 480 years, and you have 1446 BC. That would be your date of the Exodus. So that's a really simple thing. Now, we've talked about that number before. We also talked about Exodus 1240 in the last episode. The time that the people of Israel lived in Egypt was 430 years. So what Wood says in his article, this is sort of where he starts, and he writes as follows. And he's specifically commenting at this point on Exodus 1240. Although the Septuagint data differ from the Masoretic text at some points, and again, we talked about that in the last episode, the Septuagint certainly does not support a 13th century Exodus date. Okay, let me just stop there. So Wood's saying, look, I know all about Exodus 1240. If you recall the end of the last episode, I had a quote from Hofmeier there, where Hofmeier says, look, if we take the 430 from the Septuagint, and we should because Paul uses the Septuagint when he talks about Moses and Sinai, he has the same number, 430, even though, again, recall that Paul loops Abraham in there. And Exodus 1240 in the Septuagint doesn't actually do that by name. But anyway, Hofmeier would say, look, if you're going to take the Septuagint seriously, and you've got that number with 430, and it includes, some of the patriarchal era, in that number with the, the date of the bondage and all, or the duration of the bondage and all that. Hofmeier said, lots of people have noticed that 430 is neatly divisible into 215 and 215. So Hofmeier and others would argue that the sojourn in Egypt, the period of affliction, is 215 years, and then the 215 years prior to that, you got the two sides of your equation there. So that's how they would do chronology. And Wood is saying, look, I know all about that, but just because we have this number, this 430 number, that doesn't actually tell us where to put that number in terms of what century the Exodus occurs. And he's right there. It doesn't really tell you where to put it. Hofmeier says if you take the 215 and the 215, again, the way he and many other scholars want you to take it, you wind up with Joseph being back in the Hyksos period. Again, if the first half of the 215, the second half, if the dividing line between those two, is the before affliction, after affliction, if that's the way we should look at that, then Hofmeier says there's no other conclusion to draw. Joseph was in the Hyksos period, and that's going to work with other arguments that he has. And Wood is saying, well, the verse doesn't actually say any of that. It doesn't tell us how to use the 430. And then Wood goes on and he says, now, there's too much assumed from the math anyway. And so he references an article by Ray, which I also have linked on the episode page. And, Ray basically, has a number of arguments about this number 430 and what can and cannot be said from it. So the general way to summarize this is Ray agrees, look, we're making too much of the math. Who cares if it's neatly divided into two halves and 215? Why do we assume that 430 is 430 to give us a 250-year, pre-affliction and affliction? Why do we make these assumptions? So Ray presents a panoply of arguments about, why this is not a necessary conclusion for the number 430. But I'll simplify to what I think to be the most significant problem that Ray notes, or at least the objection. He writes this. He says, it will be pertinent to begin our analysis with the two Old Testament passages that are the most relevant to our discussion. Exodus 12:40, because remember Ray's article is about the number 430 in this passage, and Genesis 15:13 through 21. Again, that should be familiar from the previous episode of the podcast. Ray writes, the former is given within a chronological statement in the context of the account of the Exodus itself. The latter, that is Genesis 15, is in the setting of God's ratification of his covenant with Abraham, because that's what Genesis 15 is about. Now, again, Genesis 15 included both the confirming of the promises of the seed, Ray points out, that's verses 13 and 17, or through 17, and then the land grant, verses 18 through 21. So he's saying, look, there's a context for these two passages, and Genesis 15 actually gives us the number of 400, whereas Exodus 12:40 gives us 430. But the context for both are different. And again, I should remind you of what the Septuagint actually says here at this point, because Ray is going to do something with this. So if you're reading the Septuagint, at least one edition of the Septuagint, you would read this at Exodus 12:40. Now the sojourn of the children of Israel during which they dwelt in the land of Egypt and in the land of Canaan was 430 years. Now Ray points out that even if we accept the 430 years with the Septuagint in that verse, and even if we accept the Septuagint's inclusion of to sort of loop Abraham in there, even if we sort of assume that, and then we seek to define the sojourn as part of this, as an equal half, 2:15. Even if we do that, like all the late daters want us to do that, we still have a contradiction with Genesis 15:13 through 16. Genesis 15:13 is very plain. I'm going to read it to you. Then the Lord said to Abram, know for certain that your offspring will be sojourners in a land that is not theirs, and will be servants there, and they will be afflicted for 400 years. So we have a problem. If we take Exodus 12:40 and we explain the 430 as including the patriarchs, we go with the Septuagint. If we, with Hofmeyr, would argue, along with Ray, if we say that 430 is to be split in half and gives us a 215-year duration of the affliction, which puts Joseph in the Hyksos period rather nicely for the late date, and works out, with Ramses on the other side as being the Pharaoh of the Exodus. Even if we let him do all that, there's still a question that remains. You have a 215-year affliction now, but Genesis 15:13 says point blank, it was 400 years. So you're barely over half for an affliction of what this other verse outside of Exodus 12:40 says. It's a plain contradiction. So again, Genesis 15:13, basically they would argue, Wood and Ray would argue, that it defies the math imposed on the 430 years of Exodus 12:40. And the only way to avoid this obvious contradiction is to take the 430 and not divide it into 215, but to divide it another way. So here's how you would do it. The way to avoid this is to take the 430, then have the reference to dwelling in the land of Canaan in the Septuagint of Exodus 12:40 as having to do just with Jacob, his time in Canaan, like the good years in Egypt. So Jacob's time in Canaan plus the good times in Egypt while Joseph was alive, and then followed by a period of affliction. Now Jacob lived in Egypt for 17 years. We know that because of Genesis 47:28. It says that, which would then leave 413. So 430 minus 17, 413 for the affliction. And so the 400 of Genesis 15 could be viewed as a rounded off number. I mean, that's workable. But that's a problem for Paul's apparent use of Exodus 12:40, since he loops Abraham into the picture in Galatians 3:16 and 17. We spent a lot of time talking about this in the last episode. He says the law came 430 years after the promises were made not to Jacob, but to Abraham. So Paul links the 430 with Abraham. Very plain language there in Galatians. There's just no way to divide the 430 into two halves of 215 and have Abraham be in the picture, which is what Paul does. And this must mean for Ray and for Wood and the early date that Paul is not reading the 430 years the way that the late daters do. So this is part of Wood's argument. He's saying, look, I know all about the Exodus 12:40 thing, but it doesn't help you. It actually creates problems for the late date, with other verses. It creates problems with Genesis 15. So after referring to Ray to criticize the math of Exodus 12:40, Wood writes this: the key chronological data for determining the date of the Exodus are 1 Kings 6:1, Judges 11:26, which we'll get to, and 1 Chronicles 6:33 through 37. Judges 11:26 and 1 Chronicles 6:33 through 37 are the same in both the Masoretic text and the Septuagint, while, as Hofmeyr points out, 1 Kings 6:1 is 440 years in the Septuagint rather than the 480 years in the Masoretic text. If one chooses to utilize the Septuagint reading of 1 Kings 6:1, the Exodus still falls in the 15th century, not the 13th century. So Wood's saying, look, I'll concede you the use of the Septuagint in Exodus 12:40, but I'm going to insist that you don't impose math on it. Okay, and you still have to deal with Paul's inclusion of Abraham.
And I'll even let you have the Septuagint in 1 Kings 6:1, because if you take off another 40 years, then you still have the Exodus in 1406 BC, not 1446. So he's like, but this can work for me if I can take the Septuagint just like you want me to, Jim, and I can still come out with a late date, because I'm not going to impose artificial math on Exodus 12:40, because if I do that, it creates contradictions with Genesis 15. So what Wood is trying to do here is neutralize or eviscerate the Septuagint appeal to Exodus 12:40 that the late daters will invariably use to defend their system. And of course, Hofmeyr is one of these. So this is how he does it. And for Wood, 1 Kings 6:1 ultimately is a benchmark date to be taken at face value, whether you use the Masoretic text or the Septuagint. It's either 480 or 440, and the numbers mean what they say. See, now for Hofmeyr on the other side, if you've scrunched the affliction down to 215, that's going to affect the way you look at 1 Kings 6:1 and your whole system. The 215 putting Joseph in the Hyksos period, having, as we're going to see, having the Ramses of Exodus 1:11 be Ramses II. There's no way that you can get 480 years, literal years, between the fourth year of Solomon and the time of Ramses II. So, Hofmeyr is going to have to do, and all late daters have to not take 1 Kings 6:1 at face value. The 480 doesn't mean 480. It's symbolic of something. And Wood, of course, knows this, but he's saying, look, I can take the Septuagint, doesn't matter. We need to take the numbers at face value here in both these verses. The math you impose on Exodus 12:40 creates problems for you, and Wood is ultimately going to object to making 480 symbolic. He continues, this is me now. Again, Hofmeyr, when he's forced to deal with the 480 of 1 Kings 6:1, he'll say, look, it's very obvious that 480 is divisible. It's 12 times 40. And 40 is typically the number for a generation. When one, a son gets married and starts having children, 40, that's like a generation. And there's 12. That would be, it's a symbolic number, 12 generations of 40, 12 tribes of Israel. So he's like, there's obvious symbolism here. So Hofmeyr, again, views the 480 years as symbolic. And since he doesn't need to take it literally, and he does need to have Joseph in the Hyksos period, and he does need and wants, Ramses II to be the Pharaoh of the Exodus, he's actually pretty precise. He'll actually date the Exodus to precisely 1267 BC. Hofmeyr believes that the Hebrew slaves were used in the construction of the new capital of Ramses II, Ramses II's capital. And so since he connects those two things, he can be pretty precise, as far as the dating. So that's his date, 1267. Now, again, Wood knows all of this. This is sort of the basic beginning point for the entire discussion. What do we do with 1 Kings 6:1? Does 480 mean 480? How can it not, how can it mean 480 if you want to take a late date like this? Because 1 Kings 6:1 mentions the fourth year of Solomon. Everybody knows when that was. It was 966. You do the math. There's no way you wind up at 1267. You wind up at 1446 BC. So everybody knows that the late daters are going to take 480 as a symbolic number. They're going to use Exodus 12:40, especially with the Septuagint, to work out, or to align, with that scenario. And Wood's saying, look, I'm not opposed to the Septuagint. I'm opposed to your math. And there's just no way that this is going to work if we take the number at face value. But I know you don't take the number at face value, and I just think that's the wrong method. So what Wood tries to do to argue that this is the wrong way to look at the numbers, he does a few things. Let me just read a little bit from him. So Wood, again, is writing of Hofmeyr's position, of the late date position. He says, it's not feasible to fit the events of Exodus 1:11 to 12:36 in a 3-year time span. Now, let me stop there. Wood says, okay, not only do I object with the way you symbolize 480, but if you want to pinpoint the Exodus to 1267 BC, like 3 years after Ramses II gets to the throne, and this is what Exodus 1 is about. It's about this building program of Ramses, and he uses the Israelites in there. If you want to argue that, then what you're forced to do is you have to read the entirety of Exodus 1 all the way through Exodus 12, all the way up to the Passover. You have to read all that as happening in 3 years. And late daters do. They do have to do that. So Wood says it's just not feasible to fit the events of Exodus 1:11 to chapter 12, verse 36 in a 3-year time span. Following the building of Pithom and Ramses, the Israelites experienced a growth in population. Quote, Wood quotes Exodus 1:12. The more they were oppressed, the more they multiplied and spread, which had to have taken place over a considerable period of time. This was followed by an escalation of the oppression, Exodus 1:13 and 14. Next, the king decreed that the male Hebrew babies should be put to death, Exodus 1:15 through 19. When the midwives ignored the order, the people increased and became even more numerous. That's Exodus 1:20, again indicating a long passage of time. So Wood's like, how in the world can all that happen in 3 years? And honestly, it does seem hard to believe, for me anyway, that one could place these items in a 3-year span, as Hoffmeier's view of the late date requires. And Wood asserts that, and this would be obvious, that the early date doesn't give you any of these problems. It gives you plenty of time. Now, of the symbolic view of 480, Wood writes this. The second major premise of the 13th century model, again, the late date, is that the 480 years of 1 Kings 6:1 is in reality, quote, a symbolic number that derives from 12 times 40, 40 years being a symbolic number for a generation, unquote. Hoffmeier does not comment on the fact that 1 Chronicles 6:33 through 37 indicates that there were 19 generations from the time of Moses to the time of Solomon, not 12. Hoffmeier's treatment of the 40 years as a generation, again, is even more problematic, as he himself demonstrated by his partial list of the occurrences of 40 years in the Hebrew Bible, which Wood provides in full. The use of the number is always associated with an elapsed period of time in the history of Israel and never as a generation. Now, what Wood means here is that the number 40 is used of reigns and other occasions in Israel's history to represent a specific period of time. It's never clearly, he would say, symbolic for a generation. Now, Wood gives a complete list of the occurrences of the number 40 in an earlier article against the late date. And there's also a link to this one on the episode page. It's called The Rise and Fall of the 13th Century Exodus Conquest Theory. Now, the comeback to this, Hoffmeier would say, and I think this is an obvious comeback, he would say, come on, doesn't it strike you as odd that so many things happen in 40s? The writer may not have to explain to the reader that 40 isn't about a precise counting of years, but the elapse of a generation. Okay, yeah, there's literally 19 generations between Moses and Solomon. Good for First Chronicles, okay, good. But that isn't what Hoffmeier is arguing. He's not arguing against that. He's not saying the number 19 is wrong there. He's saying this number in 1 Kings 6:1, 480, is symbolic because 40s happen everywhere. And it's just so odd. If that represents like an actual time period, it's just kind of incredible that everything happens in units of 40. So to Hoffmeier, the fact that so many things happen in units of 40, and I'm going to read you the list, it just seems like 40 must mean something different. There must be a reason why the writers keep using 40, because it just feels artificial that everything would be literally happening in units of time of 40 years. Like it's just so odd because there's so many of them. And Hoffmeier would reference things like in Matthew, Jesus' genealogy. Everybody knows this is an artificial genealogy in terms of its structure, 14, 14, 14. I mean, everybody knows this. Nobody argues about this. So Hoffmeier is saying, look, sometimes when it's not that these people are not historical. It's just that the way that the time of these generations, their span, it gets talked about in an intentionally symbolic way. And since 40 is just so ubiquitous, it just seems like that's the right way to take it. So again, that's in a nutshell what Hoffmeier would come back with. He'd say, look, the writer knew this. The readers would have known this. They know that it's not about a specific chronology. There's something else going on here. There's some symbolic meaning to this. Now the following is from Wood's list. Wood is the writer between the two that gives you the grocery list of all the things that happen in 40. So here is, again, here's this little, he has it in a footnote in that one article I just mentioned. So here are the things, that he lists. And just ask yourself, do all these things happening in 40s give the impression of literal coincidence or artificial sort of symbolic use? I mean, that's the question. Yeah, that's the question a late dater would pose, to you. So here's Wood's footnote. During the flood, it rained for 40 days and nights. I'm going to leave the verse references out just to get through it. During the flood, it rained for 40 days and nights. 40 days after the ark landed, Noah sent out a raven. Isaac was 40 years old when he married Rebekah, as was Esau when he married Judith. The embalming of Jacob took 40 days. The spies spent 40 days in Canaan. Joshua was 40 when he went with the spies to Canaan. Israel spent 40 years in the wilderness. Moses was on Mount Sinai 40 days and nights, the first time he received the law, as he was the second time. Moses fasted 40 days and nights for the sin of the golden calf. There were 40 years of peace during the judgeships of Othniel, Deborah, and Gideon. The Israelites were oppressed by the Philistines 40 years. Eli judged Israel 40 years. Ishbosheth was 40 when he took the throne following Saul's death. David reigned for 40 years, as did Solomon. Elijah traveled 40 days and nights from the desert of Beersheba to Mount Horeb. Ezekiel lay on his right side for 40 days for the 40 years of the sins of Judah. Ezekiel predicted that Egypt would be uninhabited for 40 years, and Jonah preached that Nineveh would be overturned in 40 days. Okay, that's the end of Wood's footnote. Now, there's a lot of stuff happening in 40s. Again, the question is, and Hofmeier would say, look, it just strikes me as too coincidental to believe that all of these uses of 40s are supposed to be understood as literal, progression of time, 40 years, 40 days, whatever it is. And we haven't even gotten into the multiples of 40, like, the 480 is for 1 Kings 6:1. So Hofmeier says, look, there's a lot of other things that really indicate that the Exodus occurred during the time of Ramses II. And if that is the case, then not only does it seem like we should take 1 Kings 6:1, the 480 there, as symbolic, but we really have to. And that brings us to the second content item, Exodus 1:11 and Ramses. So if for early daters, the 480 of 1 Kings 6:1 is like kind of, a linchpin argument, if that's the case, and it is, for that view, and because again, they'll argue that if you don't look at it that way, you've got these other chronological problems that develop. Since that is the linchpin argument for them, this is the linchpin argument for the late date. And so here we go, Exodus 1:11 and Ramses. Now, we've had a whole episode on this before, and but basically the scholarly infighting that goes on over this. Wood obviously rejects the idea that the Ramses, Ra'amses in Exodus 1:11 is Ramses II. Wood rejects that. Wood views Ramses or Ra'amses in the verse as a place name updating, if you remember that from the earlier episode. It says, Ramses there because a later editor put it there. It changed an older name that the place would have been named, during the early date of the Exodus, before Ramses, was born, before we had a Ramesside dynasty. It was called something else, Avaris, Tanis, Avaris, that whole area. And so later on, an editor changed the name to Ramses so that his readers would know what in the world, what geographical place we were even talking about. Because it did change, again, in real time. And so the Bible had to be editorial updated in terms of this place name. So that's Wood's view. Now, Hofmeier raises some objections to this, again, because this is a real linchpin issue for the late date. And I'm going to go through a couple of these. He says, first, in places in the Hebrew Bible where a place name is updated, there is consistently formulaic language of explanation by the biblical writer.
I'm going to read you a few of these and see if you can detect a pattern to your ear. Genesis 14:12. These kings made war with Bera, king of Sodom, Birsha, king of Gomorrah, Shinav, king of Admah, Shem-ever, king of Zeboim, and the king of Bela, that is, Zoar. So Bela, the place, he's saying, in other words, Zoar. Genesis 14:3. And all these joined forces in the valley of Siddim, that is, the Salt Sea. So again, it's an editorial about the place. Genesis 14:7. They turned back and came to En Mishpat, that is Kadesh. En Mishpat, that is, in other words, Kadesh. Okay. Genesis 23:2. Sarah died at Kiriath Arba, that is Hebron, in the land of Canaan. Genesis 28:19. He called the name of that place Bethel, but the name of the place was Luz at the first. So of the 5 instances, and I just read you the 5, Hoffmeyer says, of the 5 instances in which the Old Testament has, or I didn't read you these 5, it happened in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, yeah. This is a different 5 Hoffmeyer is referring to here, so I don't want to create confusion. He says, of the 5 instances in which the Old Testament has the name Ramses as a toponym is a place name, he says none of those instances has any of this formulaic explanatory language. So here's his argument. He's like, look, Bryant, I know that biblical writers do update place names. I get it. But when they do that, there will be the language of explanation when they do it. So-and-so, that is this place. You know, they called the place this, but unto this day it's that. I mean, there's some sort of explanatory formulaic language, usually that is, or in other words, going on. Every time Ramses as a name occurs in the Old Testament, none of that happens. And so consequently, Hoffmeyer argues that this is not an editorial updating. He argues that the name Ramses, again in the Hebrew Ra'amses, is not an updating. It is one of the pharaohs named Ramses. And Hoffmeyer, argues on the basis of where they're at in the Delta and the slavery and all that kind of stuff. He argues that it's Ramses II. So that's his first challenge, to Wood. Where's the formulaic language? Where does the biblical writer explain this as an updating? Oh, they don't. So why are you calling it an updating? Oh, I know why you're calling it an updating. Because you need to. You can't have the Pharaoh of the Exodus be Ramses II because you're taking the 480 in 1 Kings 6:1 at face value. There's no way you can live with the Pharaoh or with the name Ramses in Exodus 1:11 actually be Ramses II. You have to get rid of that. Second, Hoffmeyer charges that the editorial updating argument fails for inconsistency in another respect. Here's what he writes in his article. He says, quote, if the text was changed from an earlier name, such as Avaris, to Ramses, then why was the name not subsequently updated to Zoan, Tanis, the Delta capital that replaced P. Ramses around 1070 BC and prospered into Roman times? Now, let me stop there. He's saying, look, if you're arguing that a later editor took the name Avaris, got rid of it, put in Ramses, well, guess what, Bryant? Ramses didn't stay the name of that place. It changed again 200 years later. So why didn't the biblical writers, after 1070 BC, like during the time of David somewhere, or the monarchy, why didn't they change it again? Back to Hoffmeyer, he says, Zoan or Tanis and not Ramses is used by Asaph in Psalm 78 when he describes the miraculous deeds that resulted in the Exodus. Now, I'm going to read that again because that's really important. He says, look, we know that some editor did do that. They did note the second change to the place name Zoan from Ramses to Zoan because it shows up in the Bible. So why didn't, if there's an editor fiddling around with Exodus 1:11, why didn't that editor also put Zoan in Exodus 1:11? If he didn't, want readers to be confused that this wasn't the pharaoh Ramses, that it wasn't named after that pharaoh at that time of the pharaoh. Because elsewhere in the Old Testament, they do put Zoan in there. They do update it. And here, he mentions Psalm 78, and it's verse 12. Here's the quote of the verse. In the sight of their fathers, he, God, wrought marvels in the land of Egypt, in the fields of Zoan. Again, writes Hoffmeyer, in Psalm 78:43, the fields of Zoan is mentioned, followed by a reference to 6 of the 10 plagues. Psalm 78:44 through 51. So plainly, during the first half of the first millennium BC, when Psalm 78 was composed, and P. Ramesses, the city stores, Ramses there from Exodus 1:11, that place, when that place, P. Ramses, had ceased to exist some centuries earlier, Asaph, the biblical writer, used Zoan because it was the Delta capital. If the 5 references to Ramses represent an updated toponym, one would expect to find Zoan or Tanis in those places, because that was occupied for more than a millennium, not the short-lived Ramses name. Now, Wood responds this way, and I'm going to be honest with you. I think this response is weak. I think Hoffmeyer's point is really interesting, and it's a good comeback. It's a good comeback to the editorial updating position, but Wood responds this way. Again, you might think this is good, but this just feels like it falls short a little bit. Wood says, Hoffmeyer questions why the biblical text was not updated with the name Zoan or Tanis, the capital of the Delta from circa 1070 BC to the Roman period. The short answer is that Zoan at Tanis was not located at the site where the Israelites lived, but 19 kilometers to the northeast. Comparing the name Ramses in Exodus and Numbers with Zoan in Psalm 78 is mixing apples and oranges. The references in Exodus 1:11, 12:37, Numbers 33:3, and Numbers 33:5 are contemporary references specific to the place where the Israelites lived, later called Ramses. Psalm 78, on the other hand, is a retrospective view that transpired in the vicinity of, but not at, the location where the Israelites once lived. So that's the end of Wood's quote. So Wood links his rebuttal entirely to place where they lived and where they didn't live, like just a nearby area. To me, that feels weak, because the references in Psalm 78 to the plagues that use the term Zoan, can we really be that specific with the plagues? It just doesn't have. It doesn't feel strong to me. I mean, if I were Wood here, I would hope I could come up with something better than this. But be that as it may, I mean, I'm not saying Wood's wrong. I mean, he could be right. It just doesn't feel as strong as I'd like it to be. So what you have here is you really can't overstate the importance of Exodus 1:11, not only for the late date, but for the whole question. If Ramses in Exodus 1:11 and these 4 other passages refers to Ramses II, then there is no debate. The late date is obvious. So that is the linchpin for the late date position, just like the 480 is, for the early date. And again, the chronological problems alternatives might create. That's the lynch date for the early date. This is the linchpin issue for the late date. If you recall our earlier episode, there was an Egyptologist, a very prominent one, Donald Redford, who didn't buy that Ramses was a reference to the Pharaoh in Exodus 1:11. We talked about Redford's skepticism in that earlier episode. He just doesn't buy into it. Hoffmeyer opposes Redford's skepticism. Naturally, that's no surprise. He doesn't think Redford is correct. He thinks it is Pharaoh Ramses II. And Hoffmeyer cites other prominent Egyptologists that don't buy into Redford's objections either. One example is John Currid, and I've read from Currid's book in previous episodes. Currid is a late dater, and this is what Currid writes about this whole issue. Another problem in attempting to identify Ramses was outlined by Donald Redford in 1963. He argued that the biblical Ramses could not be the Delta capital of the Ramessides because the latter was called Per Ramses in Egyptian texts. And he quotes Redford here. Is Ramses to be equated with Ramses II's new capital? Because in Exodus 1:11, it's Pithom and Ramses. It's not per Ramses. This is, Redford is fixated on this. It's not the same name that you'd see in Egyptian texts as Redford's argument, so it can't be the same thing. It can't be the same place. It's not named after the pharaoh. So back to Curd. Curd says, let me see. Do I want to include Redford? Yeah, I'll include Redford's comment here. Is Ramses to be equated with Ramses II's new capital? The latter during the late New Kingdom bore the name Per-Ra-Mes-Su, and whence we would expect a Hebrew P. Ramses. But biblical Ramses, that's not what we have. So the two names, Redford says, just seem to have nothing in common. Now back to Curd. Manfred Betak, Curd points out, has adequately answered Redford's challenge by demonstrating on the basis of earlier work by Sir Alan Gardner and Wolfgang Helck, those are, again, two other very famous Egyptologists, that the per of Per-Ra-Mes-Su does indeed drop off in various grammatical situations. And so Curd concludes that the abbreviated form, just Ramses, could have easily transferred to another language. That's the end of the Curd quote. Now he's citing Betak, Manfred Betak, and some of you may be able to get this book in case you're interested on Betak's rebuttals to Redford. It's from an essay in a book. The essay is called Comments on Exodus in the book Egypt, Israel, and Sinai, edited by A.F. Rainey. That's Rainey. That is available. Still, you can find it used on Amazon. So if you want that resource, you can get it. Huffmeyer further argues, quote, none of the geographical terms found in Exodus 1:11 and the root of the Exodus are known in Egyptian sources prior to the 13th century. Let me read that again. Huffmeyer says, look, the rebuttals to Redford's objections that Ramses in Exodus 1:11 cannot be Ramses the Great, Ramses II's royal residence. He says those objections have been answered by other Egyptologists. The per part of the name does drop off, and so the fact that it's just Ramses in Exodus 1:11 is no rebuttal. And then he adds, I'll read it again, quote, none of the geographical terms found in Exodus 1:11 and the root of the Exodus are known in Egyptian sources prior to the 13th century. Now that's pretty startling, because you'd think, again, you would think that wouldn't be true if we have an early date for the Exodus. Now, you could argue against Mosaic authorship for the Exodus accounting, and you could say, well, somebody writing after the 13th century, when these place names existed, could be using these place names to tell the story of Moses, but the actual event would have happened in 1446 BC. You'd actually have to argue against Mosaic authorship at this point to hold the early date. Now, Wood actually doesn't want to do either. Again, I'm telling you what I think is the most coherent. Wood says, look, Huffmeyer says none of these place names, these toponyms, are in Egyptian sources from the 13th, before the 13th century. That's an argument from silence. That's true, but again, to my ear, it's a little bit startling. Is that the same kind of argument from silence that we might object to in other things? Well, maybe it is, maybe it isn't. I don't know, but that's all that Wood says. And I know Wood, and he's not going to argue against. I'm very, very. I don't know if I'm completely sure, but I'm really sure, pretty sure, that he would not argue against Mosaic authorship to save the early date bacon in this argument. Instead, he's just going to say that's an argument from silence. That's what he does in his article. So I don't think he would go beyond that. So is that a good argument or not? Well, third item, Judges 11:26. Now Wood takes this number at face value just like he does 1 Kings 6:1. Let me read you the verse. This is Jephthah speaking, the judge. While Israel lived in Heshbon and its villages, and in Aroer and its villages, and in all the cities that are on the banks of the Arnon, 300 years, why did you not deliver them within that time? Now, if you don't recall the context for what's going on in Judges 11. This is Jephthah, basically, I don't know if I want to say picking a fight, might be the right way to put it, with in the context of Moab. And he's saying, look, this is land, that doesn't belong to you, and so on and so forth. Israel has been in this place, this thing they're arguing about. We've been here for 300 years. Let me just pick up a few of the earlier verses. We'll start in verse 23. So then the Lord God of Israel dispossessed the Amorites from before his people Israel. Okay, the Amorites, again, this is another way of referring to the Rephaim specifically, but we'll just say the Canaanites here. It's a way of referring to the conquest. The Judges period is after the conquest, under Joshua. So Jephthah says, hey, the Lord, the God of Israel, dispossessed the Amorites from before his people Israel. Are you going to take possession of them? Will you not possess what Chemosh, your God, gives you to possess? I mean, you got your own lands. Chemosh gave you those. This is ours. And all that the Lord our God has dispossessed before us, we will possess. It's our land. Now, are you any better than Balak, the son of Zippor, king of Moab? Did he ever contend against Israel, or did he ever go to war with them? While Israel lived in Heshbon and its villages, and in Aroer and its villages, and in all the cities that are on the banks of the Arnon, 300 years, why didn't you deliver them within that time? Again, he said, may the Lord, the judge, decide this day between the people of Israel and the people of Ammon. So, he's talking to the king of the Ammonites, he's bringing up the king of Moab, he's bringing up Chemosh, the Amorites, and all this stuff. The bottom line for Judges 11:26 is that Jephthah says, and he's not the last judge, he's kind of in the middle. He says, look, we've been here 300 years. Now, Wood takes that number at face value. And if you do that, it requires there to be 300 years between the time of the conquest and the time of Jephthah. That would be logical. I mean, for him to say that and take it at face value, he's saying, look, today is like 300 years since the conquest. Now, this is Jephthah, and there were 6 more judges: Ibzan, Elon, Abdon, Samson, Eli, and we'll include Samuel here. He was the last judge. There were 6 more judges after Jephthah before we get to the beginning of Israel's first king, the monarchy, Saul. If we take the years of each of these judgeships at face value, we get from Jephthah to the life of Samuel, 103 years. So that means there needs to be roughly 400 years between the time of Moses, or let's just say, I was going to say Moses' death. Let's just say that the time of the conquest, okay? There has to be roughly 400 years between the time of the conquest and the time that Saul becomes king. Now, if the early date is right, the conquest under Joshua wrapped up circa 1406. Let's just call it 1400. 1400 BC. 400 years puts us to around 1000 BC, which it's workable. I mean, that's roughly the date for David's kingship. I mean, we got to squeeze Saul in there somehow. Because Saul reigned 40 years, David reigned 40 years, and then Solomon, gets there in 970. So, we've got some number discrepancies there. We've got this 400-year period, doesn't quite, work, just numerically. And, people like Wood who take this number seriously at face value, they say, look, we can fiddle with the numbers here a little bit because various judges could be, and really ought to be, understood as ruling concurrently. So we don't just take the numbers of the judges and string them one after the other. There were a number of judges that ruled at the same time, but in different parts of the promised land. So he's saying that, some of this is going to overlap. And again, this is not really in dispute either. Everybody sort of recognizes this. So he's like, you can scrunch the chronology, the beginning of the monarchy, the end of the conquest, and what Jephthah said. You can make it work if you want to take the 300-year number at face value. But then he turns it on Hoffmeyer in the late date and says, so how are you going to make 300 years work? If you have the Exodus occurring in 1267, and then look at the dates associated, or the years associated with Moses. They wander around 40 years, now we're down at 1227. And they get in the land, it's like estimates are 7 to 10 years, for the conquest. So
1227, let's just call it 1220. You've got 120 years, okay, in theory, at least on paper, before the monarchy begins. But now you've got a 300-year number in Judges 11:26 to work with, to deal with, which is actually bigger. Again, if you add some of the judges, even if you take them as not linear, if there's some of these that are concurrent, you've got at least 300 years to compress into 120. How are you going to do that? So this is a big deal for the early date as well. Again, 1 Kings 6:1. They can live with the Septuagint in Exodus 12:40 as long as you don't impose math on it, a breakdown on it. And then Judges 11:26 is a big deal because Wood would just say plainly, Hoffmeyer has a serious problem here. The late date has a serious problem. Concurrent judgeships might be able to handle a 100-year overshot, but you have an overshot problem of more than twice that length. What are you going to do with that? Now, Hoffmeyer responds this way. This is how a late dater would respond. Quote, a literal understanding of certain large numbers may not always be correct if the authorial intent was not literal. Such misplaced literalism would be a misinterpretation of Scripture's meaning. Thus, Jephthah's statement that the Israelite tribes had occupied areas of the Transjordan 300 years earlier, since the days of Moses, or at least the end of Moses' life, could be a case of hyperbole that is intentionally exaggerating the time in order to strengthen his dispute with the Ammonites. That's the end of the quote. So Hoffmeyer is saying, look, Jephthah's exaggerating just to pick a fight or make a point with the king of the Ammonites. We should not take this literally. And Hoffmeyer is going to know, and we've had this discussion as well about the use of large numbers being hyperbole. But, let's be honest here. I think the legitimate use of hyperbole with large numbers, we talked about the large number problem. Those are terms when you're talking about tens and hundreds of thousands, not 300. Okay, so that to me, this response on Hoffmeyer, I said the response of Wood earlier about, the editorial updating with Zoan was weak. I think this is weak. This really strikes me as a weak response, just an exaggeration. He has to say that, but again, if I were a late dater, I want more than this. It just has the feeling of, what else can I say? Just like earlier Wood, that's how it makes me feel. What else can I say? So there you go. So the early daters, again, really, are going to push Judges 11:26 as being a number that we take at face value. Now you could also, to be fair to late daters, Hoffmeyer doesn't get into this, but you could say, look, Jephthah, really? We're getting information from Jephthah now. This is the guy who uttered the insane vow at the end of his judgeship and has to sacrifice his daughter. And I realize there's more than one view of that, but just work with me here. This is the guy that was such an idiot that he did that. Even in this passage, he refers to Chemosh as the god of the Ammonites. That wasn't their god. Chemosh was the god of Moab. It's in the Moabite stone. So Jephthah even gets that wrong. This is no scholar. He's a hack. He's just a judge and kind of a bad guy too, in the end, or a stupid guy. Yes, God used him, but he's a bit of a moron. So why should we take Jephthah's understanding of Israel's chronology seriously? He could just be throwing a number out there. And essentially that's what Hoffmeyer argues. So you could dress it up a little bit, but at the end of the day, that's really, that's the late, or that's the late date comeback. If I was a late dater, I would wish for a little bit more on that. I'd wish for something a little bit better. Item number 4, the lack of external reference to Israel in Canaan earlier than the 13th century BC. Now, Hoffmeyer and other late daters argue that the earliest reference to Israel being in Canaan, in the Promised Land, the earliest external artifact, inscription, anything, the earliest external evidence we have for Israel even being in the Promised Land, which of course they would be after the Exodus, is the 13th century, specifically the Merentah or Merneptah. You'll see it spelled both ways, stela.
Hoffmeyer explains, and you've probably seen a picture of this. This comes up all the time, with the book of Exodus and just generally biblical archaeology. Hoffmeyer writes, one of the major problems for the early date Exodus is the early date conquest. As one who has extensively studied texts relating to Egypt's military activity in Canaan from the 16th through the 14th centuries, I have been troubled by two problems, Hoffmeyer says. First, among the records of the warring kings of Egypt who had imperial control of Canaan and Syria from circa 1500 to 1200 BC, except for the Marentah stela, there is no reference to Israel or any of the tribes, despite the fact that several hundred toponyms are known for the region. Let me stop there. He's saying, look, Egyptian, war chronicles, they use 700 place names from Canaan. I mean, they're familiar with Canaan, but there's only one reference, and it comes in the 1200s. There's only one reference to Israel or any of the tribes, just one. And so, Hoffmeyer is saying, that's a real problem for the early date. There's like nothing in the archaeological record about the people, while there is plenty in the archaeological record about the places. Sounds to me like the people aren't there yet. And the early date just doesn't work. Now, Hoffmeyer continues, and he says, Wood points to a recently published inscribed block by Manfred Georg, that's G-O-R-G-O with the umlaut, that is stored in the Berlin Museum as possible evidence of Israel's presence in Canaan in the 15th century. So, let me stop there. Wood brings up an artifact, and again, you have access on the episode webpage to this article about this artifact. Wood knows there's an artifact that has, in theory, and I'll just tell you, I think it is real, okay? I think it's legit, that mentions Israel in an Egyptian artifact prior to the 13th century, specifically in the 15th century where you'd need it for the early day. So Hoffmeyer says, Wood brings up this object and this article by Manfred Georg, and he says, Georg's reading of this name as Israel is plagued by serious linguistic and orthographic problems that preclude it from being Israel. I shall address four, says Hoffmeyer, and he does this in his article. I'm not going to get into hieroglyphs here and spellings and linguistic stuff, but you can go read that, and maybe you'll get something out of it, maybe you won't. But to continue with Hoffmeyer, thus the only occurrence of Israel from ancient Egypt remains the Marentah stela. He doesn't think Manfred Georg's artifact really says Israel. That's the issue. Does it include the term Israel or not in this artifact? And he says, this is certainly unexpected, that we only have the Marentah stela, since we possess scores of geographical text and toponym lists and hundreds of extant toponyms from Canaan from the 15th and 14th century, and yet neither Israel nor any of the tribal names is attested. For the period 1400 to 1250 BC, Egypt exercised hegemony over Canaan and Syria, so this silence is problematic for the early date Exodus and the conquest. Now again, Georg's article can be accessed on the episode webpage. It's actually co-authored with two other scholars. The names are Peter van der Veen, Christopher Thijs, or Thies, I'm not sure how to pronounce it, and Manfred Georg. And the title is Israel in Canaan Long Before Pharaoh Marentah, ? A fresh look at Berlin statue pedestal relief 21687. That's in the Journal of Ancient Egyptian Interconnections. And this is a freely available article on the internet. Now, Georg has since responded to Hoffmeyer. Hoffmeyer is writing in 2007, don't forget. And so, Georg is aware of Hoffmeyer's criticisms that are in Hoffmeyer's article. So Georg has since responded to Hoffmeyer in a follow-up article, which unfortunately is only in German. And that is Manfred Georg, Israel in Hieroglyphen. That's in Biblische Notizen, which is a scholarly journal in biblical studies, but it's basically all in German. Way back in 2001. I mean, he and Hoffmeyer have been going back and forth before, these present articles that we're citing. So Wood actually presents a summary of Georg's points, his rebuttals to Hoffmeyer, in his article available on the episode webpage. So if you have the Wood article, you'll see Georg's rebuttal to Hoffmeyer. Now, my 2 cents here, since Egyptian is one of the languages I've had several years of, I think Georg responds well to Hoffmeyer.
Consequently, I don't think the notion that the Marintas Stela compels a late date for the Exodus. I don't think that's coherent at all. I think Georg's work and the work of these other two scholars is sound. I would say there really aren't any good linguistic problems with the spelling of what would be Israel in this pedestal. So I don't think Hofmeier has a rebuttal here at all. I think Georg handles him well, but that doesn't mean anything for the debate. Okay, now we have one artifact apiece with the name Israel in both time slots, 15th century, 13th century. Will that really help? Well, I guess it helps, rebut Hofmeier's sort of insistence, that, or the way he cast doubt on Israel being in Canaan. So it at least does that, but it doesn't, flip the argument to, we've got to be early daters now because of Manfred Georg. No, it doesn't do any of that. It just says now we got one apiece. So take it for what it's worth. Number 5, the Pharaoh of the Exodus. This is our last content item for this episode. So the question is, did he survive the Red or Reed Sea incident? And by the way, the Hebrew text does have Reed Sea, not Red Sea. Yam Suf is Reed Sea, and we'll get to the terminology when we get there. So the question is, the Pharaoh of the Exodus, did he survive what happened at the Red Sea? I'll just use Red Sea now. Basically, the answer to this question affects the number of possible candidates among Egypt's pharaohs as to who could have been the Pharaoh of the Exodus. Whether this Pharaoh died in the sea or not, it would have been his firstborn son who died in the last plague. So it doesn't really matter if the Pharaoh dies or not. You're going to have people take sides on that. What really matters is that Pharaoh, did he lose his firstborn son? Another way of saying is, whether he was killed or survived, who took the throne next? If it wasn't the firstborn son of the guy, who either survived or died in the Red Sea, well, that's kind of interesting. So the issue is really about the firstborn when it comes to deciding, what Pharaoh we're dealing with here. Again, early daters aren't married to whether Pharaoh perished in the Red Sea or not. Wood believes that the Pharaoh did die in the Red Sea, and that this Pharaoh was Amenhotep II of the 18th dynasty. And Wood argues his point this way. Here's what he writes. Hofmeier doubts that the Pharaoh of the Exodus died in the Red Sea. A review of the pertinent text, however, suggests otherwise. In Exodus 14:18, the Lord told Moses that he would, quote, gain glory through Pharaoh, his chariots, and his horsemen, unquote. Then, after the Israelites had crossed the sea, quote, the Egyptians pursued them, and all Pharaoh's horses and chariots and horsemen followed them into the sea, Exodus 14:23. By the way, notice that it doesn't say Pharaoh's horse in there. Back to Wood. When Moses stretched out his hand over the sea, it returned to its place, quote, and the Lord swept them into the sea. He swept them into the sea. Psalm 136:15 uses the same language, but explicitly includes Pharaoh. So this is a little bit better. The Lord, quote, brought Israel through the midst of it, but swept Pharaoh and his army into the Yam Suf. Again, that sounds like Pharaoh's in there. The Egyptians were then engulfed in the returning waters, such that the entire army of Pharaoh perished, quote, not one of them survived, Exodus 14:28, Psalm 106:11. So Wood says a clear sequence is presented in these verses. 1, the waters are parted. 2, the Israelites cross on dry land. 3, the Egyptian army charges into the sea in pursuit of the Israelites. 4, while in the midst of the sea, the Egyptians, including Pharaoh, are thrown from their chariots as the waters returned. And 5, the entire army is engulfed by the returning waters. Wood writes, it is highly unlikely that Pharaoh, the one the Lord would gain glory through after being thrown from his chariot, somehow miraculously escaped the massive inundation of the returning waters of the Yam Suf. A straightforward reading of the biblical text implies that all of the pursuing Egyptians, including the king himself, drowned in the Yam Suf. I want you to remember that line. Wood says that the Pharaoh of the Exodus drowned in the Red or Reed Sea. Now, another scholar, Douglas Petrovich, also likes Amenhotep II as the Pharaoh of the Exodus, but he doesn't think that Pharaoh died in the Red Sea. And he doesn't see that as a problem for biblical reliability when it comes to these verses that I just, sort of truck through here that Wood uses. So Petrovich rebuts Wood's use of these passages as indicating Pharaoh's death. And you can go read Petrovich's article. Again, that's also accessible on the episode webpage. So, you got one early data that says Pharaoh died, another one says he didn't.
Petrovich rebuts Wood's use again of these passages, noting that none of them actually says the pharaoh died. I mean, the one says the pharaoh gets swept away, but, okay. He further points out how Amenhotep's reign length, now here this is a bigger issue. Petrovich points out how Amenhotep's reign length, this is Amenhotep II, cannot accommodate Wood's early date defense if Amenhotep II died. Since Petrovich doesn't think he died, he defends the Amenhotep II identification by different means, zeroing in on the fact that Amenhotep II's firstborn son was not his successor. Now, Hofmeier obviously doesn't think that the pharaoh of the Exodus was Amenhotep II, because his Exodus is like a couple hundred years later. It's a later dynasty. So Hofmeier writes this of Wood's identification of Amenhotep II being the pharaoh of the Exodus. He says, there are several problems with this identification. First, Wood muddles Egyptian chronology by using the high chronology for the 18th dynasty. For example, he gives dates here. Ahmose 1570 to 1546, Amenhotep II 1453 to 1419. And Wood says Wood uses the high chronology for that part of the 18th dynasty, and he uses the low chronology for the 19th dynasty, the next dynasty, dating Ramses II to 1279 to 1213 BC. The high chronology dates for that are a little bit earlier, 1304 to 1237. Now, let me stop here. You have to know there are two systems of Egyptian chronology. One is called the high chronology, which dates things a little bit earlier, and the other one's called the low. So Hofmeier's saying is, Wood's kind of cheating here. To get Amenhotep II as his pharaoh, he uses one system for one dynasty and he uses another system for another dynasty. That's cheating. Hofmeier writes, according to the now preferred lower chronology, the 1446 BC Exodus lands in the reign of Thutmose III, not Amenhotep II. Many evangelical scholars cling to the higher chronology because they have determined a priori that Amenhotep II has become their pharaoh of choice for the obstinate potentate that Moses dealt with. The second problem for Wood's Exodus pharaoh drowning in the sea, and this is, you got to pay attention, I think this is a good rebuttal by Hofmeier. But again, it's just a pharaoh candidate. The second problem for Wood's Exodus pharaoh drowning in the sea is that the mummy of Thutmose III was found in the Deir el-Bahri cache, while Amenhotep II's mummy was actually discovered in his tomb, one of only a few royal mummies discovered intact. So Amenhotep II was intact. In fact, all the mummies of the 15th century are accounted for. According to the X-rays and investigations of these mummies, none indicate a death by drowning. Following Wood's logic regarding Ramses II, remember Wood had said Ramses II drowned in the Red Sea. Following Wood's logic regarding Ramses II, one would have to conclude that none of the 18th dynasty pharaohs could have been the pharaoh of the Exodus, because none of them drowned, according to their mummy pathology. Now, this point by Hofmeier, I think, is well taken. Drowning as a cause of death for Amenhotep II would be detectable by virtue of pathological inspection. Hofmeier would argue, like Petrovich, that it's not necessary to say the pharaoh of the Exodus died anyway. So it's okay to posit Ramses II. He's just saying, look, none of these other guys drowned. But Hofmeier knows that there's going to be people like Petrovich that don't have him dying in the Red Sea. So I'm not going to press the point too far. I'm going to stick with my man Ramses II. But he uses this to sort of dig at Wood, and it's a good dig. It's a good rebuttal. But Hofmeier, again, he doesn't press it too far. But I don't want you to miss the point. So the real question, though, is what about the firstborn son? Now, this is interesting enough here. Ramses II was succeeded by Mer-en-Ptah, or Merneptah, if you prefer that. But Mer-en-Ptah was not his firstborn son. So Hofmeier is going to argue, look, I've got a good candidate here, Ramses II. I got the name in Exodus 1:11. He was not succeeded by his firstborn son. Now, and I don't have to have him drowning in the Exodus, so we don't even need to worry about what the pathology of the mummy. And he's going to say, who's the pharaoh for the early date? At the very least, you can't say he died, because we have all the mummies, and they've all been examined.
So you're going to have to exclude that from your argument at the least. But in case of Ramses II, again, he was succeeded by Mer-en-Ptah, who was actually the 13th son of Ramses II. And we know that from Egyptian texts. He was not Ramses II's firstborn. It's actually uncertain as to who Ramses II's firstborn was. I mean, he had like scores of kids, literally. And that brings us to wrap up, just as an Egyptological point of curiosity, KV5. You may not know any of this stuff about the pharaohs, but this is one of the reasons why it's a peripheral reason, I'll admit it, but it's one of the reasons why the discovery of KV5 was a big deal. This is back in the 90s, and I have a link to this on the episode webpage if you want to go back and read the New York Times article. KV5 was the tomb that was entirely underground. People had been walking over it for decades, and it's the largest tomb complex known for any in the entire spectrum of Egyptology. And this is the tomb where scores of Ramses II's sons were interred. It's discovered by Kent Weeks, who was an American Egyptologist. I don't know what's happened. It used to be you could actually go into each one. There was an interactive website called the Theban Mapping Project that appears to be defunct right now. I don't know if they moved it and called it something else. I mean, who knows? But you can at least go read the article. This thing is massive, and it has lots and lots of rooms. It's going to take decades to excavate because they're all filled in, and it's all underground. So it could be that we would find, again, if it's fully excavated, there may be the remains of Ramses II's firstborn son there. And then we'd find out who he was, and maybe something interesting from hieroglyphs that might be there or something said about, who knows. But what we do know for certain is that Ramses II was not succeeded by his firstborn. That's the point of contact and the point of knowledge for our purposes. Again, that late daters are going to throw out there and say, look, we've got a good candidate here. Now, that's what we're going to cover for the date of the Exodus. Look, as we've gone through, I've given thumbs up to both sides at different points by virtue of this rebuttal is kind of lame. Okay? That means the other side has a good argument. So there are good arguments to be made on both sides. I've said that before in prior episodes, and now you kind of get a feel for why I said it and why I mean it. There are good arguments on both sides of this. For me, the most significant point, I think, has to be Exodus 1:11. If it's true that Ramses in Exodus 1:11 is Ramses II, then the debate is over. The late date is the winner. Defenses of Ramses in Exodus 1:11, against Redford's objections, I think those objections against Redford are workable. Again, early daters are going to cling to what Redford says, but I think they're workable. But that doesn't mean that he's right or the rebuttals are right. I mean, ultimately, who knows? But it looks like that is a really telling point. I mean, if you're not going to be a late dater, you've got to do something with Exodus 1:11. That's the linchpin right there. Now, as far as the editorial updating, because that's how the early date is going to defend itself against Ramses in Exodus 1:11 being Ramses II. I mentioned that I thought Wood's comeback to Hoffmeyer on the updating question about Zoan was lame. It is. But I think there's something else going on that neither article mentions here. Okay, let me just throw this out. I'm not sure that formulaic language for editorial updating is required to have an updating. See, that's Hoffmeyer's point. If you don't have the editorial language that, hey, we updated something here, that is, in other words, if you don't have that, it's not an updating. I don't know if that's really true. And I'll give you an example. Genesis 36:31. Now, this is Genesis, okay? It says this. Let's see here. We have a section. These are back in verse 15. These are the chiefs of the sons of Esau. And then you get these genealogies, a whole list of names. And then in verse 31, we read this. These are the kings who reigned in the land of Edom before any king reigned over the Israelites. Okay, that very obviously And the names of the kings follow: Bela, okay, Jobab, and blah, 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 blah. The names don't matter for our discussion. The comment matters. Moses could not have written that because he's writing before Israel had a king. How would he know that these are the names of the kings who reigned in the land of Edom before any king reigned over the Israelites? That's a retrospective statement. That is an editorial comment by a later writer. And did you notice? There's no formulaic language in there. Now, I'll grant, this is what Hofmeyr would say if he was, listening in here. He would say, well, hey, it wasn't about toponyms, it's about kings. Well, that's true. That's true. It's not about toponyms, but it is certainly updated information. And consequently, for me, I think the updating question is still open. I don't think the formulaic language requirement of Hofmeyr closes it because of passages like this. And this isn't the only one. You have comments like this in Scripture where it's very evident that a later hand is updating his readers with information in some way, and it's not always the same way. So you could say, well, this is like a thesis topic. It's always the same way with toponym. Well, maybe it is, maybe it isn't. But is that a requirement? Is there a rule, some cosmic rule that says you cannot have any toponym updating without this language? I mean, who makes the cosmic rule? I don't know. So for me, the editorial thing is still on the table. It's still an open question, which is why I don't think that it's case closed for the late date on the basis of Exodus 1:11. I do think, okay, Redford's arguments have been answered pretty well. They're workable. But again, I think there's, for me, this point about the editorial updating, there's still some uncertainty there for me as far as it being case closed. I just don't think that's the case. One last comment. Having said all that, I still think there are problems with Egyptian chronology. And this is where, David Rohl and really not just Rohl, because again, Rohl gets a bad reputation, and in some cases I think he deserves it because he says wacky stuff. Okay? But there are other parts of Rohl's work that I find really interesting, and I would use the word compelling in a couple instances. Like yes, we definitely have a problem here that needs to be fixed. It's not just Rohl. It's something called the Ancient Chronology Forum. If you think this is just one renegade Egyptologist guy named David Rohl, you're wrong. There are scholars from all sorts of disciplines: astronomy, Mediterranean archaeology, Syro-Palestinian archaeology, Egyptology. Okay, they were part of this group called the Ancient Chronology Forum. They published, a journal for I don't know how many years it was. I mean, it's defunct now, but most of it's online. There are a lot of holes in this. And a number of these holes, a number of these problems do affect the way Egyptian history and biblical history align. That's just the reality. I don't know who's right, the quote unquote traditionalist, chronology people, or some of the Ancient Chronology Forum, the chronological revision people. I don't know who's right. And frankly, neither do any of them. But they're making a case, for changing the chronology of these areas in the ancient world, which affects the Bible and affects topics like this. They make cases. And some of the cases really, I think, deserve attention. Some of them, okay, Rohl says nutty stuff. Good, so what? What about the stuff that he says that isn't nutty? You're using his nutty stuff to excuse yourself from looking at it. That's just not good methodology. So I think there are still problems with the whole system that need resolution. Maybe they can't be resolved. I don't know. So it's because of this kind of stuff that I find this stuff interesting. But you hit a wall with chronology where you just say, for lack of a better way of putting it, a lot of this stuff is insoluble. And for me, I just wasn't going to spend any more time on it. I would rather do biblical theology in its ancient Near Eastern context. I think it's more interesting. I think it's powerful. I think it affects lives. I think it helps people become better readers of Scripture 100 times over more than a question like the date of the Exodus. And again, I don't want to denigrate anybody's work here because I benefit from their work.
I think this whole episode's an illustration of how we benefit from people who do drill down. But I'm actually saying they need to drill down more, because there are people who have and have produced serious problems that need to be addressed. And for me, I'm not going to be a chronologist. That's not my calling. It's not my career. I'm going to go off and do what I do, like on the podcast and the stuff that I write in Unseen Realm, biblical theology in light of its own ancient Near Eastern context. It's ancient context, period. Israelite first century Jew. That's what I do. That's what I know I'm called to do, to spend the hours that I have on, not this. So I've tried to tell you why, and at least give you an idea that, yep, there are good arguments on both sides. There are problems on both sides. So be warmed and filled. Pick the one you like. Just be non-committal. It doesn't matter to me. But we're going to move on next week. We're not going to return to chronology. We've got other things, other fat to fry. So we're going to focus on Exodus 13, the first 2 verses, and then verses 11 through 16. And we are going to, believe it or not, I'm going to get into a dissertation here that, again, I can't post somebody's dissertation online, but a lot of good stuff in these things. And this will be a good sort of illustrative episode as to, why that stuff's important. Now, Exodus 12, which we went through not too long ago, was, of course, the institution of the Passover. So you get Exodus 12 and the Passover, and then you hit chapter 13, and you get these first 2 verses. I'm going to read them. The Lord said unto Moses, consecrate to me all the firstborn, whatever is the first to open the womb among the people of Israel, both man and of beast, is mine. So there's a connection here, because there's a reference to the firstborn, and of course Passover comes on the heels or in connection with the last plague, which was the death of the firstborn. And the Passover was that protection offering. If you're not familiar with that term for Pasach, the verb that's behind the noun Pesach, Passover, you can go listen to the old episode a couple episodes ago. But the sacrifice of the Passover lamb was about protecting the ones who did it, and then put the blood on the doorpost and the lintel of their homes. So there's a connection between the idea of the firstborn either dying or, and this is important for this episode, or being protected, and chapter 13, this consecration of the firstborn. Now you hit those first 2 verses, consecrate to me the firstborn, whatever is first to open the womb is mine, of man and beast. And then you get this, what feels like an intrusion in verses 3 through 10. It's the Feast of Unleavened Bread. Listeners might recall a few episodes ago I mentioned that these feasts get connected in the Hebrew Bible. Apparently there was some sort of difference between them, or separation, or there's a development of thought here, or at least probably a better way to put it, a development of portrayal. But it's not really an intrusion, because if you're going to connect the Feast of Unleavened Bread with the Passover, then it's not too interruptive to start talking about the Feast of Unleavened Bread here in connection with the consecration of the firstborn, because the context for that is the Passover. But I mentioned that to say, I'm hoping you're getting a feel for how, when you read through not just Exodus, but different portions of the Bible, it just seems like the writers will at times skip from one thing to the next. And in some cases, you got to really pay attention to discern any connection between the sections. And sometimes you do have true intrusions, and there could be literary reasons for that. But this is one of these instances where it feels like an intrusion, but okay, there is a way to connect these things. And then you hit verse 11. So let me read verses 11 through 16. And this isn't going to take us to the end of the chapter, because after verse 16, then you get the pillar of cloud and fire. Now that feels much more intrusive, because we're not even into the Exodus itinerary yet. But up until this point, again, you can see the conceptual connections. So here's verses 11 through 16. When the Lord brings you into the land of the Canaanites, as he swore to you and your fathers, and shall give it to you, you shall set apart to the Lord all that first opens the womb. So this is hearkening back to verses 1 and 2 about consecrating the firstborn. Continuing in Exodus 13, verse 12. So set apart to the Lord all that first opens the womb. All the firstborn of your animals that are males shall be the Lord's. Every firstborn of a donkey you shall redeem with a lamb. We're going to come back to that a couple times. Or if you will not redeem it, you shall break its neck. Every firstborn of man among your sons you shall redeem. And when in time to come your son asks you, what does this mean? You shall say to him, by a strong hand the Lord brought us out of Egypt from the house of slavery. For when Pharaoh stubbornly refused to let us go, the Lord killed all the firstborn in the land of Egypt, both the firstborn of man and the firstborn of animals. Therefore I sacrifice to the Lord all the males that first open the womb, but all the firstborn of my sons I redeem. It shall be as a mark on your head or frontlets between your eyes, for by a strong hand the Lord brought us out of Egypt. So that's verses 11 to 16. You say, well, what's the big deal, with this firstborn stuff, connected to the Passover? Well, there's actually a fairly active controversy here. There are certain scholars that argue that the passage, specifically Exodus 13, the first two verses, and then verses 11 through 16, that these verses are to be taken literally, that Yahweh demanded the Israelites to sacrifice their firstborn male child. In other words, human sacrifice. And they further argue, certain scholars, that this happened in Israel and it was part of orthodox, normative worship of Yahweh. In other words, it wasn't an abomination or an aberration back in the days of Moses and Joshua, the early days of Israel. Now, in particular, this thing has gone back and forth, this controversy. And in 2004, there was a book that came out. Now, this book has not been reviewed much in scholarly circles, but the author, for whatever reason, the author has sort of been one of these scholars that kind of gets into the public eye, through what I pejoratively referred to as archaeoporn, because of the sort of sensational or salacious aspects of this topic. People will find her, and then this particular scholar, and then it's big news about how the Old Testament advocates human sacrifice or something like that. Archaeoporn. So the scholar's name is Francesca Stavrokopoulou, and her book is entitled King Manasseh and Child Sacrifice, subtitle Biblical Distortions of Historical Realities. It's a 2004 book. It's a scholarly publication. I think De Gruyter is the publisher. So, her work in 2004, sort of is the latest iteration, or at least in the public eye, the latest iteration of this whole controversy. Does Exodus 13 teach that Yahweh wanted the Israelites to offer their firstborn children as some sort of commemoration of what happened at Passover? Now, as you hear me say that, the red light should go off on your head. That how in the world does that make any sense? And I'd agree. You might ask, well, how can anyone argue this point given what we just read in verses 11 through 16? It's clear that there's provision here to not, offer the child as a sacrifice. Okay. In verse 13, every firstborn of man among your sons you shall redeem. In other words, you can substitute, something else for it. You don't have to. The point is not that you have to kill your firstborn child, but you go through this ritual act, as some sort of, commemorative thing, just to remind you of the firstborn and the cost of the Passover and all this kind of stuff. So, there's a provision there to not kill the children. And it even says, when your son asks you, hey, why are we doing this? Well, you tell him the story of the Passover, and this is why, we sacrifice the animals, but we don't sacrifice the children, because the Lord redeemed us. The Lord took us out of Egypt, the realm of death, as it were. And as a substitute, we had a lamb back at Passover. And of course, Israelites would be observing the Passover. But since it was the firstborn, this is another, part of the ritual remembrance of what happened at Passover. So you would think, well, it's clear that they're not doing this They're not sacrificing their children. And it's clear from verses 11 through 16 that they don't have to. So why would anybody argue this? And not only that, but it makes little sense to commemorate the deliverance of your firstborn child by Yahweh's protection. Again, the Pesach, to protect, the Pesach sacrifice, of the lamb in Egypt. The whole idea of Passover was to commemorate deliverance. Why would you commemorate deliverance of your firstborn child by killing it? It just makes zero sense. It's just kind of a bizarre thought pattern. Let's kill what Yahweh spared because he wants us to kill it now. Again, it just doesn't make any sense. So you'd ask, well, why would anybody think this? And I'm going to go through the logic and the argumentation of why this sort of thing is argued. And you're going to see some patterns here. And I'm going to sort of overview it, for this next part of the episode. Then I want to sort of drill down a little bit on Stavrokopoulos's work, because again, she's the one that has sort of been in the public eye in this regard, at least for this topic in recent memory. So the logic and argumentation for this is as follows. This is how certain scholars, not by no means the majority. It's a small number, but they do it. And again, by virtue of the nature of the topic, it does get attention from time to time, sort of out in the populace. So the first argument would be, well, verses 11 through 16 of Exodus 13 were added later. They weren't there originally, they were just added later. A later time when Israelite religion had moved beyond child sacrifice, it has some moment of enlightenment. Hey, we shouldn't be killing our kids, And so then some scribe comes along and says, well, there's that stuff in the Torah, those first two verses of Exodus 13, and so I'll fix that. I'll add some verses and then we'll be okay. And you say, that's kind of artificial and self-serving. I would agree. But this is how the argument is made, and it's how it's been made for quite a long time now. This goes back to Eisfeld, Otto Eisfeld, who's famous for, as a source critic, the JEDP stuff. And other things too. He was an Old Testament scholar of some time ago. Eisfeld's views are sort of representative. Now, there's an article by Hatting, Hattingh, and Meyer, Meyer, that provide a short literature review of this issue. And they start with Eisfeld because everybody does. Their article is entitled Devoted to Destruction, A Case of Human Sacrifice in Leviticus 27, ? So they're actually talking about a different passage, Leviticus 27. But in so doing, they are going to overview sort of the history of this question. And I think their article is pretty useful for that. So I'm going to quote, I'll quote a portion here, and I'll pick up a few other things with their article. But again, it's a pretty useful overview. They write, Eisfeld, in 1935, also provides a broad overview of how he thinks the ideas around child sacrifice developed. In essence, it was portrayed in a positive light before the Deuteronomic reform. Let me just stop there. The Deuteronomic reform, when you see that in biblical scholarship, that is a reference to the time of King Josiah of Judah, roughly 640 to 609 BC. It was during Josiah's reign that he started getting rid of idolatry in a big way, and he made a concerted effort, to get rid of certain practices. And it was also, that's also the time when the Book of the Law was discovered. Now, classic critical scholarship says the Book of the Law that was quote unquote discovered was Deuteronomy, and people are kind of across the confessional board, across the scholarly board, spectrum are they're fine with saying it's Deuteronomy, but a lot, I would say in this case, it is fair to say most critical biblical scholars would say that Deuteronomy wasn't discovered; it was written during this time. This is its point of origin. And they would use this sort of assumption to, say that basically they're going to argue that the entire thing was written at this time or later, as opposed to someone like a supplementarian, who would say, well, some of it might have been early, Mosaic, and then it gets added to later, that kind of thing.
But they're going to argue this because there are certain changes in laws in Deuteronomy from Exodus, and that it is helpful in certain cases to explain the differences against the backdrop of the horrors of idolatry. So, because, again, that's a good approach in certain passages, it's very common that people will presume that the discovery by Hilkiah the priest of Deuteronomy is not a discovery at all. It's sort of biblical code for the priests writing it at this time. So again, Deuteronomic reform. Let's go back to Eisfeld. He says, before we had this Deuteronomic thing happen, before the time of Josiah, child sacrifice was viewed positively. But things changed after this reform, and later authors did everything in their power to put more distance between this embarrassing act and the cult of Yahweh, the worship of Yahweh, and projected it onto Canaanite religion. So the whole notion, and you'll see this in the books of Kings and in the prophets, essentially linking this practice to foreign cults, Canaanite cults. There are a number of scholars, Eisfeld among them, would say, this wasn't the problem of the foreign pagans. This was an Israelite problem. And so when they start addressing it in the evolution of their religion, they just start blaming the Canaanites. So this is, again, I think, the major trajectory of how this is argued, this notion that the original worship of Yahweh at one time had human sacrifice. And again, if you object to the verses 11 through 16, they're just going to say, oh, those were added later. And you say, well, that's just an assumption. And you would be correct. There's no empirical data that prove that verses 11 through 16 were added later. I'm just telling you this is how it's argued. Well, that stuff's later. Because look at the assumption here that Israelite religion, like lots of other religions, sort of in an anthropological approach, that it evolves, it becomes more enlightened. Okay, that's the underlying assumption here. And so when you have passages like verses 11 through 16 that soften or do away with or object to, like, no, it's not. You don't really literally offer your firstborn. They'll say, oh, that's later, after Israelite religion had evolved to a certain point. So there's an evolutionary assumption that goes hand in hand with this. Secondly, they'll argue that commands in the Old Testament elsewhere, outside of Exodus 13 here, from the same presumed time period of the alleged later edition of verses 11 through 16, rail against child sacrifice. And they would say, well, that means it was happening. You wouldn't have the prophets rail against it unless it was happening. Well, that's pretty logical. I would say, yes, if it was a problem and the prophets rail against it, they wouldn't be railing against something that didn't happen. So I get that. But now here's the added thought. That means it was happening, and so therefore that also means it was legitimate at one time. Again, that, folks, is what we call a non sequitur, a conclusion that does not necessarily follow. But again, my point here is this is how the idea is argued. So you get those two ideas. And again, I'm hoping you see that there are some logical leaps here. It's pure speculation that verses 11 through 16 are later than verses 1 and 2. Even in standard JEDP studies, about the authorship of the Torah, they don't, you can find plenty of them that do not divide up the text that way, that attribute verses 11 through 16, wholesale as, some later source. So I don't know if I want to call it I will. It's a bit idiosyncratic, but it makes sense, quote unquote, to critical scholars because they presuppose the evolutionary development of Israelite religion from something primitive to something more enlightened. But again, it's pure speculation that one set of verses was added after the first two. Secondly, there's a logical leap here because verse 13 allows for the redemption of a firstborn donkey. Let me read it to you. Every firstborn of a donkey you shall redeem with a lamb. Or if you will not redeem it, then break its neck. Then do away with it or sacrifice it or whatever. So by using this logic, the critical logic,
Did that mean that the prophets had some problem with sacrificing firstborn donkeys, so that when the guy added verses 11 through 16, he was also offended by letting donkeys off the hook, or he wanted donkeys off the hook, and so he put the firstborn donkey line in there as also evidence that they had evolved in their thinking. Like, what? I mean, how does that make any sense? Durham, in his Exodus commentary, in the Word Biblical Commentary, says here, the animal, again, the firstborn donkey, could be ransomed or replaced, the Hebrew is padah, by a flock animal, or it could be destroyed. In other words, not, and he has in parentheses, not sacrificed, but just destroyed. And he takes note that the breaking of the neck isn't a sacrificial act here. The firstborn human male was to be replaced, but at what cost, the text doesn't say. It just says you redeem it. And he says, neither does Exodus 34:20. Let me read you that verse. The firstborn of a donkey you shall redeem with a lamb, or you will not redeem it. Or if you will not redeem it, you shall break its neck. All the firstborn of your sons you shall redeem, and none shall appear before me empty-handed. So it actually occurs another place in Exodus. But again, the logic, if you say somebody's adding these verses because they're more enlightened, and they add them because the practice of child sacrifice was so offensive by now. They had evolved, to the point where they're offended by this now. Well, then I guess they had evolved to the point where redeeming firstborn donkeys is necessary too, that somehow that offended them as well. What you'll typically see, and again, it's interesting, even in the dissertation I'll quote later, which evaluates Stavropoulos' work in one section of it, even that person misses this detail, the firstborn donkey. I mean, again, the logic just doesn't work, but it's just this one line in verse 13 that often gets missed, but it mars the logic of how this idea is put forth. Another thing I could say is some would argue in response that the passage lets the matter up to parents. Now, Stavropoulos actually does argue this. In other words, she and others would say, well, look, people who had verses 11 through 16, whenever that was added later, okay, they could still sacrifice their kid if they wanted to. But if they didn't, well, then they could redeem it. So it doesn't totally do away, with the child sacrifice. It just gives them the option. They could, if they chose, offer their firstborn male child to Yahweh, or they could redeem it. Now, here's a good question. Let me suggest this question. Do we ever see this happening in the Hebrew Bible? And the answer would be no, we don't. So this actually amounts to an argument from silence, or even an argument from circular reasoning. And I'll try to explain it just briefly here. So we're told that verses 11 through 16 were added later during some zealous monotheistic spasm, like the religious reforms, during the time of Josiah. Okay, and this also coincides with the time of some of Israel's prophets. Okay, the era of the Deuteronomic legislation, or the Deuteronomistic period. We're further told that the various passages in the prophets that condemn child sacrifice come from the same sources and period, the prophets at the same time period. So consequently, so the conclusion goes, the prophets were trying to eradicate this practice, a practice that was legitimized by Exodus 13, 1 through 2. The solution was preaching against it and adding to the Torah, adding verses 11 through 16. That sounds like a neat picture, but there's one essential item missing. There isn't a single passage that endorses child sacrifice in the Hebrew Bible. There's your argument from silence. They assume that the practice was endorsed by Exodus 13, 1 through 2, but to make Exodus 13, 1 through 2 an endorsement, you have to eliminate verses 11 through 16 to a later period. That's also circular reasoning. You might say, well, hey, Exodus 13, 1 through 2 is an endorsement there. Well, in logic, that's called assuming what you need to prove. It goes something like this. I'm going to pretend I'm a promoter of this idea now. My argument that Exodus 13, 1 through 2 calls for child sacrifice is legitimate because verses 11 through 16 were added. And we know that they were added because Exodus 13, 1 and 2 affirms the practice.
See that neat circle I just argued? That's circular reasoning. Okay, you can't use your assumption as proof to argue in favor of your assumption. You don't use an assumption as proof of your assumption. And all you have is the assumption. You need some other passage that illustrates the practice of child sacrifice, that it was occurring and that Yahweh was pleased with it. If you find that, then your take on Exodus 13, 1 through 2 becomes coherent. And then, in turn, your idea about the lateness of verses 11 through 16 would also become coherent. But as it stands, you have circular reasoning. Now, the approach also assumes, we're talking here about logical jumps here. The approach also assumes that if a practice existed, it must have been approved, especially if it was condemned by the prophets. That, folks, in logic is, again, what we call a non sequitur. And it's sort of akin to the Yahweh's wife thinking. And I don't know if I want to get into that or not, but you could say it like this. Of course, child sacrifice occurred in Israel. The prophets are condemning it. It's happening. It's going on. But why would the fact that it happens mean that it was legitimate early in Israel's history? Why? Now, I think it's worth pointing out that my skepticism here and rejection of the idea that Exodus 13, 1 and 2 is within the scholarly mainstream. This isn't just me. This is not something tied to evangelicalism or some other confessional commitment. For instance, I'm going to quote Mark Smith here. Mark's essay, Child Sacrifice as the Extreme Case and Calculation. And it comes from the book entitled Not Sparing the Child, subtitle, Human Sacrifice in the Ancient World and Beyond, Studies in Honor of Professor Paul G. Mosca. Mosca's done a lot of work in this area. He did a lot of work on Molech. I'm going to quote from Smith here. Again, Smith is not an evangelical. He's a Catholic, but he's not an evangelical. And he's about as mainstream in biblical scholarship as you can get. Smith writes this: the references to child sacrifice in, for example, 2 Kings 16:3 and 21:6 likewise represent extremity. In these cases, the outer limits of idolatry. Both verses are intriguing for their brevity and perspective. 2 Kings 16:3 attributes to Ahaz the sacrifice of his son, in a clause opening with Hebrew vegam, and also. Elsewhere in the narrative sections of 2 Kings, this construction marks material layered into accounts, either to express condemnation, for example, 2 Kings 13:6, 21:16, or to note action taken against condemnable practices, 2 Kings 23:15 and verse 19 and verse 24. The report in 2 Kings 16:3 then offers a comparison, quote, like the abomination of the nations. That's what it compares child sacrifice to. I'll just read the verse. He walked in the way of the kings of Israel. He even burned his son as an offering, according to the despicable practices of the nations, whom the Lord drove out before the people of Israel. So back to Smith. Smith's saying, well, we have this comparison here. Here the practice is marked as the outer limits of immoral behavior, being associated with other nations by the implied narrator. In this way, this traditional practice is represented as the extreme measure of Ahaz's idolatrous behavior. The context for the practice is not supplied, although 2 Kings 16:5 refers to the siege of Jerusalem. Quote, they besieged Ahaz and they were unable in battling, unquote. It would be tempting, Smith says, to connect the report of a child sacrifice with the siege, but this oversteps the evidence. More to the point, the report of the practice charges King Ahaz with the worst behaviors associated by this narrator with foreign nations. This is historiography as sermon. The similar formulation for child sacrifice in 2 Kings 21:6 belongs to a long catalog of Manasseh's sins, where in 2 Kings 16:3, child sacrifice heads the characterization of Ahaz's sin. In Manasseh's case, 2 Kings 21:6, it is one item in a longer laundry list of idolatrous acts. And then Smith concludes, in 2 Kings 16:3 and 21:6, child sacrifice is represented as a foreign practice wholly unbefitting of Israel's kings. These passages represent the practice as the extreme case of immoral non-Israelite behavior. End of the section.
So now that, again, this is where most scholars are at. They're going to say, look, it happened. It's idolatrous. They will trace it to, again, things outside Israel that are brought in terms of apostate religion, on the part of certain kings. This is where the mainstream is still at. But again, you get scholars sort of, on the periphery here, or at least, their views on this are, more minority. And again, we're talking about how in the world they argue this. Condemnations are later than Exodus 13, 1 through 2, which is our launching point for this episode. They'll argue, again, I think pretty demonstrably in a circle, to do this. They'll assume that a practice certainly was accepted, especially when it was condemned by the prophets. The prophets are later. Well, why would they think that way? Because they have this evolutionary mindset. Israelite religion evolved from something primitive and icky to something enlightened. Okay? So this is, again, how the idea is articulated. Now, you might guess there are bigger issues behind all of this. It's tied to the controversy or difficulty of the nature of the MLK sacrifice, which is variously, you have to remember Hebrew and Semitic languages, they didn't have vowels, okay? So you're dealing with consonants here. So MLK in Hebrew and broader Semitic languages can mean a few things. It could be the word for king. It could be the consonants that form the name of a deity, like Molech. It could be the reference to a sacrifice, a molk sacrifice. So there's a problem with knowing in any given text which one of those things is in mind or an admixture of some. And so that the controversy over this extends into this area, and I'm going to try to unpack this for you. So that, when these sorts of things, these MLK events, okay, molk sacrifices or whatever, these MLK consonants, okay, I'll say events, these MLK events, when you see them happen in the Hebrew Bible, the difficulty is, are we talking about a deity, or are we talking about a sacrifice, or something else, or again, some mix between the two? So the terminology, what that means is that the terminology may not refer to a deity. It may not refer to Molech. Some of these passages may not be talking about Molech. And it may not even be talking about a sacrifice, a child sacrifice from Molech religion. It could be talking about some other kind of sacrifice. So this is where the battleground really gets to. How do we understand these MLK events or sacrifices? So I'm going to read from Hatting and Meyer's literature review again. This is a more extensive portion because they go through this issue. So you'll get a broad overview here of the problems and of the issues that are part of this discussion. They write, any discussion on human sacrifice in the Hebrew Bible at some point touches on Molech. Over 80 years ago, Otto Eisfeld, again in 1935, discussed Molech and child sacrifice. He started his argument by examining the phenomenon in the Phoenician Punic sphere, but also provided an overview of how he thinks child sacrifice developed in ancient Israel. Eisfeld argued that in Punic, Molech, actually M-O-L-K, is how it would be vocalized, was a sacrificial term and not the name of a deity. For Eisfeld, Molch was initially also a sacrificial term in ancient Israel, similar to the one in Punic texts, which was eventually changed to the name of a deity. Eisfeld believes that the motives behind this change could be found in the Deuteronomic reform of Josiah, and he understands later texts as an attempt to distantiate the sacrifice of children from the Yahweh cult by changing the meaning of the term to the name of a god, a foreign god. Let me stop there. So what Eisfeld argued is that, look, hey, we got this term here in Phoenician, this MLK event, and we got some of these happen in the Hebrew Bible. And, in the Phoenician stuff, it has to do with Molech. But Eisfeld thought, yeah, you know what? I'll bet, or I think, that in ancient Israel, they were essentially doing the same sacrifice, because the same term is used, the same sacrifice, and it was legit. It was okay. You could kill your kid. But then in the Deuteronomic reform, when Israel reached this new level of enlightenment,
the priest, whoever is, fiddling with the text, or again, writing Deuteronomy at this point, or whatever they're writing, whatever they're adding or writing, they decided to point the text in a certain way so that you would think that this is a foreign sacrifice, something associated with Molech, the deity. And that way they basically covered their butts. They distracted attention away from the idea that this used to be part of ancient Israel's worship, child sacrifice. And so that their readers would think, oh, this is the bad guy, Molech. That's where this comes from. Okay, that is the hermeneutic of suspicion in full display for you, right there. There's no empirical evidence that will point to what I just sketched out. That is taking the data and assembling the data in such a way. In other words, you're interpreting the data. It's your interpretation of the data, but there's nothing about the data themselves that compel that reconstruction. But that was Eisfeld's reconstruction. And again, I do think it's a good illustration of the hermeneutic of suspicion. Something's condemned in the Hebrew Bible, that must mean it was okay before. Again, logic, please. Can we have rules of logic that everyone sort of understands and operates by? Can we do that? Okay, back to the Hatting and Meyer overview. They write, before Eisfeld, the interpreters of Punic inscriptions had read the MLK references either as the name of a deity or as a title, king, capital K. In either case, referring to the divine recipient of the offering commemorated by the inscription. That was Heider's view. In 1972, 37 years after Eisfeld, Moshe Weinfeld engaged with Eisfeld's material and reached different conclusions with regard to most of Eisfeld's arguments on Molech. Where Eisfeld thought that child sacrifice happened in ancient Israel, Weinfeld argued that, quote, making to pass through the fire, unquote, meant passing through or between rows of flames as a means of purification and dedication. Thus, Weinfeld thought that the burning of children should not be taken literally, but rather figuratively, as it denotes dedication to the idolatrous priesthood. At the beginning of Weinfeld's article, he makes an important, quote-unquote, methodological comment, which we, Hatting and Meyer here, which we think is important to keep in mind. And then they quote Weinfeld, who said, in discussion on human sacrifices, a distinction has to be made between a sacrifice which, proceeding from an extraordinary situation, a crisis, calamity, and so on, occurs only rarely and at infrequent intervals, and by contrast, a human sacrifice as a fixed institution. That's the end of Weinfeld's quote in the Hatting and Meyer article. So basically, they're pointing out that Weinfeld said, hey, look, there's a difference here between this happening in some sort of reactionary panic kind of thing, some crisis, and it being a normal institution. Those are two different things. Now back to their article. They write, this seems to imply that Weinfeld does not question the fact that under extraordinary circumstances, adults or children might have been sacrificed to Yahweh. It also implies that Weinfeld actually saw some link between sacrifice and it's a Hebrew term, sarech, a debate which we will engage with later. Okay, we're not doing Leviticus 27, so we're not going to worry about that. They continue, yet he, Weinfeld, takes serious exception to the idea that human sacrifice might have been a fixed institution in ancient Israel. Weinfeld just didn't believe that. In the 1980s, they continue, two scholars revisited the issue of Molech and consequently human sacrifice. First, George Heiser, 1985, produced a study on Molech, concluding that Molech was the name of a god and not a sacrificial term, as suggested by Eisfeld. Yet Heiser agrees with Eisfeld that the cult, quote, was licit, in other words, it was allowed, in Israel until Josiah's reform, unquote, and that it actually involved sacrificing children. Heiser also disagrees with Eisfeld in arguing that the cult of Molech is probably Canaanite and not Israelite, or could even be regarded as Phoenician, but was not part of the Yahweh cult. Later, John Day, 1989, concluded that child sacrifice did occur in the Canaanite world, and he sees no reason to doubt the Hebrew Bible's allusion to human sacrifice as actual physical sacrifices. Day agrees with Heiser that child sacrifice as presented in the Hebrew Bible was practiced in ancient Israel. Like Heiser,
Day also thinks that Molech possibly refers to a Canaanite god and disagrees strongly with Eisfeld in this regard. More recently, Francesca Stavrokopoulou has been the most vocal on the issue of child sacrifice. Stavrokopoulou, 2004, agrees with Heiser and Day that child sacrifice was practiced in ancient Israel, but she also agrees with Eisfeld that originally the term Molech was probably a sacrificial term, the MLK term. Stavrokopoulou actually argues that there was possibly three different kinds of child sacrifice, namely a firstborn sacrifice, the MLK sacrifice, and the sacrifice to the Shaddai gods. Now I'm going to break in here. The Shaddai gods is a reference to the Deir Allah text. It's a text that's famous for its connection with the Balaam account. We're not going to be drilling down there, but it has the term Shaddai in that text. It's Aramaic, and that is a cognate to Shadim, which is the term for territorial deity in Deuteronomy 32:17. So the reason I bring it up is if you take Deuteronomy 32:17, the Shadim there as the Shaddaian, well, Deuteronomy 32 presents the sacrifices there as an aberration. In other words, this was not allowed. This was not a positive, licit institution in Israel. Again, if you take Deuteronomy 32 there. But again, people say, it's so much later, blah, 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 so on and so forth, despite the fact that Deuteronomy 32, if you look at the study by Paul Sanders, which is the most thorough to date, there's a good bit of that is demonstrably linguistically earlier, let's just put it this way, earlier than you would think the enlightened Deuteronomic reform would be. But anyway, this is getting too far afield. But I just wanted you to note that there's a connection here between the gods of the nations, the sacrifices to them, and this whole issue. Now, most of these cults, this is back to Hatting and Meyer, most of these cults, talking about Stavropoulou's view, she says, were initially associated with Yahweh worship, an argument which has a lot in common with Eisfeld's original study, and hence in this regard she differs from Heiser and Day. And then they quote Stavrokopoulou, just a little bit, I'll read it to you. This discussion has argued that the biblical portrayal of child sacrifice as a foreign practice is historically unreliable. So she just says the biblical data are just unreliable here, the way they're presented. It has been suggested that child sacrifice is instead better understood as a native and normative element of Judahite religious practice, including Yahweh worship, unquote. So that's just a little portion from the Stavrokopoulou. Now back to Hatting and Meyer. This quote is from a chapter by Stavrokopoulou on the, quote, distortion of child sacrifice, in which she argues that although it was initially part of Yahweh worship, most biblical texts portray it as a foreign practice. She just disagrees that that's legit. She thinks that's propaganda on the part of the biblical writers. Now, in regard to that, well, that'll be the end of my quotation of Hatting and Meyer. But in regard to their study, their article was about Leviticus 27, 28, and 29. I'll just read you the two verses because you might be curious here. But no devoted thing that a man devotes to the Lord, of anything that he has, whether man or beast, or of his inherited field, shall be sold or redeemed. Every devoted thing is most holy to the Lord. No one devoted who is to be devoted for destruction from mankind shall be ransomed. He shall surely be put to death. So devoted to the Lord is the word herem. This is the verb of destruction for the conquest. And so that last line is sort of the issue. People who are supposed to be devoted to destruction shall be ransomed. In other words, you can't redeem them. They have to be put to death. That's Leviticus 27, 28, and 29. That's the comment. So their article was about that passage, but there's no way to prove, as they admit in the article, that what's referred to in Leviticus 27 and 28, or 27, 28, and 29, there's no way to prove that passage was about a sacrifice, like a ritual event, as opposed to like a death penalty requirement. One could see these verses as applying to Exodus 22:20, for example. Whoever sacrifices to any god other than the Lord alone shall be devoted to destruction. Like there's actually a law in the Torah that if somebody, if you see somebody, offering to some other god, then that's a death penalty offense. So Leviticus 27 and 28 and 29, could be referring to that kind of situation. There's no way to know or to prove that it's like a religious ritual, like in terms of an institution in ancient Israel. It could very well just be, you committed a capital offense, you have to die now, and there's no possibility of your redemption. This is a death penalty offense, sacrificing to some other god. So, in theory, you could have a member of your household, maybe your wife or a servant or something, somebody in your extended family, you catch them offering a sacrifice to another god, that's a death penalty offense. So that could very well be what Leviticus 27 is talking about. And the authors recognize that. It's conceivable, again, that maybe it also applies, not just somebody in your household doing this, committing the offense of Exodus 22:20. But we know from the book of Judges, for instance, that instead of driving all of the people out, okay, and again, my position is that the rationale for this, was the targeting of the giant clans here. Nevertheless, you're going to have people in these places that get caught up in this and they die in the conquest. And we learn from the book of Judges that there was intermarriage going on with these people. They didn't drive them all out. I mean, they don't necessarily have to kill them. Again, as I talked about in Unseen Realm, there are other verbs besides destruction verbs in the conquest narrative, but you certainly weren't supposed to intermarry with them. And so it's also conceivable that Exodus 22:20 that might be derivative of this problem. Later on they intermarry, and one of these people sacrifices to a foreign god. There you go. It's a death penalty offense. There's any number of ways where you could come up with a scenario that sort of lurks behind Leviticus 27 and, of course, Exodus 22. But, Stavrokopoulou isn't thinking along those trajectories. She's thinking along different trajectories. It's clear, again, she's operating from something of a hermeneutic of suspicion. She wants to, for some reason, exonerate Manasseh and simply asserts that the biblical writers are engaging in propaganda to cover up the fact that child sacrifice was once part of Yahweh worship. Now, Hatting and Meyer's literature review, as good as it is, and I think let me go back up and let me just flip over and just find the date of that. I know I just gave it to you, but I want to find the reference here. That was 2016. Okay, their article is 2016. As good as their literature review is, it does not include a recent dissertation. This is a Johns Hopkins University dissertation. But that isn't unusual. Published articles usually cover published literature. So whether they were aware of this dissertation or not, I don't know. But the dissertation was by Heath Durrell. It's Dewrell, and it's entitled Child Sacrifice in Ancient Israel and Its Opponents. It's Johns Hopkins PhD dissertation from 2012. Now, it has since been published by Eisenbrauns, so you could actually buy this. It's a hardback book. If you have access to the dissertation databases, you might as well just get it there for free. But anyway, it has been published. Now, Durrell's thoughts. I've gone through this dissertation in regard to this topic, obviously, and I'm just going to read a few things that he has, a few comments that he has, because this is to date the most recent work on this issue. And again, this is Johns Hopkins. It's a PhD dissertation. This isn't a hack job. This is real scholarship. Not that the other ones aren't, but this is real scholarship too. So page 59 and following, just a few little portions of Durrell's dissertation. He writes, after a hiatus in monographs being devoted to the topic, Francesca Stavropoulou's King Manasseh and Child Sacrifice, Biblical Distortions of Historical Realities, devotes a significant portion of its attention to the MLK ritual. As the book's subtitle suggests, Stavrokopoulou is particularly concerned with the way in which the theological and ideological tendencies of the biblical writers has obscured the historical events and persons portrayed in their accounts. In the first half of her study, she focuses on the relationship between the biblical Manasseh and the historical Manasseh, concluding that the, quote, the portrayal of Manasseh within the text reveals not a portrait but a caricature, unquote. That's Stavropoulou's assessment. Significant for the purpose of this study, Durrell writes, is when Stavrokopoulou turns her critical lens to child sacrifice rituals, attempting to determine how accurately the biblical depiction of these rites matches historical reality. She begins by rejecting the suggestion of Weinfeld and others that the relevant texts actually refer to dedicatory rites. She points out that Ezekiel and Jeremiah, among others, explicitly state that children were killed as part of the ritual, which rules out understanding the ritual as involving anything other than sacrifice. While some of the terminology used in connection with child sacrifice might be ambiguous as to the nature of the rite, others, and he's listing a few Hebrew verbs here, others are clearly incompatible with Weinfeld's dedicatory hypothesis. Now let me intrude here. I think this is a correct assessment. I think Stavrokopoulou is right on this point. You can't really just go with Weinfeld saying it's a baby dedication, okay, where they're just sort of waving the kid through flames or walking through flame. She's right here. I mean, there are certain passages where it's very clear that the infant was killed. So I think she makes a good point there. Stavrokopoulou then, this is back to Durrell's dissertation, Stavrokopoulou then examines the way in which the ritual is depicted in the Hebrew Bible. The first thing that she notes is that the rite is often described as foreign to Israel. Deuteronomy 12:29 through 31, for example, accuses the nations whom Yahweh had driven out of the land of sacrificing their sons and daughters. She notes, quote, the practice of child sacrifice is thus condemned, not because it is ethically untenable, but because it is foreign, unquote. Now, let me just stop there. That's really gratuitous on her part. That assumes that the only reason an Israelite would not want to do something is because some other nation's doing it. Like there's no other moral basis for not doing a practice than that one question. Do the nations do it? That's really gratuitous. But again, I think that reflects. I think it's not only a false dichotomy, but I think it sort of reflects her orientation, in terms of her attitude toward the biblical material. In essence, the Hebrew Bible, this is back to Durrell, in essence, the Hebrew Bible depicts the practice of child sacrifice as restricted to foreigners, like Mesha and the Sepharvites, the Judahites, who rejected Yahweh and chose to serve foreign deities like Ahaz and Manasseh. This is not a depiction that Stavrokopoulou is willing to take at face value, obviously. Durrell continues, she begins by exploring the implications of the law of the firstborn. Again, this is where we started our episode, Exodus 13. A discussion of the conclusions that she draws will appear below, but it is worth noting here that she views it as evidence that child sacrifice at one time played a prominent role in the Yahwistic cult. With regard to the nature of biblical MLK, Stavrokopoulou sides with Eisfeld in viewing the word as a sacrificial term rather than as a divine name or epithet, addressing the most cogent objection to Eisfeld's thesis, which is Leviticus 25, which refers to, quote, whoring after the MLK, a phrase that otherwise always refers to a supernatural being or an image, an idol associated with such a being, and never to a type of sacrifice. Stavrokopoulou recognizes this difficulty for her thesis and presents several solutions to it. Now, again, at this point, Durrell in his dissertation, he goes through the options, and the question is, well, are any of her comebacks at all satisfactory here? Because she wants, again, what is she trying to do? She's trying to say this is not the name of a deity because she doesn't want the practice of child sacrifice to originate outside Israel. She wants it to be part of the original Israelite Orthodox worship of Yahweh. Now, I don't know if Stavrokopoulou is motivated by her atheism. She is an atheist. I know one student who's a dissertator under her, and he's apparently having a good experience. Nothing, personal about her here, but I just have to wonder if she doesn't have some kind of axe to grind. So, she recognizes this problem to her thesis that everywhere else, this syntactical construction refers to a deity name and not to a particular sacrifice. And so she offers a few possible comebacks, to this problem. I think only one of them is really worth mentioning, that, you might have a point here, So back to Durrell, he's going through these, and this is one of them. He writes, it is possible that Ha-Molech, and it's vocalized there, so the Ha, definite article, plus the MLK, refers not to the ritual, but to the sacrificial victim himself, not the deity. Remember, she doesn't want to say it's a deity from the outside. she's saying, well, maybe the MLK doesn't refer to a ritual, but it refers to the victim. Thus, the Hebrew phrase to whore after the MLK would be referring to whoring after the MLK offerings and not the deity. Well, that I don't. Is she trying to say, now she doesn't say this, but is she trying to say that they were whoring after these things because they just liked to kill people? Maybe they didn't like the victims. They just wanted to see certain people be victims. I don't really know where she's going with this, but to me that doesn't undermine the syntactical problem her view is facing. She's still trying to make it about the offering. And she says, well, the victim, that could be viewed sort of as a proper. No, look, again, I don't really know what her angle is here, but it doesn't feel too effective. But this is probably the best of the ones that Durrell goes through. The other ones just are worse. Okay. Back to Durrell. Finally, she notes that the fact that MLK offerings were mentioned in conjunction with ancestral gods, the Ovot, we've talked about the Ovot here in the podcast before, the Ha-Ovot, and the knowers, the Ha-Yidei, the knowing ones, okay? And she cites Leviticus 20 through verses 2 through 5. So again, she says, well, the Ovot and the knowing ones appear to have played a role in divinatory practice, as does the MLK offering. That might be why people are doing it. Again, that doesn't help her case. That doesn't help her get away necessarily from the outside origin. Because, number one, the Ovot and the knowing ones are still entities. Of course you would do this in a divinatory ritual, because it's the entities on the other side that you presume have knowledge that you want, or that you want to placate them. So, okay, it's not about Molech, it's about some other entities. What's the point? I mean, really, what's the point? Because those practices specifically are condemned in the Hebrew Bible, because they are offerings, sacrifices to other deities. So I don't know, again, how she thinks this works, but I'm just saying it really doesn't. Again, it doesn't get her far enough away from the thing that she's trying to get away from in making this argument. Now, back to Durrell, Stavrokopoulou does not attempt to demonstrate that any of these options, and I've only hit a couple here. She doesn't try to demonstrate that any of these options is the correct one, but she concludes that there's enough reason to doubt that the verse absolutely precludes an understanding of MLK as a type of offering rather than the full name of a deity. If I was on her dissertation committee, I would say, you just have not made that case, because these are still entities. It doesn't matter that it's a deity name, they're still deities. Even if Ovot and the knowing ones, the Yidaoni, aren't proper names, they're still entities. So you really haven't gotten away from this very far, and again, the other issue about, whoring after the victim, I don't know what the point is there. So if I was her advisor for her dissertation, I would have said, man, it's not like I'm going to flunk you or anything, because, you don't do that sort of thing unless you're a jerk. But I'd say, this just really isn't satisfying. It's just not cutting it. Anyway, the issue for Stavrokopoulou is that she takes the law of the firstborn as being a viable option for people in early Israel. This is really what she's trying to go after. And so when Durrell sort of gets around his own assessment of what she's trying to do, let me just quote a little bit more from him, then we'll be done with the dissertation. We're almost actually, we're close to wrapping up here anyway, because this is kind of the point I wanted to angle for, the recent work. And you'll even if you can't pronounce Stavrokopoulou, you'll see her name on the internet, because again, her name gets picked up, as a biblical scholar who's into this topic, and she has an axe to grind. Okay, she thinks that the prohibitions of this are just propaganda. She operates with a hermeneutic of suspicion. That's what she's doing. But Durrell, again, let's just go back to him to wrap up. This does not mean, Durrell says, that Stavrokopoulou believes there were some groups who adhered to a law that called for the general sacrifice of firstborn children and others do not. He's talking about how she says it's an option. Instead, she agrees with DeVoe that firstborn sacrifice is unlikely
So she actually agrees with DeVoe that, yeah, it's unlikely this was institutionalized. It's unlikely to have been generally practiced even by an isolated group, although she disagrees with his conclusion that the laws that seem to command precisely that must mean something different. Instead, she argues that DeVoe misunderstands the nature of the biblical laws, which is a real mouthful. Roland DeVoe had real high status as a biblical scholar, and you got to have more than what you have to just dismiss DeVoe. Like, he just doesn't get it. So that would leave me a little dissatisfied as well. Now, in his Exodus commentary, Prop, this is Durrell again pointing out that Prop, the Exodus commentary in the Anchor Yale Bible series, also argues against interpreting Exodus 22, 28, and 29, and some of these other passages as indicating that firstborn children were ever regularly offered by Israelite Yahwists. Again, DeVoe and Prop, they're not evangelicals. I think that's important to point out. This is mainstream biblical scholarship. Again, the people who are like Stavrokopoulou, they're on the periphery of this issue, thinking that it was institutionalized. And again, to be fair to Stavrokopoulou, she does back off of that a little bit and says, well, maybe it was an option. They could kill the kid if they want. If not, they could redeem it, later on. But initially, she would be firm here. Initially, the beginning of the worship of Yahweh, child sacrifice was a normal institution. She would say that. But DeVoe disagreed with that. Prop disagreed with that. Others, of course, have disagreed with that. Prop has kind of a funny line in here in his Exodus commentary. He points to really the absurd logic of this. He refers to an institutionalized child sacrifice as being Darwinian suicide on the part of Israelites, which, yeah, I mean, if everybody's doing this, that's kind of going to hurt the population. How would you explain, again, the expansion of the population? Again, somebody like Stavrokopoulou could just come along and say, but the Bible's full of it. Their population didn't expand. They struggled, until they reached enlightenment. Maybe this was their point of enlightenment. Say, hey, our population's not growing. We're heading into demographic winter here. We better stop this. Again, it's just speculation. Now, Durrell winds up this way. He says, those who argue that the plain sense of Deuteronomy 22, 28, and 29, along with Exodus 13, 1 and 2. Okay, if you view those as originally separate from verses 11 through 16, so if you're one that says verses 11 through 16 were added later, and all you've got is Exodus 13, 1 and 2, and Exodus 22, 28, 9, well, then, yeah, you'd have to read those verses, and there'd be no reason to not conclude that Yahweh was asking for child sacrifice. Because when you eliminate the redemption part of the passage, what else do you have? I mean, it would be easy to read it that way. So Durrell's saying, yeah, if you take that stuff out, well then, yeah, that's what you'd have. And then he says, further, the fact that animals are said to be offered in the same way makes it highly unlikely that firstborn children are intended to be dedicated to temple service rather than sacrifice. And here I'll break in and say, Durrell misses the verse 13, because there is an exemption that applies to firstborn donkeys. And he, yes, I know he's saying, if you add the verses 11 through 16 later and you just, you don't even look at that. I agree. If you're not looking at those verses, then yeah, how else would you read these passages? But then he tries to make part of the argument on the redemption idea, which is in those verses. And he misses the firstborn donkey thing, which, as I said earlier, really messes up the logic. What? The prophets were so offended by firstborn donkey sacrifice, they had to put in a redemption clause here? Again, it's kind of silly. Durrell says, despite the plain sense of the text, however, scholars are right to question how the obvious reading can be the correct one, given the overwhelming evidence that firstborn children were not regularly sacrificed. While a full diachronic examination will have to wait until the following chapters, he does that in his dissertation. It is worth noting that there is no indication in any of the copious narrative material of the Hebrew Bible that firstborn children were ever regularly sacrificed by the Israelites or their neighbors. The cases of child sacrifice that do appear are all during extraordinary circumstances. The sole exception is Ezekiel 20 and verse 25, which appears to imply that at least some Israelites were interpreting some law as demanding a child sacrifice. Ezekiel 20:25 says,
Moreover, I gave them statutes that were not good and rules by which they could not have life, and defiled them through their very gifts and their offering of all their firstborn, that I might devastate them. Again, does that refer to the animals? Does it refer to people? Or is it just a terrible interpretation of a law like Exodus 13, 1 and 2? No, we don't really know. Ezekiel's not that specific. Now, I would agree with Durrell in this respect. The absence of evidence for the practice, the institutionalized practice of child sacrifice, argues pretty forcefully that the true worship of Yahweh did not include child sacrifice. You got to have some positive evidence that they were doing this, that they were looking at the text the way Stavrokopoulou looks at it. Okay? You got to have something there, because if you don't, you have circular reasoning. That's what you have. At the end of the day, that is what you have. I would also agree with Prop that this is kind of a Darwinian national suicide sort of thing. And again, I would further go back to how this makes zero sense as a remembrance of the protection of the firstborn. That's its context. The Passover is the context for Exodus 13, 1 and 2, even without verses 11 through 16. And again, I don't think there's any evidence that verses 11 through 16, weren't there when verses 1 and 2 were written. Again, I think that's pure speculation. But even if they weren't there, think about it. Exodus 13, 1 through 2 come on the heels of Exodus 12, the protection of the firstborn at the Passover. So how in the world does it make any sense to say, hey, the Lord just protected our firstborn, now let's kill it? Or he wants us to kill it now. Again, I think that's a logical absurdity, even without verses 11 through 16. Let me end by offering my own speculation here, though. I mean, see if again, I think, yeah, I'm doing what these other people do on the other side of it. So yeah, this is just speculation, but I think this rings truer. I would suggest that there would have been people in Israel who thought that Exodus 13, 1 through 2, presuming they knew of it, and they were just sort of ignorant about everything else. Maybe there's somebody in Israel that thought those verses gave them permission to sacrifice a child to Yahweh. Let's just say somebody would have just been that dense and would have done that. Sure, somebody could have used the verses we've talked about to justify the idea, presuming, again, incorrectly, that was how Yahweh wanted to be worshipped. Sort of like, how some people in Israelite history thought that other aberrant forms of worship were fine. Remember 2 Kings 23, 10 to 11, you have sun worship. Josiah's reform, that's the same context, 2 Kings 23. There were other people doing other things, thinking that it was okay worship of Yahweh, but they were wrong. We might be generous and call these sorts of assumptions understandable, but they'd still be wrong. Maybe they looked at it or heard the verse. Oh, okay, I could offer my kid, and maybe that God will love me a little bit more. Again, this isn't good thinking, but you could see where somebody would think this way. Again, we might be generous and just say, well, they were just kind of clueless. They weren't evil, but they were clueless, or something like that. But if the verses were evident, there'd have been an institutionalized child sacrifice, and you'd think there would be either textual or archaeological evidence in Israel for that, and there is neither. I would say it's sort of similar to how some Christians today, people who embrace the work of the cross, and they don't believe there's another way of salvation, I mean, they're really Christians. They might use Exodus 21, 22 through 25 to justify abortion. Okay, let me just read the passage to you. When men strive together and hit a pregnant woman so that her children come out, and there is no harm, but the one who hit her shall surely be fined, as the woman's husband shall impose on him, and he shall pay as the judges determine. But if there is harm, then you shall pay life for life, eye for eye, tooth for tooth, hand for hand, foot for foot, burn for burn, wound for wound, stripe for stripe. So the idea here, again, in some, quote unquote, I hate the term, progressive Christians, legitimize abortion on the basis of this passage. They again, it's going to sound a little bizarre maybe to some of you, but some of you may have come across this, but they'll make the passage say that you only have the eye for eye, the death penalty offense, if the woman is killed. But if the kids die, they come out and they presume that they're stillborn or something, then you don't have the death penalty. And so that means that the child, the fetus,
was not viewed as human, whereas the woman was. So we can, abortion's okay. Maybe there are Christians, and I know there are Christians today, that would look at that passage, interpret it that way, and justify an abortion. They would be wrong as well, just like our hypothetical person in Israel that looks at Exodus 13, 1 through 2 and says, oh, okay, I can sacrifice my kid. Okay, yeah, you can see how people can reach a conclusion, but they'd still be wrong. And we know in the instance of Exodus 21, 22 through 25, the abortion passage, we know that they're wrong for certain because when we juxtapose that passage to the very similar legislation in Hammurabi's law, we learn that the difference in fines, difference in penalties, is about social class, not something is human versus not human. So we need to get it in our heads that just because an Israelite, or maybe a bunch of Israelites, had a thought, just because they have a thought, doesn't mean the thought was correct. And it also doesn't mean that it was an institution, an institutionalized thought. Lots of people in ancient Israel, another example, thought Yahweh had a consort, a wife, Asherah. We know that's the case from sites and inscriptions like Kuntalet Ajrud and Kerbet El-Kam, where you have a reference to Yahweh and his Asherah. Okay, some Israelite out there somewhere in the boonies, okay, believe that. But going from that observation, somebody thought that way, to saying that Orthodox Yahwism included the idea Yahweh had a wife, that's flawed. That's flawed reasoning. There's no evidence in the Hebrew Bible that this was the case and that it was institutionalized. It's only when the hermeneutic of suspicion is applied do we see such arguments arise. And their conclusions are non sequiturs. They go like this. Well, let's take the Asherah one. Well, the prophets rail against Asherah, so that must mean Asherah used to be Yahweh's wife. And that was okay until the prophets. That's a non sequitur. I hearken back once again, you've heard me mention this before, to the day in my doctoral seminar at Wisconsin when I said it would be a good idea if a logic course was required of all doctoral students in biblical studies. Okay, I didn't win hearts and minds that day, but I meant it then, and I mean it now. Okay, clear thinking is kind of important. So with respect to Exodus 13, what we're left with is the biblical data as they stand versus speculative moving parts of passages around chronologically to accommodate a hermeneutic of suspicion that wants to take the condemnations of child sacrifice as indicating a former allowed practice, and then use the moving of those passages around as a proof. It's circular reasoning, and it's a self-serving approach.
All right, Mike. Well, are we finally to the Red Sea? Can we cross it now? Are we close?
Can we cross the Red Sea?
Can we cross it now?
Yeah, we're going to get into the itinerary. I'm going to loop the pillar of cloud and fire in Exodus 13 into 14, and that's the crossing. So, yep, we're going to get in there. We're going to do this in two parts because the first part today, I'm just going to go through the itinerary, not place by place, because to be honest with you, most of the places in the Exodus itinerary, nobody has any idea where they are. And that contributes to the issue of where's Mount Sinai, because it's going to determine what route they took and where, as to where you end up. But there are certain things in the itinerary that you can know for sure. So we're going to hit those. And there's this big problem of the quote unquote Red Sea, related to the crossing, just the description of it, just how it's described. I'm not talking about a problem with the miraculous. If you listen to this podcast for any amount of time, I don't have any problem with the miraculous. But there are problems in just how this thing is described that will become evident in our episode today. That part 2, I'm going to look at the crossing in an entirely different way, not in terms of geography, like sort of, boots on the ground geography, even though part 2 will deal with real geography. But I want to get into the issue of how the Exodus plays off of and can be read through the lens of Egyptian cosmic geography, the theological messaging that the whole thing would have conveyed to an Egyptian.
which I think is going to be a lot of new stuff for listeners, but it's as you can imagine, it's kind of dense. So we'll do that in a second part, looking at the crossing and the route. But for today, you can basically boil down to begin with the fact that the route that the Israelites take, the itinerary as it were, is drawn primarily from three places in Scripture. And they don't always exactly agree. And that's part of the problem with the route. Some of them are more complete than others. And those three places are Exodus 13. So we're going to pick up a little bit in the prior chapter. Exodus 14, obviously. And then Numbers 33, which is a really important passage for all this. So if you look at Exodus 13, going back to the previous chapter, and you get to verse 17. I'm just going to read verses 17 through 22 because it gets us sort of into the trip, as it were. We read this. When Pharaoh let the people go, God did not lead them by the way of the land of the Philistines. So let's just stop there. That's verse 17. Now, that's important because it eliminates the northern route along. They're leaving the delta. Just think of your map of Egypt. At the top, you've got that, the delta with all the tributaries from the Nile flowing into the Mediterranean. Well, there's an eastern border to all that extends all the way down, really to the left tip of what we know as the Red Sea, the Gulf of Suez. But this eliminates the northern route, like following the coastline of the sea. It just explicitly, God says, that's not the way we're going. So God did not lead them by the way of the land of the Philistines. Again, the Philistines were on the coast because the Philistines were descendants of the sea peoples or part of the sea peoples. We know that from Egyptian history and so on and so forth. So that eliminates that, even though it was near, verse 17 said. So again, it's very clear where we're starting this narrative. The Israelites are leaving the Egyptian delta, the store cities of Pithom and Ramses. Okay, we're in the delta. And so God's like, we're not going to go the closest way. We're not going to go by the land of the Philistines. For God said, this is the rest of verse 17, lest the people change their minds when they see war and return to Egypt. In other words, as soon as there's a conflict, if we go the easy route, they're going to want to turn back. So God says, we're not doing that. Verse 18, but God led the people around by the way of the wilderness toward the Red Sea. This is, where, for our purposes here, this is where we first get this phrase, Red Sea. We're going to spend a good bit of time on that. And the people of Israel went up from out of the land of Egypt equipped for battle. Moses took the bones of Joseph with him, for Joseph had made the sons of Israel solemnly swear, saying, God will surely visit you, and you shall carry up my bones with you from here. And they moved on from Sukkot and encamped at Etham on the edge of the wilderness. And the Lord went before them by day in a pillar of cloud to lead them along the way, and by night in a pillar of fire to give them light, that they might travel by day and by night. The pillar of cloud by day, the pillar of fire by night did not depart from before the people. So again, we get this little note that they encounter, or they're going toward the, quote, Red Sea. Red Sea, again, in Hebrew, the full phrase, as it's translated in English Bibles, is Yam Suf, which literally means sea of reeds. Now, in part 2, when we deal with Egyptian cosmology, there are some scholars who wonder if Suf, remember the Hebrew Bible didn't originally have vowels, and certain consonants did double duty as vowels. And the Vav consonant could be a U vowel, like in Suf, or it could be an O vowel, as in Sof. Some scholars wonder if Yam Sof is in view here, because that's like the sea that ends, or the sea that is at the edge. And if you're talking about Egyptian cosmology, it's basically the sea at the end of the world. There's a body of water there that marks the border of Egypt, and in the Egyptian mindset, that's like, you're leaving, to borrow a biblical, you're leaving the promised land, the land of the gods, the black land. You're leaving Egypt and you're going off into chaos. So that's going to be part of our discussion in part 2 about a cosmological reading of this. But for now, we're going to stick with Yam Suf, Sea of Reeds. Again, that's important here because it's going to get us into a classic problem for the Exodus that we'll get to in a moment. And then in verse 20, we actually get sort of movement here. They move on from Succoth and they camp at Etham and on the edge of the wilderness, so on and so forth. Now, a bit of a rabbit trail here. and I'm not going to camp here because I want to focus on the itinerary, as it were. But you probably noticed, and people have, in the past, I'm sure, not just by the virtue of this episode, but verse 21 said the Lord. Okay, the Lord went before them. He's leading the camp of the Israelites in a pillar of cloud, and then at night a pillar of fire. So it's the divine name, it's Yahweh goes before them. Now what's interesting about this, in Exodus 14, we read this in verse 19. The angel of God, who was going before the host of Israel, moved and went behind them. And the pillar of cloud moved from before them and stood behind them. Well, wait a minute, I thought it was the Lord who was out front, but here it's the angel of God that's out front. And then you have the pillar of the cloud move as well and stand behind them. So, it raises this issue. The wording pretty clearly says that the people are led by both the angel, at the very least, both the angel, he and the Lord were going before the Israelites, because they're both put there, and then they both move behind. But then that raises the question is this the two ways of referring to the same being? Now, we can't necessarily say that here because there is something visible, the pillar of cloud and the pillar of fire, so that the presence of God could be in there, and you could also have an anthropomorphic figure, the angel, also out front leading ahead. So you could have the presence of the two powers, as opposed to saying that there was only one thing they could see. Well, evidently there's two things they can see. They can see the pillar, whether it's cloud and fire, and then the angel, the angel of God was also going before Israel. So this is another interesting passage when you get to the two powers in heaven stuff, because very clearly you've got at least two figures. You can't necessarily say that they're only looking at one thing. They're probably looking at two, but one of them is an anthropomorphized Yahweh, okay, the angel of God, because he's interchanged positionally with the presence of the Lord himself. So again, I'm not going to camp on this, just a passing note there, because I want to focus on itinerary stuff. So as far as the steps, we're going to utilize Numbers 33, and we just read a few verses in chapter 13. We hit, chapter 14. So Exodus 14 sort of presupposes, the context of Exodus 13:20. Exodus 13:20 said they moved from Sukkot and they encamped at Etham on the edge of the wilderness. And so Exodus 14 kind of picks up from that point. The chapter begins this way. Then the Lord said to Moses, tell the people of Israel to turn back and encamp in front of Pi Hahirot, between Migdol and the sea, in front of Baal or Baal Zephon. You shall encamp facing it by the sea. For Pharaoh will say to the people of Israel, they're wandering in the land. The wilderness has shut them in, and I will harden Pharaoh's heart, and he will pursue them, and I will get glory over Pharaoh and all his hosts. And the Egyptians shall know that I am the Lord. And they did so. The Israelites did so. So we get, again, a little bit more in terms of geographical points. We have this Pi Hahirot place, whatever that is. We've got Migdol. We've got Baal Zephon. So if we take that in conjunction with Exodus 13:20, Sukkot and Etham, we're beginning to have a sort of a station by station, commentary. But if we go to Numbers 33, specifically Numbers 33:5, we actually get another place from which the journey actually begins. It doesn't begin at Sukkot. Sukkot's going to come. If you read Numbers 33:5, it says, so the people of Israel set out from Ramses and camped at Sukkot. And then they leave Sukkot, and then they camp at Etham, which is on the edge of the wilderness. That's Numbers 33:5 and 6. So it sounds exactly like what we read in Exodus 13 and Exodus, we're leading to Exodus 14. I might as well throw in Numbers 33:7 here. I'll just read 5 through 7 here. So the people of Israel set out from Ramses. That's where they actually begin. And again, that makes sense because of the Pithom and Ramses thing from Exodus 1:11. And they camped at Sukkot. And they set out from Sukkot and camped at Etham, which is on the edge of the wilderness. And they set out from Etham, and they turned back to Pi Hahirot, which is east of Baal Zephon, and they camped before Migdol. So we get all the place names that we've already encountered in Exodus 13 and 14, but we get the actual starting point here in Numbers 33, verse 5. So the order that we have here is Ramses, that city, that place, Sukkot, Etham, and then we get this Pi Hahirot, Baal Zephon, and Migdol. So this is our little concatenation of place names that we have to sort of start with. So they sound a lot like each other. And if you go back to Exodus 13, just think about this. I want to set something in Numbers 33 up. Exodus 13 sounded like, okay, we're on our way. We're not going north. We're going to leave Sukkot. We're going to camp at Etham on the edge of the wilderness. The Lord's leading us. And then we hit chapter 14, and the Lord says, tell the people of Israel to turn back and camp in front of Pi-hahirot, between Migdol and the sea, and in front of Baal-zephon. You shall encamp by it, facing the sea. For Pharaoh will say to the people, hey, they're wandering around the land. The wilderness has shut them in. Pharaoh's like, I love the line from the Ten Commandments where Yul Brynner, Pharaoh looks at the situation and he sees the Israelites with the sea to their back. And he says, the God of Israel is a poor general. He doesn't really need to worry too much about whether he graduated from West Point or not. I just love the line because Pharaoh's going to basically eat the words pretty quickly. But the sense you get here as we start chapter 14 is that this is a precursor. These place names are an immediate precursor to the crossing of the sea. Okay, that's just a face value, sort of reading of it. I mean, it just sounds that way, and I think that's pretty transparent. Tell the people of Israel, turn back, camp by Pi-hahirot, between Migdol and the sea, in front of Baal-zephon. You shall camp facing it by the sea. Now, if you keep reading in Exodus 14, let's just read verses 5 through 18, that observation that these places, this concatenation of place names, is leading up to the moment of the crossing, because that's basically what happens here. So Exodus 14, verse 5, and again, just bear with me. There's a point to doing it, rehearsing all this. Verse 5 says, when the king of Egypt was told that the people had fled, the mind of Pharaoh and his servants was changed toward the people. And they said, what is this we have done, that we have let Israel go from serving us? So he made ready his chariot, took his army with him, and took 600 chosen chariots and all other chariots of Egypt with officers over all of them. And the Lord hardened the heart of Pharaoh, king of Egypt, and he pursued the people of Israel while the people of Israel were going out defiantly. The Egyptians pursued them, all Pharaoh's horses and chariots and his horsemen and his army, and he overtook them, where? Encamped by the sea. Now you'll notice in chapter 14, we have now 3 references to the sea. None of them say Red Sea. The phrase Red Sea never occurs in chapter 14. It does in 13, and it will in 15, but it doesn't occur in chapter 14. So hold on to that little factoid, because you can see again, this is where the conflict and the climax is going to happen here. So he overtook them and camped at the sea by Pi-hahirot in front of Baal-zephon, which is exactly where we read earlier that they were camped. When Pharaoh drew near, the people of Israel lifted up their eyes. This is verse 10. And behold, the Egyptians were marching after them, and they feared greatly. And the people of Israel cried out to the Lord. They said to Moses, is it because there were no graves in Egypt that you have taken us away to die in the wilderness? What have you done to us in bringing us out of Egypt? Is not this what we said to you in Egypt? Leave us alone that we may serve the Egyptians? Which is kind of new information. For it would have been better for us to serve the Egyptians than to die in this wilderness. And Moses said to the people, fear not, stand firm, and see the salvation of the Lord, which he will work for you today. For the Egyptians whom you see today, you will never see again. The Lord will fight for you, and you have only to be silent. It's a nice way of saying, just shut up. God's got this. Verse 15, the Lord said to Moses, why do you cry to me? So again, Moses is evidently praying about this thing. Lord, what are we going to do? Tell the people of Israel to go forward. Say what? Tell the people of Israel to go forward. Lift up your staff and stretch out your hand over the sea and divide it, that the people of Israel may go through the sea. Notice the references to the sea, the sea, the sea. It's never the Red Sea. That the people of Israel may go through the sea on dry ground, and I will harden the hearts of the Egyptians so that they will go in after them. And I will get glory over Pharaoh and all his host, his chariots and his horsemen. And the Egyptians shall know that I am the Lord, when I have gotten glory over Pharaoh, his chariots, and his horsemen. And then it's at this point that the angel of God, who was going before the host of Israel, which is basically the God slot before, moves and goes behind them. And then the pillar moves as well. Okay, and it lit up, the pillar of fire at night, so on and so forth. And then in verse 21, Moses stretches out his hand over the sea. The Lord drove the sea back by a strong east wind all night and made the sea dry land. Again, sea, sea, sea. And the waters were divided. The people of Israel went into the midst of the sea on dry ground, the waters being a wall to them on their right hand and on their left. The Egyptians pursued and went in after them into the midst of the sea, all Pharaoh's horses, his chariots, his horsemen. And in the morning watch, the Lord in the pillar of the fire and of cloud looked down on the Egyptian forces and threw the Egyptian forces into a panic, clogging their chariot wheels so that they drove heavily. And the Egyptians said, "Let us flee from before Israel, for the Lord fights for them against the Egyptians." And the Lord said to Moses, "Stretch out your hand over the sea, that the water may come back on the Egyptians upon their chariots and upon their horsemen." And so, Moses does that. And again, the rest of the story we know. The waters return, drowns the Egyptians. And at the end here, the people feared the Lord. They believed in the Lord, his servant Moses. Now, what's the big deal about the vocabulary? The sea. Okay, just hold on to that. As we read that story, think back to the way it began. Okay? Think back to the way it began. They leave Ramses. They leave Sukkot then. That was stop number 2. They go from Sukkot to Etham. And then from Etham, God says, tell the people of Israel to turn back and camp in front of Pi-Hahirot, between Migdol and the sea, in front of Baal-Zephon. And then that's when the crisis happens and the deliverance happens. So this sea is right there somewhere where these places are, Pi-Hahirot, Migdol, and Baal-Zephon. Okay, that's where this happens. Now let's go to Numbers 33 and listen carefully, and I think you're going to detect a problem here. Numbers 33, beginning in verse 7. And they set out from Etham and turned back to Pi-Hahirot, which is east of Baal-Zephon, and they camped before Migdol. And they set out from before Hahirot and passed through the midst of the sea into the wilderness. And they went a 3 days' journey in the wilderness of Etham and camped at Marah. And they set out from Marah and came to Elim. At Elim, there were 12 springs of water and 70 palm trees, and they camped there. And they set out from Elim and camped by the Red Sea. Did you catch that? The sea that they passed through happens before they camp by the Red Sea. So how is it that we talk about the Israelites passing through the Red Sea? They passed through something else before they ever got there. This is again something that scholars and many other people have noticed. It's like, how in the world? And it really gets weird when you look at the vocabulary across chapters 13, 14, and 15. In chapter 13, verse 18, there is the phrase Red Sea. It's a generic reference. I'll read it to you again. But God led the people around by the way of the wilderness toward the Red Sea, toward the Yam Suf. And the people of Israel went up out of the land of Egypt equipped for battle. This is kind of generic. It just says God led the people toward the Red Sea. And so it doesn't really capture the whole itinerary in one verse. It's sort of a catch-all reference, like kind of designating where they're going to wind up. But, it might be useful in light of how we're going to try to unravel this. In chapter 14, the term Yam Suf, Red Sea, is never used. You have verse 2, verse 9, verse 16, verse 21, verse 23. Again, that's not all of them. It's just Yam, the sea. But when you get to chapter 15, both of those terms are used, and one time they're used in the same verse in parallel. In other words, the crossing for chapter 15 was the crossing in the midst of the sea and in the midst of the Yam Suf, in the midst of the Yam and the midst of the Yam Suf. And it's like, how can that be? Because in Numbers 33, they pass through the midst of the sea, Yam, and then they go days before they camp by the Red Sea, the Yam Suf. In Exodus 15:4 specifically, that's sort of the key text in chapter 15.
It uses both Yam and Yam Suf for what was crossed. Let me read it to you. Pharaoh's chariots and his host, he, God, cast into the sea, Yam, and his chosen officers were sunk in the Red Sea, Yam Suf. So it's very evident that both terms are referring to the same event in the same place. But yet Numbers 33 seems to separate them by days. Like, how does that work? What body of water did the Israelites cross if we're reading Numbers 33 if it wasn't the Red Sea? But then how could it not be the Red Sea if Exodus 15 uses that term in parallel to just the sea? So we kind of have a double conundrum here. How can they be separate but the same? And how can they be different geographical places? Because in Numbers, they're separated by days, but still be the same. So how can they cross something, that it's just weird. Like, it looks like there are two places at one time, but they're all still the same. Again, people have noticed this, and it's become kind of a classic problem for this passage, and it relates to, it contributes to, if that's the right word, makes worse would be a better word, but it contributes to the problem of, after whatever it is they crossed, which way are they going? Because you first have to settle the crossing problem and have it somehow be both the Red Sea, but yet not the Red Sea. And then, once they're out, God's going to tell them, we're going to read about them turning. Which way do they turn? Because that's going to dictate the route, and that's going to dictate what you think about Sinai, the destination. So all these problems sort of, again, are mixed together, which, again, I'm hoping you're seeing is again, why this is a struggle for interpreters to figure out, and nobody has it figured out. But, where'd they go? Which way did they take? Where'd they end up? What's Sinai? What's the Red Sea? What's this other sea? I mean, all these questions that just go into just a straightforward reading of the passages, the three main passages anyway, that talk about the journey. Like, what in the world's going on? Now, James Hoffmeyer, has spent a good deal of effort resolving the problem of the Yam Suf. That's kind of how it's known to scholars, the problem of the Yam Suf, the problem of the Red Sea, or the Sea of Reeds. Which is another thing. If it's the Sea of Reeds, it can't be salt water because reeds don't, grow in salt. I mean, what's going on here? So I'm going to abbreviate Hoffmeyer's treatment here, because I think he really does good work here. This is from his. If you want the book with all the details, and it's quite detailed. His book Israel in Egypt, which I have referenced before in other episodes. For those of you who, this is the book I always recommend when I get emails like, either asking genuinely or somebody trying to make it sound like they know something when they really don't. About, the Bible's not historical. There's no evidence, that the Exodus narratives, there's like no supporting evidence to, from Egypt that makes these at all, possible, blah, blah. Yeah, right. There's only like 200 pages of it here. Read that if you're really interested. Again, Hoffmeyer's an Egyptologist. There's a lot of cross-fertilization in Exodus with Egyptological material. Yeah, you don't have the Egyptian version of this event, but basically everything about the event you can find in Egyptian literature somewhere, and of course archaeological remains. So again, just as a word to those of you who might be apologetics minded, whenever you hear this, try not to laugh, but direct people to this book, Israel in Egypt. And he also has one, Hoffmeyer has one, I think it's called Israel in Sinai or something like that, where you get more of it. But this is the book, for the Exodus. So I'm gonna abbreviate how Hoffmeyer proposes that we resolve this, and I'm going to refer to some things that we will have on the episode webpage again to help you look. Basically, most of it's going to be pictorial pictures that you can look at later if you're listening now in a car or something like that. You can go look at them later. But in his book Israel in Egypt, he gets into this in a lot of detail. Now, his discussion is primarily about the literal geography here. We haven't even gotten to the cosmic geography stuff. He has a little bit in his book on that, but we're going to get into that in a lot more detail next week. So the Yam Suf problem.
Hofmeier notes that it should be obvious, and I would say it should be obvious from the little we've read, that the crossing of the sea is at Egypt's eastern border. I mean, that much we know. We've hit the landmarks: Ramses, Sukkot, Etham, and then from Etham they set out. They turn back. Important phrase. They turn back to Pi Hahirot. We'll find out what that is in a moment, which is east of Baal Zephon, and they camp before Migdal. So that those names do tell us some important things. All of these places are known to be on or immediately adjacent to Egypt's eastern border, the eastern border of Egypt. Now that much is proof positive that the crossing of whatever body of water this is was nowhere near Eilat, the Gulf of Aqaba, and Midian. It is nowhere near that. It's on Egypt's eastern border. The crossing basically occurs when they're getting out of Egypt. Basically right at the beginning of the whole trip. Now, to be fair, those who argue that Sinai, Mount Sinai, is east of the Gulf of Aqaba in Midian somewhere, they don't necessarily tie that view of Sinai to a specific place of the crossing of the Red Sea, but some do. But just so that you understand, if someone, holds to a Mount Sinai in Midian, it doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to have the Red Sea crossing at the right prong of the Red Sea, the Gulf of Aqaba. The left prong is the Gulf of Suez, okay? Where the crossing actually happened, and again, the geography itself tells us we can know this with absolute certainty. The crossing occurred on Egypt's eastern border. That's where these places are, and they are all known, okay? Anyone on the internet or anywhere else that tells you that the Israelites crossed anywhere in the right prong of the Red Sea, the Gulf of Aqaba, that like the crossing at Nuweiba or some other such crossing to get the Israelites into Midian from Mount Sinai, you can safely ignore any crossing view of the right prong. It completely ignores everything that is known about these place names. Again, that doesn't mean that you've argued against Mount Sinai in Midian. There are other problems with that, as we've talked about. But there are some who tie these two things together. I mentioned the Nuweiba crossing. That was associated with, I believe, Ron Wyatt. And it's on the internet. I mean, if you Google this, you're going to run into this view. This view textually is not possible because of the geographical names. So any view of the crossing on the right prong of the Red Sea is just not correct. I mean, I don't waste your time even thinking about it. And you're going to get some goofy archaeology that tries to prove this and that. Look, all you need to do is go read the itinerary and look up these place names in academic sources, and you're going to find out they're all known and they're all on Egypt's eastern border. So we're done with that. Let's go back to the actual Yam Suf problem. Hofmeier takes Exodus 15:4, where both Yam and Yam Suf are used in parallelism, to describe the body of water that was crossed. Now, his hypothesis, listen to this carefully. His hypothesis is that what is being described as a body of water, with the word Yam, sea in English translations, that body, whatever that was, in ancient times was connected to what we know as the Red Sea, and what the biblical writers would call Yam Suf. If you can picture in your mind, and again, I have maps on the episode page, that you can look at. If you can picture in mind the two forks of the Red Sea, the left fork's the Gulf of Suez, it points, as it were, upward toward the eastern border of Egypt's delta region. In ancient times, there were a string of lakes extending from that tip of the Gulf of Suez northward to form, again, part of like a borderline of Egypt. And they were connected. They were either connected naturally or they were connected by a series of canals. And we're going to come back to the canal thing because that's going to become important. Therefore, Hofmeier argues, Israel could cross one of these bodies of water. Again, there are just a bunch of them dotted upward from the tip of the Gulf of Suez all the way into the delta. Egypt could cross one of these lakes. They were essentially lakes. And the word Yam can refer to any body of water, even a river in the Old Testament. When Israel crossed one of those lakes, they technically
to the mind of an ancient person would also be crossing the Red Sea, because all of those things are connected to the Red Sea. They're not the Red Sea proper, but they are nevertheless tethered to it by a series of waterways. So in this view, sea and Red Sea are one and the same, but they're also different. The sea is just one of the smaller bodies of water connected to the left tip of what we know as the Red Sea. The left tip is the Gulf of Suez. Now, Hofmeier, to articulate this and defend it, draws heavily on the work of geophysical surveys that for him, and I'll say, just tell you, for me as well, I think this is how this needs to be thought of. I think Hofmeier does really good work here. These surveys for him and for me explain references in a variety of ancient sources to a string of lakes that at various times in Egyptian history were connected by canals. Modern geophysical surveys have detected these things even thousands of years after they're dried up. You can actually see them in satellite photography. And so there's an important article that Hofmeier draws on, and it's by Amihai Sneh, that's S-N-E-H, Tuvia Weisbrod, and Itamar Perat, and the article is entitled Evidence for an Ancient Egyptian Frontier Canal. It's an important description, by the way, frontier canal. This is part of the border. Evidence for an ancient Egyptian frontier canal, the remnants of an artificial waterway discovered in the northeastern Nile Delta, may have formed part of the barrier called the Shore of Egypt in ancient texts. It's a long title. It's from American Scientists, number 63, volume 63, number 5. This is 1975, September, October 1975. Now, I've posted pictures from this article in a PDF on the episode page. I can't post the whole article. It's not publicly accessible. Again, I can put it in the protected folder, but I've at least put pictures, a couple of the relevant pictures in the article that will help you see what the satellite photographs show. So this 1975 article, referenced by Hofmeier, again, is really an important piece of work. Now, there's another article on this that can also get you some good pictures that's much later. Hofmeier's book was written after that first article I mentioned, but before this one, the second article. And the second article is publicly accessible, so we'll have a link to this on the episode webpage. And that's by John Cooper, Egypt's Nile Red Sea Canals, subtitle Chronology, Location, Seasonality, and Function. This is pages 195 to 209 in a book called Connected Hinterlands, Proceedings of the Red Sea Project, Volume 4, held at the University of Southampton in September 2008. It's part of the Bar International series and part of the Society for Arabian Studies monograph series. But this chapter is publicly accessible, so we'll have a link there. Now, again, to summarize all that, what you have and what Hofmeier is going to defend, again, I think he does a good job of it. I think this is the answer to the Am Suf problem, is that you've got the Gulf of Suez, the left tip, what we think of as the left tip of the Red Sea. But extending from that, you have a series of lakes that are connected, again, by canals. So Israel crossed one of those bodies of water, one of those lakes, and then they're going to turn, and then they're going to camp somewhere by the actual Red Sea. Okay, so you can have crossing the sea before you get to the Red Sea. This is how you approach it. So I'm going to read a little bit from Hofmeier. He says this. In the early 1970s, a team of scientists of the Geological Survey of Israel, while working in the Sinai Peninsula during Israel's occupation of the territory east of the Suez Canal, discovered the remains of what they believed was a canal that ran along Egypt's border with the Sinai. Aerial photography and on-site study led to this identification by the leaders of the team, Amihai Sneh and Tuvia Weisbrod. The width of this canal constantly measures 70 meters at the top and was probably tapered toward the bottom where it was thought to be around 20 meters wide. So that's a pretty substantial canal. This makes it wider than the Suez Canal when cut in 1873. The recently discovered channel is calculated to be 2 or 3 meters deep. So what's left of this, it dries up and it's going to fill up with sand, but it's still detectable, again, with satellite photography. What's left of it isn't very deep, but it's there. Back to Hofmeier. Hofmeier writes, the Israeli geologists associated with the newly discovered canal with the one shown on a relief, or they associated the newly discovered canal with one shown on a relief of Seti I. Again, Seti I, circa 1300 BC. Again, Hofmeier's a late dater, but this doesn't really factor into earlier late date. It's just a canal. The canal is actually much older than than either of the dates. So the geologists thought, hey, here we got this canal, and they remembered or found that there's a reference to a canal on Egypt's border in one of the inscriptions of Seti I at the Karnak temple in Thebes. Hofmeier writes, in the midst of the waterway of that inscription, that relief, that drawing, in the midst of the waterway, a hieroglyphic label reads, Ta Denit. Sir Alan Gardner commented on this scene in 1920 and noted that the building complex depicted on the relief, again, on the piece of art, to the left of the canal is labeled Ketem en Charu, which is translated the fortress of Charu. Concurrently, the earliest reference to this fort by this name is in the Annals of Tutmosis III. The name of the canal was Ta Denit, clearly meaning, quote, the dividing waters, and so called because they sundered Egypt from the desert. Weisbrod and Sneh believe that the history of the canal might go back to the 12th dynasty because of the references concerning Sinue's journey back from Palestine by boat to Ij-Tawi, the capital at the time. And then Hofmeier goes into the text and talks about, commentary on it. Hofmeier, winds up his discussion by asking this on page 169 of his book. If indeed a canal existed along Egypt's border with Sinai during the New Kingdom, and the evidence does support this view, it seems logical to conclude that it would have been an impediment to the Israelites in their departure from Egypt. Thus it must be asked, is there any reference or allusion to this canal in the Exodus narratives? Again, if they're leaving Ramses and then Sukkot and Etham, they should be running into this waterway and the lakes that it connects. So is there any reference to that? And Hofmeier thinks the answer to this question is, you betcha, yes. He writes, the itinerary of the departing Hebrews from Egypt includes Pi-ha-Hirot in Exodus 14:2 and Numbers 33:7. Scholars have long attempted to find an Egyptian etymology, Egyptian source, origin, for Pi-ha-Hirot because of the initial element Pi, which in Egyptian would be per. That element is suggestive of Egyptian toponyms, Egyptian place names such as Pi Ramses, Pithom, and Pi Besathet, just to name a few. There's a lot of these. So when scholars, let me stop there, when scholars saw Pi-ha-Hirot, they thought, this is probably a term that comes from Egyptian. Hofmeier proceeds to discuss why an Egyptian etymology fails, and it does, basically because of what comes after the P, that is ha-Hirot, which does not conform well to Egyptian for linguistic reasons. Again, if you've had Hebrew, when I say ha-Hirot, you should be thinking definite article plus a feminine plural. It's just, this is a Hebrew term. This is a Semitic term. So, I'm amazed that they kept looking in Egypt for as long as they did, and it's basically because of the P-I word that came in front of it. But basically, there aren't any seasoned, trained Egyptologists now who would disagree with Hofmeier that says, look, this is not an Egyptian term. Everybody more or less agrees with that now. There really aren't any good equivalents. And again, if you know Hebrew, ha-Hirot should just scream Hebrew to you, just a normal, feminine plural noun. So Hofmeier goes on to reference the work of Albright here back in 1948, who suggested, and again, I think this is pretty clear, he suggested a meaning for Pi-ha-Hirot as this, the mouth of the canals. Pi is mouth, Hirot, it's canals. Okay, that's what it is. Hofmeier proceeds to link the phrase with the canals that connect various bodies of water, lakes, from the tip of the Gulf of Suez that form part of Egyptian's eastern border. This makes a lot of sense. It explains the dual reference to the sea, again, one of these bodies of water, and then the Red Sea later on, how they can be the same but yet different. And in so doing, it explains why both terms are used interchangeably for the body of water through which is passed. Yes, you're crossing a lake. Okay, I got it. But it's part of the Red Sea, kind of technically, because it's joined by all these canals. This is how they would have thought about it. So if you go back to the itinerary, you've got Ramses, Sukkot, Etham. Then they set out from Etham, turned back to Pi-ha-Hirot, which is east of Baal Zephon, and they camped before Migdal. Now the text here speaks of a turning back after leaving Etham to Pi-ha-Hirot, the mouth of the canal. So they set out, they're going, and then for some reason, God directs them to turn in a certain direction so that they're at this water border, okay?
And we know what the purpose is. God knows that Pharaoh's going to look at this and snicker. And like Yul Brynner say, the God of Israel is a poor general. Because God is going to get glory over Pharaoh. I don't need to be a good general. Okay, I'm God. This is a setup. The whole thing is a setup. And then they pass through, again, one of these bodies of water. They pass through the sea, and then they're going to turn, and they're going to go for a few days, and they're going to hit this place and that place, and eventually they're going to camp by the Red Sea. So what we know for sure is that the crossing is at one of these lakes, and there are a number of candidates. Hoffmeyer in his book, he goes through all the candidates. Lake Timsah, Lake Bela. There's 3 or 4 of these. And he's like anybody else. He has his favorite and whatnot. But that isn't important. What they cross, even the canal. I mean, if you look back at the canal, I mean, the measurements of the canal, lots of people would have drowned just in the canal. I mean, this is a meaningful, a serious crossing. It has to be divided. You don't just walk across it like you're going across a sandbar or something. This is a serious obstacle. It's a lethal obstacle because the waters are going to part. The Egyptians are going to go down in there, and then they're going to get drowned when God closes the thing up. But it's not the Red Sea proper. It's one of these extension bodies of water. So we have the crossing, and then we run into some questions. Okay, Numbers 33:8. They set out from before Hahirot and passed through the midst of the sea into the wilderness. You have to ask, well, what direction are they going? What direction are they going? They get through the barrier, pass through the midst of the sea into the wilderness. So now they're out in the desert. They went a 3 days journey into the wilderness of Etham and camped at Marah. They set out from Marah and came to Elim. At Elim, there were 12 springs of water and 70 palm trees, and they camped there. And they set out from Elim and camped by the Red Sea. Now, here's the question. Think about your map again. You got the 2 prongs of the Red Sea as we know it, as we refer to it now. They're crossing some body of water that extends from the left one, the Gulf of Suez. They get through, the Egyptians are drowned, now they're out in the wilderness. Do they turn south, or do they go more or less straight across the wilderness? And the answer is, nobody knows. If you believe in the traditional site of Mount Sinai, which is way, way south, Jebel Musa, you're going to say, oh, they must have turned south. If you don't believe that that's where Mount Sinai is, you're going to say, oh, they must have just gone straight across, because after all, there are caravan trails there. They could follow a caravan trail. And there are caravan trails there. There have been since, thousands of years, See, that's the question. Once you get past the crossing, where are they going? Because from this point on, while the early place names are known with certainty, none of what follows is known with certainty. And frankly, there's only really even a guess at 1 or 2 of them. And it's nothing more than a guess. So here we are again. How do we take this information and know where they end up? Now, Levine's, just to illustrate this for you, Levine's commentary on Numbers 33, this is Baruch Levine in his Anchor Bible series. I just want you to, it's not just Mike saying nobody knows where in the world these things are. This is Levine's commentary. He says, from Etham, and Pithom, at the beginning, the Israelites turn back to Pi Hahirot. Again, this is the setup. God's putting them in an impossible situation so that he can show Pharaoh who's God. Okay, they turn back to Pi Hahirot, which is facing Baal Zephon and camping before Migdol. None of these, 3 toponyms has been positively identified, but the name Migdol means watchtower fortress, and that's West Semitic rather than Egyptian. In context, it's certainly located in the Egyptian Delta region. The name Migdol appears once in the El Amarna letters, but again, we don't know exactly where this particular tower was. As for Pi Hahirot, and this is the key, it is likewise specifically unidentified, like we don't know exactly where in the network of canals they crossed, but it's somewhere in the Eastern Delta region, and it appears to represent a Hebraized rendering of an original Akkadian designation. I didn't mention the Akkadian equivalent, but he's correct. Pi Cheritu, the mouth of the canals. So he's saying, look, we don't know exactly where, But all these places are in the Egyptian Delta, the eastern border of the Egyptian Delta. Baal Zephon, also unidentified, again, as with precision, was a well-known Syro-Canaanite deity, or Baal, whose cult was imported into Egypt. At least 3 Baal Zephon sanctuaries have been found in northern Egypt, in Memphis, Tahpanhes, and Mount Cassius as Ras Kasrun. According to Betok, who's the guy who excavated Avaris, the Pithom and Ramses, location, the site associated with that. According to Betok, a temple at Tel El Daba, just south of Kontir, was dedicated to Baal. Again, this is all in the eastern delta. All of it. He takes note of a place called Migdal. This is Betok again. There's a place called Migdal up there, located near Wadi Tumilat, which is mentioned in Cairo Papyrus 31-169, blah, 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 blah. And Levine says this all indicates a location in the eastern delta area. Again, that's what we know for sure. There is no crossing anywhere except in the eastern delta border. That's why I'm saying if you go out on the internet and I want to learn about the crossing of the Red Sea, if you read anything else but somewhere on Egypt's eastern delta border region, it's wrong. It just is. He goes further into Numbers 33 and says, Marah, Levine starts talking about Marah. He postulates a place where the water is, quote, brackish, because Marah means bitter, and says some have suggested Marah is Ayin Havara, 47 miles south of Suez. Well, you know why they're picking that location? Because it's south. And the traditional view of Sinai is that it's south of where they crossed. That's the only reason. And then all of the other sites, Dofka, Alush, Rephidim, and Sinai that show up in Numbers 33, Levine says, we don't know where they are. So what you have is after the crossing, you have a situation where the place names in any view, not just a view you like or don't like, but in any view, they are all speculation. And again, I'm hoping to see how it matters. Once they break through, once God brings them through, you got 2 choices. And again, I have a map on the episode website for this. And where people think they went, where, is directly related to where people, let me say it this way, where people think or try to argue, let's put it that way, that's even better. Where people try to argue these other place names are in Numbers 33 depends entirely on where they think Sinai is. And most people will say, well, Sinai's down there near St. Catherine's Monastery, Jebel Musa, way, way, way down there between the forks. So it's obvious, quote unquote, obvious that we should expect to find these places moving southward after the crossing. Well, it's actually not obvious because you're letting one preconceived conclusion dictate your methodology and your conclusions for the other stuff. But the alternative views do the same thing. You have to realize that everybody's in the same boat. Some people are going to, say, well, Har Karkom is Mount Sinai. Again, and because that's Mount Sinai, then they went directly across. Or they're going to say, oh, Mount Sinai is somewhere, in that Edom, border with Midian area, like we talked about in earlier episodes. So if you like that view, you're going to take them straight across. If you think Mount Sinai is east of the Gulf of Aqaba, over in Midian proper, you're going to take them straight across. That's what you're going to do. Your view of the location of Mount Sinai will dictate where you look for these place names and how to defend and try to defend certain sites as being these places. But the reality is nobody knows. So that's the unfortunate situation. But again, all of that is really dealing with what do we do with the toponyms, the actual geography here. Next time in part 2, what I want to do is backtrack to some of these things. The phrase Yam Suf, see at the end, the whole concept of Egypt. When you leave Egypt, you go into the wilderness and it's chaos, and all this kind of stuff. I mean, the Egyptians thought this way too. They thought their land was the best land. We're the top people of civilization. The gods love us. Blah 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 blah. Everywhere else is bad and inferior, and it's not Egyptian. Okay, so if you're looking at it that way, as an Egyptian, there are going to be certain things about the narrative and about some of these locations that are going to speak theology to you. They are going to be religious, theological, polemic statements because, again, of the worldview that's involved. So next time we're going to devote a second episode to the crossing and again, some of this location, but try to take a different different angle for it, Egyptian cosmology, and I think you'll find it interesting. I'm not saying that you have to pick between a cosmological interpretation of the itinerary and the crossing or a historical one. You don't. It's a both and, not an either or. It's just different ways of looking at the same data points. So I think we're done with the crossing after today, and this is just going to be a different perspective on it. This would have been a little too long to tack on to part one, or what we already did, so we're calling this part two. But this is just a different perspective, and I wanted to include this because I'm guessing it'll probably be new to just about everybody, but it's kind of interesting too. So yeah, I can promise you we're not going to be doing crossing stuff proper after today. So does that make you happy?
It makes me happy. Absolutely. I'm enjoying Exodus.
You like to keep moving. I know.
It's just so long. There's so many, when Exodus 1, I'm like, there's 2019, but that's okay,
Look, you be careful what you ask for. That's the answer now.
I think I voted for Exodus.
What can I say?
I got it.
All right. Well, the other one was longer. I mean, it was Jeremiah. That would have been longer. So, what a relief. But
and the other one was eschatology, which would have been the shortest of all time because it would have been half an episode for you.
But perhaps the most torturous for me anyway.
Well, people did speculate. Well, he's already got a bunch of stuff out there in eschatology stuff, but you intended to add new information on top of what you've already produced out there, correct?
Yeah, but that spasm has passed, so I wouldn't expect that anytime soon. I actually have ideas on what to do after we're done with this that I think people will like, and it'll contribute to other things I'll be working on too.
Can we get a teaser?
I already have a game plan.
Oh, okay. Is there a hint?
No, I'm not going to say anything beyond that.
Okay.
No, I'm just going to shut up. So
okay. Actually, you told me off air, and it's pretty exciting. So, audience, I'm going to say that much. So, hey, you're going to want to stay listening to the Naked Bible podcast for a while, because.
But was I telling you the truth? Was I telling you the truth?
Well, you're not a liar, are you? I certainly hope you're not a liar. So, I'm going to have to take you for your word for it. So, it's good stuff.
You tricked me into giving you the information.
It is good stuff. So, let me tell you, you're going to want to stick around to the Naked Bible podcast. So, all right, that's all I'm going to say about that. But. All right.
Well, let's jump into part two. Again, this is just it's going to be supplemental, but it's going to be new stuff. So, see, now I'm tempted to say, this is kind of like what Trey and I were talking about off the air, like, taking something familiar and then adding new stuff to it. So I don't know, maybe it is, maybe it isn't. But I think, I wanted to add this because it's something that I've come across in the past. And I find really interesting, again, a way to sort of just look at what's a real familiar story from a different but related, angle. So in part one, and again, if you haven't listened to part one, it's not like you have to listen to part one for this, but I'd still recommend you do that. In part one, we focused kind of on the Yam Suf problem, the Sea of Reeds, or Red Sea problem. Like, what does that phrase mean? Why do we have a sea and a Red Sea that are separate but yet the same? And, all that kind of stuff. And that problem is linked to ambiguities in, physical place names in Exodus 14, in the itinerary, the narrative, and other passages, namely Numbers 33 is the other big one. So that's what we spent our time on last time. It's sort of the physical geography and its ambiguities and its problems. So this time, though, I want to look at the Exodus event broadly from a cosmic geographical perspective, mostly from the way an Egyptian would be thinking, and then kind of again how the writer, who I would think certainly if there's Mosaic material here, and I'm certainly not opposed to that. I'm not like I've said many times before, I'm not a Moses wrote every word of the Torah person, but I'm not a JEDPer either, and I don't see any specific impediment that we couldn't have a Mosaic hand in lots of places in the Pentateuch. If it was, then the Egyptian connection is obvious. Even if it's not, this is just going to be part of the larger Egyptian worldview that would have been known in the broader ancient Near East among people who could write, the literate class, the scribal class. So I want to get into, again, how the Egyptians essentially sort of looked at their world and the way they viewed the the relationship of their gods, specifically solar deities, to that world, and then how that sort of informs, or could possibly inform, reading the Exodus crossing again, just like the plagues, as a theological polemic. Now, Hebrew Bible scholars occasionally traverse into this territory. It is not frequent, though. The first place I ran into this was a Journal of Biblical Literature article that was republished in a book by Bernard Batto. That's Batto. And it was entitled The Reed Sea. I've never had Latin here, so I might butcher this for someone who has had Latin, but the Requiescat in pace, it's sort of Latin, I think, for rest in peace. So like he's putting this to rest. And Batto takes a skeptical view about, this actually being a literal historical event. And he sees this chapter and the whole episode as sort of historicized mythology or theology. In other words, it's a theological polemic only. It has no bearing on historicity. Of course, that is not my view and the view of many others, but that's where Batto's coming from. Nevertheless, this was a really interesting article. I'm not going to necessarily agree with all of what Batto said, and Hoffmeyer, who we referenced a lot in part 1, does interact briefly with Batto. It's one of the few times I've seen Batto's work referenced in studies on Exodus. But I found it really interesting, and that's going to be the first sort of foray into this. We're going to talk about Batto's thesis a little bit, and then we're going to transition to something more recent. Batto's article was in 1983, so it's over 30 years old. And this idea that I'm going to describe, that he writes about, wasn't original to him either. He actually picks up on some things from a 1965 article by Snaith, and Snaith, the Yam Suf, Sea of Reeds, the Red Sea. That was in Vetus Testamentum. Batto's article was in Journal of Biblical Literature, again in 1983. So this has been around for a while, but it's just not referenced very much. Now, what Batto does, and Snaith before him, again, to a certain extent, the argument is that the word suf, Yam Suf, which we've talked about extensively here, should not be read as Yam Suf, but it should instead be read as Yam Sof. That would be a different word in Hebrew. You have to recall, Hebrew, again, has no vowels originally. It used certain consonants to mark vowel sounds. One of those consonants is the vav, which can be the vowel u or the vowel o. So Yam Suf or Yam Sof. Everybody takes it as Yam Suf, but Batto, again following Snaith, had this idea that, maybe we've been misreading this. Maybe it said we should be vocalizing it Yam Sof, and the word Sof means end. So it would be the sea at the end of the land, or the sea which is at the end. Again, if images of Voyage of the Dawn Treader, with Reepicheep the mouse and Aslan, the sea that's at the end, of all things, and then there's this transition to, I guess, the eternal state in Narnian, thinking. This is kind of the idea cosmically that the Egyptians looked at their land as being, again, special. It was Egypt. Everything else was the wild place, uncivilized, chaotic mess. And the wonder that was Egypt is something that is special. It's under the dominion of Egypt's gods. It's the place they want to live. It's not that they don't rule elsewhere, as we're going to find out. The Egyptians thought they ruled basically anything they could see. But, Egypt was special. It was a divine land, again. And so when you crossed the border, when you left Egypt at this, we talked about in part 1, this body of water that extended, one of these lakes that extended from the Gulf of Suez, the left prong of the Red Sea. You were leaving this wonderful place, and you were moving past the sea, which is at the end, the border, and you're moving off into chaos. So there's a cosmic concept here. Now, this is consistent with, Hoffmeyer's notion that you have this string of lakes, that marks Egypt's, eastern border and all that. So this isn't different in that respect, but sort of how it would have been perceived is what's different. Batto by arguing this, he wants to say, well, the story is what it is just because, you have this notion. We don't have a literal, crossing of the sea. We don't have a miracle here. But what we have is we have a bunch of, vagabond Israelites leaving Egypt. And it's this, they're going off into cosmic chaos, that kind of thing. And so he tries to develop the content of the chapter along these, mytho-cosmic themes. Okay, and that's what he's trying to do. Now, you might say, well, is there any real justification for this? One of the places that Bato picks up on, he suggests that at least one of the Septuagint translators, whoever the guy was that was assigned to Exodus, or maybe there was more than one guy assigned to Exodus, he's going to translate it one way, and then there are going to be other guys that are translating other parts where Yam Suf occurs. And whoever had 1 Kings 19:26, okay, in Greek, it actually translates what we would think of as Yam Suf. It translates it as though it was Yam Soph. It really does that. It translates the phrase in Greek as eskates thalases, the end of the sea, or the edge of the sea. You could even translate it the end sea. The Greek word for red, there are several of them, eruthros, purakes, poros. Those aren't used in 1 Kings 19:26. Now, eruthros is used elsewhere for Yam Suf, Red Sea. And also, if you're paying attention, the Septuagint translator did not translate it Sea of Reeds. He didn't use the Greek word for reeds either. They do use the color red, Red Sea, or here in 1 Kings 19:26, the sea at the end. So Bato, looks at this and at this one place in the Septuagint says, that's an interesting idea. Maybe that's the way we should look at this phrase everywhere. That's associated with this episode in biblical history. Maybe that's what we should do. And you might be wondering at this point where the sea got its name, because if the Septuagint translator does in fact use the Greek word, one of the Greek words for the color red, so that there had to be somebody in antiquity that would call this body of water the Red Sea. If you're wondering, who was the first person to do that, nobody really knows, and some have theorized that the name comes from the fact that Edom, okay, the people group, the place of Edom, controlled the tip of the Gulf of Aqaba, which is the point of reference in 1 Kings, elsewhere. When it mentions the Red Sea. So Edom was associated with red dirt. Okay, if you look at pictures of Edom, if you Google Edom, like red clay, red soil, red dirt, you're going to see that a lot of the country is reddish in color. And since they once had control over one of these tips, people have theorized, well, maybe that's where it got its name. It was the sea that the Edomites control, the Red Sea. Just sort of playing off the color of the Edomite land. And of course, Edom with Seir and, Esau, being the forefather of the Edomites. Esau was hairy and red, all these sort of associations. So, nobody really knows for sure why it got its name. But again, in Greek, the word for the color red is used of sea, but in this one place that Bato, seizes on, or at least offers, by way of a defense of his suggestion, we have this sea at the end. So again, he uses this to argue for a historicized myth in Exodus 14. Again, he's not looking for any historicity here. The Israelites, again, they leave Egypt, they move out farther than the eastern delta border, a border which is marked again by the Gulf of Suez and its canals, just like we discussed in part 1. They leave, this wonderful paradise of Egypt. They venture out into the chaos of the wilderness. So it's like this mythic voyage into the unknown, that sort of thing. So that's it. That's how he takes this one nugget and he starts thinking about mytho-cosmic associations with land. Just to comment on Bato, actually you could say the opposite too, that the meaning of the cosmic geography would be more compelling if they actually did pass through a body of water at the border. If it really was conceived of as the sea of the end, this thing that sort of prevents icky foreigners, from getting into Egypt, or if this thing, sort of marks the gateway into this wonderful realm of the gods, that called Egypt. Well, to basically have a foreign deity, Yahweh, just split that thing right down the middle, and you walk over it like on dry land, that would be pretty dramatic. That would basically establish, well, who's really in control here? And you might be fearing the lands beyond Egypt, but you really ought to fear the God, who has dominion, of this place called Canaan, which is eventually where they're going to go. But that same God is in control of your lands as well. I mean, that would speak a lot more loudly if we didn't divorce the historicity from the episode. But again, I mean, you could say that. You could look at what Bato's doing and say that. So I just wanted to make that point. Now, Hofmeyr ultimately in his book rejects the idea that Bato's putting out, this C at the end. And he largely does so because of the inconsistency of the Septuagint. I mean, we really only have this one place, where it looks like the translator saw the Hebrew text and thought Yam Sov, C at the end. So not much has been really made of this. So let's segue into some more recent work, though. I mean, Bato's observation is interesting. There might be something going on there, see at the end, even though you would think if that's the way a lot of people thought about it, you would at least get it a few more times in the Septuagint. Again, so, Hofmeyr's criticism is legitimate, but there are other ways to look at the cosmic geography here that don't have anything to do with the phrase Yam Suf or Yam Sof. And I'm going to reference two articles here, and I've uploaded these into the protected folder in case anybody is interested. Yes, it's going to be peppered with hieroglyphs and all this stuff, but he transliterates everything. And again, you can still get something out of both of these works. But they're both by the same guy. And I've actually referenced his dissertation in an earlier episode on chronology. But the name is Julien Cooper. That's Julien. And one of the articles is entitled The Geographic and Cosmogeographic Expression. This is an Egyptian phrase, Ta Necher. And that's from the Bulletin of the Australian Centre for Egyptology, Volume 22. That's a 2011 publication. And then 6 years later, the same author wrote a second article. And again, this one's in the protected folder as well. It's called Between This World and the Duat. That's another Egyptian term, basically for the netherworld. Between this world and the Duat, the land of Wetenet and Egyptian cosmography of the Red Sea. And that's from a book. It's not from a journal. The book is called The Cultural Manifestations of Religious Experience, Studies in Honor of Boyo Akenge, who was a pretty well-known Egyptologist, and that's 2017. So I want to spend most of the time on the first one here, this phrase, Ta Necher, which shows up a good deal in Egyptian texts. And there's been, if you get Cooper's article, the 2011 one, and you read through it, he gives you sort of the whole history of scholarship here on the work that's been done. But I'm going to read, again, some excerpts from Cooper's article on Ta Necher. Like, what does that mean? Because it is connected to the Sinai and the Red Sea and a few other things. He writes, the Egyptian expression Ta Necher, which means the God, or God's land, G-O-D apostrophe S. So the land of some particular god, and we'll talk about who that might be in a bit. The Egyptian expression Ta Necher, or God's land, is an enigmatic geographic phrase which represents a particular conception of the geography to the east of Egypt. Okay, that ties in with what we're talking about here, the eastern border, east of Egypt. This toponym, or place name, is an exceptional label in Egyptian geographic and cosmographic terminology, as it amalgamates two basic ideas, that of a deity, Necher, and the earthly concept of land, Ta Necher, okay, the land of the god, the god's land. The presence of Kaset, the Kaset classifier. Now, again, just let me comment on what he means here. Hieroglyphic Egyptian is a pseudo-alphabetic language. You've got certain hieroglyphs that make one sound like an alphabet. You've got a few hundred that make two sounds or three sounds. And you also have hieroglyphs that don't make any sound. They are like cheat, little cheat hieroglyphs. A scribe would use a hieroglyph at the end of a word to classify it. They're called determinatives. So if you had an Egyptian word and your little determinative was a picture of a guy with his hand to his mouth, then that's the scribe's way of telling you, well, this word has something to do maybe with speaking or eating, something like that. So Egyptian would use hieroglyphs to classify terms, which are really helpful when you're trying to learn vocabulary and things like that. It kind of helps you cheat a little bit. Well, Cooper says the presence, when you get ta necher, there is something called the Cosset classifier determinative is used. It's like a hilly horizon, and it means foreign land. So it classifies ta necher as being some geographic place outside of Egypt, right? And he says this determines the phrase indicates an expression that is the label for a unit of space outside the Nile Valley. Continuing with Cooper, he writes, the debates surrounding this toponym, ta necher, as in all studies of ancient toponymy, usually center around two important lines of inquiry. The most common is the debate of localization, that is, the precise location or area a toponym refers to. The other, no less important debate is that of semantics, namely what the toponym means in an etymological sense, but also what it means to the contemporary culture. As ta necher clearly communicates a theological conception of geography, it is important that the religious implications of this word be studied, particularly the identity of the deity in question and what is exactly meant by a land of the god or the god's land. And he writes, this article presents the results of textual lexicographic study of all the documents from the Old Kingdom, that's the Pyramid Age, till the end of the New Kingdom, which contain the phrase ta necher. So this is a pretty thorough article. It's not hugely long, but it's very thorough. And as far as what his conclusions are, I'm just going to read you a few snippets of what he discovers. So he writes, numerous texts associate ta necher with toponyms in West Asia. That might be a foreign phrase. Let me just break in here, but Egyptians referred to people from Canaan or Palestine as Asiatics. So West Asia to an Egyptian is the landmass of Canaan and the landmass between, the forks of the Red Sea, the landmass that we call the Negev, all that stuff. It's not like China or something like that. So don't get thrown off by the term Asia. So back to Cooper. He says, numerous texts associate ta necher with toponyms in West Asia. These toponyms seem to cluster around northern Syria-Palestine and are most commonly associated with texts narrating the procurement of ash wood. That's not ash like we think of, but it's an Egyptian term. So a particular kind of wood is where they would go to get it. The Middle Kingdom Wadi Hammamat inscription of Henu mentioned above, earlier in what he was writing, also suggests that the Red Sea shore was part of ta necher, part of the god's land. Two inscriptions at Sarabit el-Khadem suggest that the Sinai Peninsula may also have been part of the god's land. Although ta necher is not geographically defined here, the association of God's land with the gemstone turquoise suggests that the Sinai was within the borders, the boundaries of God's land, again, this ta necher thing. From these sources, it is clear that the God's land then refers to a wide arc of lands which are east, northeast, and southeast of Egypt, including the eastern desert, Punt, and again, this Asia, according to how the Egyptians would perceive this, stretching from the southern Red Sea to northern Syria. So basically, if you can think of a map of Egypt, you get out of the eastern delta, it's the Negev, it's Canaan, it's the Sinai Peninsula, all that to an Egyptian would have been the god's land. It's under the dominion of one of their deities. Okay, so they not only view their own place as sort of a cosmic location, but they have this concept that all this other stuff, especially moving out east, is under the dominion of one of their gods, or basically any solar deity, as we're going to find out. Now that's interesting because of course, in the biblical storyline, none of that is the case, and in fact, the exact opposite is. This is where Yahweh is going to encounter the Israelites, certain patriarchs. Of course, there's a land of Canaan, so it's diametrically opposed to how an Israelite would look at things, really 180 degrees away. So a few more comments from Cooper, the cosmography of ta necher. And in this section of his article, he's talking about religious texts in particular. He said these religious texts use the god's land, in this phrase, Ta-Necher, in terms of cosmography. That is, how Egyptians map the general features of the universe, including heaven and earth, usually relating it to the solar cycle. Ta-Necher is associated with the eastern horizon. Now, you should already be thinking about the sun. The sun rises in the east, okay? Ta-Necher is associated with the eastern horizon and the home in Egyptian theology of the eastern souls. Again, this has something to do for an Egyptian with, what happened during the sun. So let me just break in here. If the sun rises in the east every morning, and then it traverses the sky, goes through the sky, and you can see it, and then it descends, on the opposite horizon. Okay, we talk about the sun going down. We know the sun isn't really going down, but this is the language we use, the ancients used. So it rises, goes across the sky, and then goes down, and everything becomes dark. Well, for an Egyptian, that meant that the deity, they looked at the sun as a deity, Ra, or again, they had different names, for this, that the deity was entering the netherworld when everything went dark. And that doesn't mean that he was going to hell. It just meant he was going to the realm where the god normally lives, the spiritual world. Then, he's doing stuff over there. And then the next morning, he comes out of his domain, the domain of the spiritual world, and he traverses the sky again and keeps an eye on everything going on in Egypt and everywhere else. Okay? So when the sun rises to an Egyptian, the god is leaving the spiritual world. And so they also had this concept of the Eastern souls, basically those human souls that essentially get to live with the deity in the spiritual world. The East was where they were as well. So that's where you get this idea of the home of the Eastern souls. So back to Cooper, he says, this suggests a strong connection between the phrase Ta-Necher, the god's land, and the phenomenon of sunrise. Taken together, all these assertions appear to confirm Kunz's theory, and this is somebody he talked about earlier, that Ta-Necher was, if not equivalent to, then strongly associated with the eastern horizon. If you were standing in Egypt, this is me breaking in now, if you were standing in Egypt, you're looking to the east where the sun rises, you're going to notice something if you do it every day. You're going to notice that the sun rises a little bit differently, in a little bit different place every day. It seems to move. And again, we know this because of the shape of the earth. The earth is round and it's tilted at an angle and the sun hits it differently. And you've got the equinoxes and all this kind of stuff. Again, to an Egyptian, it looked like the gateway, essentially, that the deity emerges from the spiritual world in the east. That it was really wide. I mean, it could range. This is why you have Ta-Necher referred to all the way as north as Syria, Palestine, and all the way as south as Punt, which is in Africa, considerably a far ways down the Nile. Because again, if you were an Egyptian, and the priests did this sort of thing, they're the ones who wrote the religious texts. They're watching this, and there's movement, there's a range, of this gateway, and so their idea of Ta-Necher, just to make it a summary here, is that all of the land, the physical land, that was sort of between the two far points, the northern point and the southern point, where the sun rises and it moves back and forth. All of that was the god's land. That was under the dominion of the solar deity. Again, that was a place where he would come up and start inspecting things, on Earth, and then at the end of the day he would go back into the netherworld and then rise again the next day. So that's why you have this long, swath of land that was perceived this way. The motion of the sun across the horizon, would explain why we get these sort of northern and southern extremes. As the sun god rose, again at different points in the horizon between what we now know as the solstices, he would visit these regions. He would be above Punt some days. He would be above, Canaan some days. He would be above the Negev or Sinai or, any of these places in between. He was visiting those places because he was their Lord. His home, the place that he loved the most, of course, was Egypt, because this is where his incarnate son, in the form of Pharaoh, was put. Egypt is the central axis from which from which Ma'at, earthly and cosmic order, was perpetuated.
But the sun god, the sun deity, would visit other places too because he was interested in them because they were his. It was the god's land. Now, what's really interesting is if you, I'll put it this way: if you take the late date of the Exodus, that means the Exodus occurs after the Amarna period. Now, what you say? Who cares about the Amarna period? The Amarna period was when Akhenaten was pharaoh. And Akhenaten did away with a lot of the normal sun worship. He worshipped not Ra, okay, the sun god. He worshipped the Aten, which was the disk of the sun. He even changed his name, to Akhenaten. Okay, the last part of that name is Aten. So he was a worshiper of the actual disk of the sun. That was his main deity. Now, people say, well, he was a monotheist. Well, yeah, he did have the names of other deities, basically wherever he could get away with it, erased from monuments and things like this. But he didn't. He also thought that he himself was a deity. So he's not. Is that really a monotheist or what? I mean, people bicker about this all the time. It's not the same as the biblical conception for sure, but this is where he was at. Now, when he dies, he's anathematized by the Egyptians, and they restore. This is one of the reasons why King Tut, even though he died as a boy, was such a big deal, because Tut authorized the restoration back to the old religion, and he got rid of the Aten. He got rid of Atenism, the religion of Akhenaten. And so by the time you hit the Exodus, later on, in the late date, you have Ra sort of back in place and as supreme. And it's really important to an Egyptian because Ma'at has been restored now. We had this burp. We had this awful period of Akhenaten being on the throne, and it threw everything, the whole land, into chaos and all this kind of stuff. And he did. He put the people in a lot of turmoil, because you don't just change all the religion, and just expect people to be happy with it. There were lots of people that weren't happy with it, and everything that was bad that happened got blamed on this change, this sort of thing. So when he's gone, Tut comes back, restores all the old ways, and everything's wonderful, because now we have cosmic order restored, and Ra is in his rightful place. Everything is the way it should be until Yahweh shows up. So again, if you're a late dater, it sort of amps up the drama a little bit more, because now you have the God of the Hebrews showing up and basically giving all a whole assortment of Egyptian deities, including Ra, a beating with the plagues, and basically saying, hey, guess what? This land over here, this is mine. In fact, I'm going to take my people out of Egypt. I'm going to take them across the desert. And you know what? We're not afraid at all of Ra. We're not afraid that he's going to interfere with us. Okay, Ra was just taught a lesson along with the rest of the Egyptian pantheon. So there's Yahweh out there leading his people, just going wherever he feels like, on the way to Sinai and then on the way to Canaan, without a care in the world. He's not afraid of Ra at all. I mean, this is how it would have been perceived. Well, we thought that was the God's land, because that's where the sun rises, and that's his turf. And no, we're not scared. We're not even giving him a second thought. Now you can have that polemic if it's before the Amarna period as well. I mean, you don't lose anything with the early date. But if it is after the Amarna period, then we've got something fairly significant here, where it just makes the confrontation a little more dramatic and a little more traumatic for an Egyptian, because you've just your country's just gone through this period that was just such a mess. You thought everything was restored, everything's the way it ought to be, and now we've got this. So again, they're just thinking about these places in these sorts of ways. Now back to Cooper. He says the term Ta-Netcher most commonly occurs in sun hymns. That should be no surprise. Devoted to different solar deities like Ra, Amun-Ra, and Ra-Harakti, Ra of the horizon. That's what that phrase means, which strongly suggests an association with solar deities and this concept. When Ta-Netcher is connected with other deities, it is usually their solar manifestations which are evoked. So again, there's this solar connection. Mut is one where
the name of Mut will be connected to Ta-Neter, the god's land. But Mut is called the daughter of Ra, and a manifestation of the sun disk in the crossword hymn. That's text 51 from this corpus that he's been using. The goddess Hathor, who is associated with some regions of God's land, is called the Eye of Ra, the sun disk in God's land. In a Ptolemaic text, so Hathor gets into this too. In another text of this period, Horus as the god of the sky, and the sun is called the one who assesses God's land. But again, there's a solar connection. So this has everything to do with where the sun rises. And again, this is how it would have been perceived. Basically, everywhere that the sun rises, everywhere that the light of the sun reaches, when the sun comes up every morning, that's the god's land. Which is a real broad statement of sovereignty. Again, if you're an Egyptian. So again, it's pretty clear that Ta-Neter was cosmic in the way it was thought of. All of these places, wherever the sun rises, essentially the sun is a theophany. Think of it as a theophany. The God has come out. He's emerged from his spiritual world, the alternate reality, the spiritual reality, the reality of the divine, and he's surveying his land. And to an Egyptian, that meant dominion, that meant sovereignty, that meant control, that meant ownership, all these things. And when we have the episode with the Hebrews, those concepts just they just take a beating. Because you'd think if Ra is going to show up every day and he sees something he doesn't like going on, something that violates Ma'at, like these Hebrews, doing what they're doing, and all these plagues and this guy Moses and all that Ra would do something about it. Well, that ain't going to happen. And when it doesn't happen, again, that's a theological statement to everybody who sort of knows the worldview. That's a theological statement that is pretty powerful for them. Now, from Cooper's other article, the Duat article, just one brief point from that one, he writes, the Egyptians considered the southeastern regions, specifically not only directionally associated with solar birth, again, the sun emerges. He's born. Like in Egyptian paintings, you'll have the sky. The sky goddess was Nut. Remember, the sun traverses the sky. You'll have Ra on his solar bark, his solar ship, traversing the sky. And the sky is this gigantic woman, with stars and stuff, on her. That was Nut. So the sun traverses, Nut, and then goes, down into the netherworld, and the sun emerges from. I can't say it any other way, but from Nut gives birth to the sun. The sky gives birth. So where do you think the sun emerges in Egyptian painting? Well, from the vaginal area. And this is what the Egyptian concept was, that the sky, again, is giving birth, and the birth canal essentially is the path of the sun. And so the imagery of Nut gets thrown into this as well. So Egyptians considered the sun being birthed from Nut, and the region where the sun issues forth from the Duat, again, from the spiritual world. Cosmic theology, writes Cooper, provided a discourse in which Egyptians could speculate on the nature of not only the inaccessible universe, and the stars and the skies, the heavens, the gates of the netherworld, the gates of the Duat, but also they could speculate on the boundaries of the real universe where the Duat joined the terrestrial sphere, where heaven met earth. Where heaven met earth is where the sun emerges. And the sun emerges over the horizon, the eastern horizon. And during the course of the year, that horizon gets wider and wider because, again, of science that they don't particularly know, but they can track it. They can see it happening. And so the place where heaven meets earth runs from Syria, North Syria, Palestine, all the way down to Punt. And that is the God's land that belongs to him. It's his domain. It's his doorstep. If you want to, use that as an analogy or a metaphor. And again, this is the very place where, just think about what the Lord had told Moses to tell Pharaoh. Let my people go, because we're going to go for a 3-day journey out into the wilderness, and they're going to sacrifice to me. Well, wait a minute. If you do that, you're sacrificing to Yahweh on the God's land. Yeah, we are. And again, that should make a point. So again, these are just examples of the way Egyptians, and again, Israelites familiar, with the way Egyptians thought, would have conceived some of this language, some of this dialogue, and some of these events. So just to summarize the point, the Egyptians believed that Amun-Ra, the solar deity, owned these lands, and they believed that the solar deity was reborn from these lands every day. These lands were the lands of his appearing. Again, so the sun is like a theophany to an Egyptian, an appearance of the deity himself. And these lands were the place where the spiritual world and the earthly world converged, in that the solar deity emerged from them each day to survey the world that he owns, the world that he has dominion over. Now, we've already saw, if you think back to the episodes we did on the plagues, how the plague of locusts and its associated plague of darkness freaked the Egyptians out. That would have been directly seen as a power play of Yahweh over Ra, because they couldn't see Ra. There's something wrong here. Why is Ra obscured? Why can't we see him? Why is there darkness? Why can't Ra get rid of these, this thick cloud of locusts that are, keeping us from seeing his glory? Why can't he do something about that? So those last two plagues, again, are an attack on Ra's power and sovereignty. And this whole concept as well. So the Israelites aren't just leaving Egypt, to an Egyptian especially. They're headed into lands that were thought to be under the dominion of Egypt's solar deity, Ra, or some of these other deities in their solar manifestation. But guess what? Yahweh is in control of the land where Israel has been. That would be Egypt. He certainly showed he was in control there with the plagues. And he's also in control of the land where they're going. He has dominion, not Ra. Yahweh, and Israel by extension, has no fear of going onto Ra's turf, because Yahweh has ultimate sovereignty. They're going to go out into the desert and worship Yahweh at his mountain, and then the plan is to go to Yahweh's own land, Canaan. He'll lead Israel on whatever route he pleases. No permission is needed from Ra, and even more to the point, Yahweh has laid claim to part of the God's land, Canaan, because it isn't Ra's to claim. It was Yahweh back at Babel. Okay, think of your Deuteronomy 32 worldview here with, the unseen realm and other stuff that I've written, and stuff we talk about a lot. It was Yahweh who doled out the nations, Deuteronomy 32:8, and set their boundaries as a judgment. Okay, that was Yahweh who did that, not Ra. Ra has what he has because Yahweh lets him have it until he decides that he's done with that. Psalm 82. Again, to a literate Israelite reader, once we have the text as we have it, someone who's familiar with the Egyptian worldview, someone who is boots on the ground, when we have these sorts of things happening, just the act of leaving Egypt and going out into the desert to sacrifice to Yahweh is a punch in the theological face of Ra. Just that, because again of this concept of the God's land. So I wanted to include this in our treatment of Exodus 14. And it was too long to tack on to the first part. But again, if you're interested in some of this Egyptian stuff, you can look at the articles in the protected folder. But this is the kind of stuff I just kind of like, because it sort of gets you in the head of more the people that are involved in the story. In this case, namely the Egyptians. Like, what in the world are they thinking? Well, they were freaked out with the plagues, and this is just another episode of them being taught, or sort of a visual aid to discerning who's really in control here. Again, it's the defeat of their gods, and specifically the most important one, the solar deity, which, again, it's not just that the sun rises and sets every day, but that is connected to the annual flood of the Nile, which keeps Egypt alive. Okay, Egypt is not Egypt without calendar and the regularity of what happens with the Nile. It doesn't exist. It dies. So again, all these things are connected in the Egyptian mind, and they're connected to Ma'at, the divine order that supposedly the Egyptian gods established, and that all just gets smashed in the Exodus episode. So again, I just wanted to tack this on, and hopefully it provides another perspective, a little bit of a different trajectory on the Exodus event. Next week, we will get into Exodus 15, and like I said earlier, we're not going to traverse the event, blow by blow again, but there are things in Exodus 15 that, again, just provide a little bit of insight into cosmic geography, again, some of the worldview and how people are processing what's going on, both in terms of Israelites and Egyptians.